Preface of The Bishop's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Preface. In his earlier works, notably in The Mystery of a Hansom Cab and The Silent House in Pimlico, Mr. Hume won a reputation second to none for plot of the stirring, ingenious, misleading, and finally surprising kind, and for working out his plot in vigorous and picturesque English. In The Bishop's Secret, while there is no falling off in plot and style, there is a welcome and marvellous broadening out as to the cast of characters, representing an unusually wide range of typical men and women. These are not laboriously described by the author, but are made to reveal themselves in action and speech in a way that has, for the reader, all the charm of personal intercourse with living people. Mr. Hume's treatment of the peculiar and exclusive ecclesiastical society of a small English cathedral city is quite worthy of Anthony Trollope, and his leading character, Bishop Pendle, is equal to Trollope's best bishop. The Reverend Mr. Cargrim, the bishop's poor and most unworthy protégé, is a meaner Uriah Heep. Mrs. Pansey is the embodiment of all shrewishness, and yields unlimited amusement. The gipsies are genuine, such as George Borrow himself would have pictured them, not the ignorant caricatures so frequently drawn by writers too lazy to study their subject. Besides these types, there are several which seem to have had no exact prototypes in preceding fiction. Such are Dr. Graham, the man with the scar, the Mosk family, father, mother, and daughter, Gabriel Pendle, Miss Whichello, and last but not least, Mr. Baltic, a detective so unique in character and methods as to make Conan Doyle turn green with envy. All in all, this story is so rich in the essential elements of worthy fiction, in characterization, exciting adventure, suggestions of the marvellous, wit, humour, pathos, and just enough of tragedy, that it is offered to the American public in all confidence that it will be generally and heartily welcomed. The Publishers. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Enter Mrs. Pansey as Chorus. Of late years an anonymous mathematician has declared that in the British Isles the female population is 7 times greater than the male. Therefore, in these days is fulfilled the scriptural prophecy that 7 women shall lay hold of one man and entreat to be called by his name. Miss Daisy Norsham, a veteran Belgravian spinster, decided, after some disappointing seasons, that this text was particularly applicable to London. Doubtful, therefore, of securing a husband at the rate of 1 chance in 7, or dissatisfied at the prospect of a 7th share in a man, she resolved upon trying her matrimonial fortunes in the country. She was plain, this lady, as she was poor, nor could she rightly be said to be in the first flush of maidenhood. In all matters other than that of man-catching she was shallow past belief. Still she did hope, by dint of some brisk campaigning in the diocese of Beorminster, to capture a whole man unto herself. Her first step was to wheedle an invitation out of Mrs. Pansey, an archdeacon's widow, then on a philanthropic visit to town, and she arrived, towards the end of July, in the pleasant cathedral city of Beorminster, in time to attend a reception at the bishop's palace. Thus the autumn manoeuvres of Miss Norsham opened most auspiciously. Mrs. Pansey, with whom this elderly worshipper of Hymen had elected to stay during her visit, was a gruff woman with a scowl, who looked all nose and eyebrows. Few ecclesiastical matrons were so well known in the diocese of Beorminster as was Mrs Pansey. Not many, it must be confessed, were so ardently hated, for there were few pies indeed in which this dear lady had not a finger, few keyholes through which her eye did not peer. Her memory and her tongue, severally and combined, had ruined half the reputations in the county. In short, she was a renowned social bully, and, like most bullies, she gained her ends by scaring the lives out of meeker and better bred people than herself. These latter feared her "scenes," as she rejoiced in them, and as she knew the pasts of her friends from their cradle upwards, she usually contrived, by a pitiless use of her famous memory, to put to rout any one so ill-advised as to attempt a stand against her domineering authority. When her tall, gaunt figure, invariably arrayed in the blackest of black silks, was sighted in a room, those present either scuttled out of the way, or judiciously held their peace, for every one knew Mrs Pansey's talent for twisting the simplest observation into some evil shape calculated to get its author into trouble. She excelled in this particular method of making mischief. Possessed of ample means and ample leisure, both of these helped her materially to build up her reputation of a philanthropic bully. She literally swooped down upon the poor, taking one and all in charge to be fed, physicked, worked, and guided according to her own ideas. In return for benefits conferred, she demanded an unconditional surrender of free will. Nobody was to have an opinion but Mrs Pansey. Nobody knew what was good for them, unless their ideas coincided with those of their patroness, which they never did. Mrs Pansey had never been a mother, yet, in her own opinion, there was nothing about children she did not know. She had not studied medicine, therefore she dubbed the doctors a pack of fools, saying she could cure where they failed. Be they tinkers, tailors, soldiers, sailors, Mrs Pansey invariably knew more about their vocations than they themselves did, or were ever likely to do. In short, this celebrated lady, for her reputation was more than local, was what the American so succinctly terms a she-boss, and in a less enlightened age she would indubitably have been ducked in the Burfleet River as a meddlesome, scolding, clattering jade. Indeed, had any one been so brave as to ignore the flight of time and thus suppress her, the righteousness of the act would most assuredly have remained unquestioned. Now, as Miss Norsham wanted, for her own purposes, to know the ropes, she was fortunate to come within the gloom of Mrs Pansey's silken robes; for Mrs Pansey certainly knew every one, if she did not know everything, and whomsoever she chaperoned had to be received by Beorminster society, whether Beorminster society liked it or not. All protégés of Mrs Pansey sheltered under the aegis of her terrible reputation, and woe to the daring person who did not accept them as the most charming, the cleverest, and in every way the most desirable of their sex. But in the memory of man no one had ever sustained battle against Mrs Pansey, and so this feminine Selkirk remained monarch of all she surveyed, and ruled over a community consisting mainly of canons, vicars, and curates, with their respective wives and offsprings. There were times when her subjects made use of language not precisely ecclesiastic, and not infrequently Mrs Pansey's name was mentally included in the commination service. Thus it chanced that Daisy, the spinster, found herself in Mrs Pansey's carriage on her way to the Episcopalian reception, extremely well pleased with herself, her dress, her position, and her social guardian angel. The elder lady was impressively gloomy in her usual black silk, fashioned after the early Victorian mode, when elegance invariably gave place to utility. Her headgear dated back to the later Georgian epoch. It consisted mainly of a gauze turban twinkling with jet ornaments. Her bosom was defended by a cuirass of cold-looking steel beads, finished off at the throat by a gigantic brooch, containing the portrait and hair of the late Archdeacon. Her skirts were lengthy and voluminous, so that they swept the floor with a creepy rustle like the frou-frou of a brocaded spectre. She wore black silk mittens, and on either bony wrist a band of black velvet, clasped with a large cameo set hideously in pale gold. Thus attired, a veritable caricature by Leech, this survival of a prehistoric age sat rigidly upright and mangled the reputations of all and sundry. Miss Norsham, in all but age, was very modern indeed. Her neck was lean, her arms were thin; she made up for lack of quality by display of quantity. In her décolleté costume she appeared as if composed of bones and diamonds. The diamonds represented the bulk of Miss Norsham's wealth, and she used them not only for the adornment of her uncomely person, but for the deception of any possible suitor into the belief that she was well dowered. She affected gauzy fabrics and fluttering baby ribbons, so that her dress was as the fleecy flakes of snow clinging to a well-preserved ruin. For the rest, she had really beautiful eyes, a somewhat elastic mouth, and a straight nose well powdered to gloss over its chronic redness. Her teeth were genuine, and she cultivated what society novelists term silvery peals of laughter. In every way she accentuated or obliterated nature in her efforts to render herself attractive. Ichabod was writ large on her powdered brow, and it needed no great foresight to foresee the speedy approach of acidulated spinsterhood. But, to do her justice, this regrettable state of single blessedness was far from being her own fault. If her good fortune had but equalled her courage and energy, she should have relinquished celibacy years ago. "Oh, dear, dear Mrs Pansey," said the younger lady, strong in adjectives and interjections and reduplications of both, "is the bishop very, very sweet?" "He's sweet enough, as bishops go," growled Mrs Pansey in her deep-toned voice. "He might be better, and he might be worse. There is too much popish superstition and worship of idols about him for my taste. If the departed can smell," added the lady with an illustrative sniff, "the late archdeacon must turn in his grave when those priests of Baal and Dagon burn incense at the morning service. Still, Bishop Pendle has his good points, although he is a time-server and a sycophant." "Is he one of the Lancashire Pendles, dear Mrs Pansey?" "A 25th cousin, or thereabouts. He says he is a nearer relation, but I know much more about it than he does. If you want an ornamental bishop with good legs for gaiters and a portly figure for an apron, Dr Pendle's the man. But as a God-fearing priest," with a groan, "a simple worshipper," groan, "and a lowly repentant sinner," groan, "he leaves much, much to be desired." "Oh, Mrs Pansey, the dear bishop a sinner?" "Why not?" cried Mrs Pansey, ferociously. "Aren't we all miserable sinners? Dr Pendle's a human worm, just as you are, as I am. You may dress him in lawn sleeves and a mitre, and make pagan genuflections before his throne, but he is only a worm for all that." "What about his wife?" asked Daisy, to avert further expansion of this text. "A poor thing, my dear, with a dilated heart and not as much blood in her body as would fill a thimble. She ought to be in a hospital, and would be too, if I had my way. Lolling all day long on a sofa, and taking glasses of champagne between doses of iron and extract of beef. Then giving receptions and wearing herself out. How he ever came to marry the white-faced doll I can't imagine. She was a Mrs. Creek when she caught him." "Oh, really! A widow?" "Of course, of course. You don't suppose she's a bigamist, even though he's a fool, do you?" And the eyebrows went up and down in the most alarming manner. "The bishop he was a London curate then married her some 28 years ago, and I dare say he has repented of it ever since. They have 3 children: George," with a whisk of her fan at the mention of each name, "who is a good-looking idiot in a line regiment; Gabriel, a curate as white-faced as his mother, and no doubt afflicted as she is with heart trouble. He was in Whitechapel, but his father put him in a curacy here. It was sheer nepotism. Then there is Lucy. She is the best of the bunch, which is not saying much. They've engaged her to young Sir Harry Brace, and now they are giving this reception to celebrate having inveigled him into the match." "Engaged?" sighed the fair Daisy enviously. "Oh, do tell me if this girl is really, really pretty." "Humph!" said the eyebrows. "A pale, washed out rag of a creature, but what can you expect from such a mother? No brains, no style, no conversation. Always a simpering, weak-eyed rag baby. Oh, my dear, what fools men are!" "Ah, you may well say that, dear Mrs Pansey," assented the spinster, thinking wrathfully of this unknown girl who had succeeded where she had failed. "Is it a very, very good match?" "10,000 a year and a fine estate, my dear. Sir Harry is a nice young fellow, but a fool. An absentee landlord, too," grumbled Mrs Pansey resentfully. "Always running over the world, poking his nose into what doesn't concern him, like the Wandering Jew or the Flying Dutchman. Ah, my dear, husbands are not what they used to be. The late Archdeacon never left his fireside while I was there. I knew better than to let him go to Paris or Pekin or some of those sinks of iniquity." "Cook and gaze, indeed!" snorted Mrs Pansey indignantly. "I would abolish them by Act of Parliament. They turn men into so many Satans, walking to and fro upon the earth. Oh, the immorality of these latter days! No wonder the end of all things is predicted." Miss Norsham paid little attention to the latter portion of this diatribe. As Sir Harry Brace was out of the matrimonial market, it conveyed no information likely to be of use to her in the coming campaign. She wished to be informed as to the number and the names of eligible men, and forewarned with regard to possible rivals. "And who is really and truly the most beautiful girl in Beorminster?" she asked abruptly. "Mab Arden," replied Mrs Pansey promptly. "There now," with an emphatic blow of her fan, "she is pretty, if you like, though I dare say there is more art than nature about her." "Who is Mab Arden, dear Mrs Pansey?" "She is Miss Whichello's niece. That's who she is." "Whichello? Oh, good gracious me, what a very, very funny name. Is Miss Whichello a foreigner?" "Foreigner? Bah!" cried Mrs Pansey, like a stentorian ram. "She belongs to a good old English family, and in my opinion she disgraces them thoroughly. A meddlesome old maid who wants to foist her niece on to George Pendle. And she's likely to succeed, too," added the lady, rubbing her nose with a vexed air, "for the young ass is in love with Mab, although she is 3 years older than he is. Mr Cargrim also likes the girl, though I dare say it is money with him." "Really! Mr Cargrim?" "Yes. He is the bishop's chaplain. A Jesuit in disguise, I call him, with his moping and mowing and sneaky ways. Butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. Oh dear, no. I gave my opinion about him pretty plainly to Dr Graham, I can tell you, and Graham's the only man with brains in this city of fools." "Is Dr Graham young?" asked Miss Norsham, in the faint hope that Mrs Pansey's list of inhabitants might include a wealthy bachelor. "Young? He's 60, if you call that young, and in his second childhood. An atheist, too. Tom Paine, Colonel Ingersoll, Viscount Amberley, those are his gods, the pagan. I'd burn him on a tar barrel if I had my way. It's a pity we don't stick to some customs of our ancestors." "Oh, dear me! Are there no young men at all?" "Plenty, and all idiots. Brainless officers whose wives would have to ride on a baggage wagon, silly young squires whose ideal of womanhood is a brazen barmaid, and simpering curates, put into the church as the fools of their respective families. I don't know what men are coming to," groaned Mrs. Pansey. "The late archdeacon was clever and pious. He honoured and obeyed me as the marriage service says a man should do. I was the light of the dear man's eyes." Had Mrs. Pansey stated that she had been the terror of the late archdeacon's life, she would have been vastly nearer the truth, but such a remark never occurred to her. Although she had bullied and badgered the wretched little man until he had seized the first opportunity of finding in the grave the peace denied him in life, she really and truly believed that she had been a model wife. The egotism of first person singular was so firmly ingrained in the woman that she could not conceive what a scourge she was to mankind in general, what a trial she had been to her poor departed husband in particular. If the late Archdeacon Pansey had not died, he would doubtless have become a missionary to some cannibal tribe in the South Seas, in the hope that his tough helpmate would be converted into Long Pig. But, unluckily for Beorminster, he was dead, and his relict was a mourning widow who constantly referred to her victim as a perfect husband. And yet Mrs. Pansey considered that Anthony Trollope's celebrated Mrs. Proudie was an overdrawn character. As to Miss Norsham, she was in the depths of despair, for if Mrs. Pansey was to be believed, there was no eligible husband for her in Beorminster. It was with a heavy heart that the spinster entered the palace, and it was with the courage born of desperation that she perked up and smiled on the gay crowd she found within. Chapter 2 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 2. The Bishop is Wanted. The Episcopalian residence, situate some distance from the city, was a mediaeval building, enshrined in the remnant of a royal chaise, and in its perfect quiet and loneliness resembled the palace of the Sleeping Beauty. Its composite architecture was of many centuries and many styles, for bishop after bishop had pulled down portions and added others, had levelled a tower here and erected a wing there, until the result was a jumble of diverse designs, incongruous but picturesque. Time had mellowed the various parts into one rich coloured whole of perfect beauty, and elevated on a green rise surrounded by broad stone terraces, with towers and oriels and turrets and machicolated battlements, clothed with ivy, buried amid ancient trees, it looked like the realization of a poet's dream. Only long ages and many changing epochs, only home-loving prelates, ample moneys, and architects of genius could have created so beautiful and unique a fabric. It was the admiration of transatlantic tourists with a twang, the desire of millionaires. Aladdin's industrious genii would have failed to build such a masterpiece unless their masters had arranged to inhabit it 5 centuries or so after construction. Time had created it, as time would destroy it, but at present it was in perfect preservation, and figured in steel plate engravings as one of the stately homes of England. No wonder the mitre of Beorminster was a coveted prize, when its gainer could dwell in so noble and matchless a mansion. As the present prelate was an up-to-date bishop, abreast of his time, and fond of his creature comforts, the interior of the palace was modernized completely, in accordance with the luxurious demands of 19th century civilization. The stately reception rooms, thrown open on this night to what the Beorminster Weekly Chronicle, strong in foreign tongues, tautologically called the élite and crème de la crème of the diocese, were brilliantly illuminated by electric lamps and furnished magnificently throughout in keeping with their palatial appearance. The ceilings were painted in the Italian style with decently clothed Olympian deities. The floors were of parquetry, polished so highly and reflecting so truthfully that the guests seemed to be walking in some magical way upon still water. Noble windows extending from floor to roof were draped with purple curtains and stood open to the quiet moonlit world without. Between these tall mirrors flashed back gems and colours, moving figures and floods of amber radiance, and enhanced by reduplicated reflections the size of the rooms. Amid all this splendour of warmth and tints and light moved the numerous guests of the bishop. Almost every invitation had been accepted, for the receptions at the palace were on a large and liberal scale, particularly as regards eating and drinking. Dr Pendle, in addition to his official salary, possessed a handsome income, and spent it in the lavish style of a Cardinal Wolsey. He was wise enough to know how the outward and visible signs of prosperity and dignity affect the popular imagination, and frequently invited the clergy and laity to feast at the table of Mother Church, to show that she could dispense loaves and fishes with the best, and vie with court and society in the splendour and hospitality of her entertainments. As he approved of an imposing ritual at the cathedral, so he affected a magnificent way of living at the palace. Mrs Pansey and many others declared that Dr Pendle's aims in that direction were Romish. Perhaps they were, but he could scarcely have followed a better example, since the Church of Peter owes much of its power to a judicious employment of riches and ritual, and a dexterous gratification of the lust of the eye. The Anglican Church is more dignified now than she was in the days of the Georges, and very rightly too, since God's ministers should not be the poorest or meanest of men. Naturally, as the host was clerical and the building ecclesiastical, the clergy predominated at this entertainment. The bishop and the dean were the only prelates of their rank present, but there were archdeacons and canons and rectors, and a plentiful supply of curates, all, in their own opinion, bishops in embryo. The shape and expression of the many faces were various: ascetic, worldly, pale, red, round, thin, fat, oval. Each one revealed the character of its owner. Some lean bent forms were those of men filled with the fire of religion for its own sake. Others, stout, jolly gentlemen in comfortable livings, loved the loaves and fishes of the Church as much as her precepts. The descendants of Friar Tuck and the Vicar of Bray were here, as well as those who would have been Wycliffes and Latimers had the fires of Smithfield still been alight. Obsequious curates bowed down to pompous prebendaries. Bluff rectors chatted on cordial terms with suave archdeacons, and in the fold of the Church there were no black sheep on this great occasion. The shepherds and pastors of the Beorminster flock were polite, entertaining, amusing, and not too masterful, so that the general air was quite Arcadian. The laity also formed a strong force. There were lords magnificently condescending to commoners, MPs who talked politics, and MPs who had had enough of that sort of thing at St Stephen's and didn't; hearty squires from adjacent county seats; prim bankers, with whom the said squires were anxious to be on good terms, since they were the priests of Mammon; officers from near garrison towns, gay and light-hearted, who had devoted themselves to the fairer portion of the company; and a sprinkling of barristers, literary men, hardy explorers, and such like minnows among tritons. Last but not least, the Mayor of Beorminster was present, and posed as a modern Whittington, half commercial wealth, half municipal dignity. If some envious anarchist had exploded a dynamite bomb in the vicinity of the palace on that night, the greatest, the most intellectual, the richest people of the county would have come to an untimely end, and then the realm of England, like the people themselves, would have gone to pieces. The Beorminster Chronicle reporter, also present with a flimsy book and a restless little pencil, worked up this idea on the spot into a glowing paragraph. Very ungallantly the ladies have been left to the last, but now the last shall be first, although it is difficult to do the subject justice. The matrons of surrounding parishes, the ladies of Beorminster society, the damsels of town and country, were all present in their best attire, chattering and smiling and becking and bowing after the observant and diplomatic ways of their sex. Such white shoulders, such pretty faces, such Parisian toilettes, such dresses of obviously home manufacture never were seen in one company. The married ladies whispered scandal behind their fans, and in a Christian spirit shot out the lip of scorn at their social enemies. The young maidens sought for marriageable men, and lurked in darkish corners for the better ensnaring of impressionable males. Cupid, unseen, mingled in the throng and shot his arrows right and left, not always with the best result, as many post-nuptial experiences showed. There was talk of the gentle art of needlework, of the latest bazaar and the agreeable address delivered thereat by Mr Cargrim. The epicene pastime of lawn tennis was touched upon, and ardent young persons discussed how near they could go to Giant Pope's cave without getting into the clutches of its occupant. The young men talked golfing, parish work, horses, church, male millinery, polo, and shooting. The young ladies chatted about Paris fashions and provincial adaptations thereof, the London season, the latest engagement, and the necessity of reviving the flirtatious game of croquet. Black coats, coloured dresses, flashing jewels, many-hued flowers, the restless crowd resembled a bed of gaudy tulips tossed by the wind. And all this chattering, laughing, clattering, glittering mass of well-bred, well-groomed humanity moved and swayed and gyrated under the white glare of the electric lamps. Herbs in Rus, Belgravia in the provinces, Vanity Fair amid the cornfields. No wonder this entertainment of Bishop and Mrs Pendle was the event of the Beorminster year. Like an agreeable Jupiter amid adoring mortals, the bishop, with his chaplain in attendance, moved through the rooms, bestowing a word here, a smile there, and a hearty welcome on all. A fine-looking man was the Bishop of Beorminster, as stately in appearance as any prelate drawn by Du Maurier. He was over 6 feet, and carried himself in a soldierly fashion, as became a leader of the Church militant. His legs were all that could be desired to fill out Episcopalian gaiters, and his bland, clean-shaven face beamed with smiles and benignity. But Bishop Pendle was not the mere figurehead Mrs Pansey's malice declared him to be. He had great administrative powers, great organizing capabilities, and controlled his diocese in a way which did equal credit to his heart and head. As he chatted with his guests and did the honours of the palace, he seemed to be the happiest of men, and well worthy of his exalted post. With a splendid position, a charming wife, a fine family, an obedient flock of clergy and laity, the bishop's lines were cast in pleasant places. There was not even the proverbial crumpled rose-leaf to render uncomfortable the bed he had made for himself. He was like an ecclesiastical Jacob, blessed above all men. "Well, Bishop," said Dr Graham, a meagre sceptic, who did not believe in the endurance of human felicity, "I congratulate you." "On my daughter's engagement?" asked the prelate, smiling pleasantly. "On everything. Your position, your family, your health, your easy conscience. All is too smooth, too well with you. It can't last, your lordship, it can't last." And the doctor shook his bald head, as no doubt Solon did at Croesus, when he snubbed that too fortunate monarch. "I am indeed blessed in the condition of life to which God has been pleased to call me." "No doubt, no doubt. But remember Polycrates, Bishop, and throw your ring into the sea." "My dear Dr Graham," said the bishop rather stiffly, "I do not believe in such paganism. God has blessed me beyond my deserts, no doubt, and I thank him in all reverence for his kindly care." Hum," muttered Graham, shaking his head. "When men thank Fortune for her gifts, she usually turns her back on them." "I am no believer in such superstitions, doctor." "Well, well, Bishop, you have tempted the gods. Let us see what they will do." "Gods or God, doctor?" demanded the bishop, with magnificent displeasure. "Whichever you like, my lord, whichever you like." The bishop was nettled and rather chilled by this pessimism. He felt that it was his duty as a churchman to administer a rebuke, but Dr Graham's pagan views were well known, and a correction, however dexterously administered, would only lead to an argument. A controversy with Graham was no joke, as he was as subtle as Socrates in discovering and attacking his adversary's weak points. So, not judging the present a fitting occasion to risk a fall, the bishop smoothed away an incipient frown, and blandly smiling, moved on, followed by his chaplain. Graham looked grimly after this modern Cardinal Wolsey. "I have never," soliloquized the sceptic, "I have never known a man without his skeleton. I wonder if you have one, my lord? You look cheerful, you seem thoroughly happy. But you are too fortunate. If you have not a skeleton now, I feel convinced you will have to build a cupboard for one shortly. You thank blind fortune under the alias of God. Well, well, we shall see the result of your thanks. Wolsey, Napoleon, Bismarck, they all fell when most prosperous. Hum. Dr Graham had no reason to make this speech, beyond his belief, founded upon experience, that calms were always succeeded by storms. At present the bishop stood under a serene sky, and in no quarter could Graham descry the gathering of the tempest he prophesied. But for all that, he had a premonition that evil days were at hand, and, sceptic as he was, he could not shake off the uneasy feeling. His mother had been a Highland woman, and the Celt is said to be gifted with second sight. Perhaps Graham inherited the maternal gift of forecasting the future, for he glanced ominously at the stately form of his host, and shook his head. He thought the bishop was too confident of continuous sunshine. In the meantime, Dr Pendle, quite free from such forebodings, unfortunately came within speaking distance of Mrs Pansey, who, in her bell of St Paul's voice, was talking to a group of meek listeners. Daisy Norsham had long ago seized upon Gabriel Pendle, and was chatting with him on the edge of the circle, quite heedless of her chaperone's monologue. When Mrs Pansey saw the bishop, she swooped down on him before he could get out of the way, which he would have done had courtesy permitted it. Mrs Pansey was the one person Dr Pendle dreaded, and if the late archdeacon had been alive he would have encouraged the missionary project with all his heart. To every man his own fear. Mrs Pansey was the bishop's. "Bishop," cried the lady, in her most impressive archdiaconal manner, "about that public house, the Derby Winner, it must be removed." Cargrim, who was deferentially smiling at his lordship's elbow, cast a swift glance at Gabriel when he heard Mrs Pansey's remark. He had a belief, founded upon spying, that Gabriel knew too much about the public house mentioned, which was in his district, and this belief was strengthened when he saw the young man start at the sound of the name. Instinctively he kept his eyes on Gabriel's face, which looked disturbed and anxious; too much so for social requirements. "It must be removed," repeated the bishop, gently. "And why, Mrs Pansey?" "Why, bishop? You ask why? Because it is a hotbed of vice and betting and gambling. That's why." "But I really cannot see. I have not the power." "It's near the cathedral, too," interrupted Mrs Pansey, whose manners left much to be desired. "Scandalous!" "When God erects a house of prayer, the devil builds a chapel there. Isn't it your duty to eradicate plague spots, bishop?" Before Dr Pendle could answer this rude question, a servant approached and spoke in a whisper to his master. The bishop looked surprised. "A man to see me at this hour, at this time," said he, repeating the message aloud. "Who is he? What is his name?" "I don't know, your lordship. He refused to give his name, but he insists upon seeing your lordship at once." "I can't see him," said the bishop, sharply. "Let him call to morrow." "My lord, he says it is a matter of life and death." Dr Pendle frowned. "Most unbecoming language," he murmured. "Perhaps it may be as well to humour him. Where is he?" "In the entrance hall, your lordship." "Take him into the library and say I will see him shortly." "Most unusual," said the bishop to himself; then added aloud, "Mrs Pansey, I am called away for a moment. Pray excuse me." "We must talk about the Derby winner later on," said Mrs Pansey, determinedly. "Oh, yes, that is really I'll see." "Shall I accompany your lordship?" murmured Cargrim, officiously. "No, Mr Cargrim, it is not necessary. I must see this man as he speaks so strongly, but I dare say he is only some pertinacious person who thinks that a bishop should be at the complete disposal of the public, the exacting public." With this somewhat petulant speech, Dr Pendle walked away, not sorry to find an opportunity of slipping out of a noisy argument with Mrs Pansey. That lady's departing words were that she should expect him back in 10 minutes to settle the question of the Derby winner, or rather to hear how she intended to settle it. Cargrim, pleased at being left behind, since it gave him a chance of watching Gabriel, urged Mrs Pansey to further discussion of the question, and had the satisfaction of seeing that such discussion visibly disconcerted the curate. And Dr Pendle? In all innocence he left the reception rooms to speak with his untoward visitor in the library, but although he knew it not, he was entering upon a dark and tortuous path, the end of which he was not destined to see for many a long day. Dr Graham's premonition was likely to prove true, for in the serene sky under which the bishop had moved for so long a tempest was gathering fast. He should have taken the doctor's advice and have sacrificed his ring like Polycrates, but, as in the case of that old pagan, the gods might have tossed back the gift and pursued their relentless aims. The bishop had no thoughts like these. As yet he had no skeleton, but the man in the library was about to open a cupboard and let out its grisly tenant to haunt prosperous Bishop Pendle. To him, as to all men, evil had come at the appointed hour. Chapter 3 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 3 The Unforeseen Happens. "I fear," said Cargrim, with a gentle sigh, "I fear you are right about that public house, Mrs Pansey." The chaplain made this remark to renew the discussion, and if possible bring Gabriel into verbal conflict with the lady. He had a great idea of managing people by getting them under his thumb, and so far quite deserved Mrs Pansey's epithet of a Jesuit. Of late, as Cargrim knew by a steady use of his pale blue eyes, the curate had been visiting the Derby winner, ostensibly on parochial business connected with the ill health of Mrs Mosk, the landlord's wife. But there was a handsome daughter of the invalid, who acted as barmaid, and Gabriel was a young and inflammable man; so, putting this and that together, the chaplain thought he discovered the germs of a scandal. Hence his interest in Mrs Pansey's proposed reforms. 'Right!' echoed the archidiaconal widow, loudly. 'Of course I am right. The Derby winner is a nest of hawks. William Mosk would have disgraced heathen Rome in its worst days. As for his daughter well!' Mrs Pansey threw a world of horror into the ejaculation. 'Miss Mosk is a well conducted young lady,' said Gabriel, growing red and injudicious. 'Lady!' bellowed Mrs Pansey, shaking her fan. 'And since when have brazen painted barmaids become ladies, Mr Pendle?' 'She is most attentive to her sick mother,' protested the curate, wincing. 'No doubt, sir. I presume even Jezebel had some redeeming qualities. Rubbish! Humbug! Don't tell me. Can good come out of Nazareth?' 'Good did come out of Nazareth, Mrs Pansey.' 'That is enough, Mr Pendle. Do not pollute young ears with blasphemy. And you the son of a bishop, the curate of a parish! Remember what is to be the portion of mockers, sir. What happened to the men who threw stones at David?' 'Oh, but really, dear Mrs Pansey, you know Mr Pendle is not throwing stones.' 'People who live in glass houses dare not, my dear. I doubt your interest in this young person, Mr Pendle. She is one who tires her head and paints her face, lying in wait for comely youths that she may destroy them. She ' 'Excuse me, Mrs Pansey,' cried Gabriel, with an angry look. 'You speak too freely and too ignorantly. The Derby Winner is a well conducted house, for Mrs Mosk looks after it personally, and her daughter is an excellent young woman. I do not defend the father, but I hope to bring him to a sense of his errors in time. There is a charity which thinketh no evil, Mrs Pansey,' and with great heat Gabriel, forgetting his manners, walked off without taking leave of either the lady or Miss Norsham. Mrs Pansey tossed her turban and snorted, but seeing very plainly that she had gone too far, held for once her virulent tongue. Cargrim rubbed his hands and laughed softly. 'Our young friend talks warmly, Mrs Pansey. The natural chivalry of youth, my dear lady. Nothing more.' 'I'll make it my business to assure myself that it is nothing more,' said Mrs Pansey, in low tones. 'I fear very much that the misguided young man has fallen into the lures of this daughter of Heth. Do you know anything about her, Mr Cargrim?' Too wise to commit himself to speech, the chaplain cast up his pale eyes and looked volumes. This was quite enough for Mrs Pansey. She scented evil like a social vulture, and taking Cargrim's arm, dragged him away to find out all the bad she could about the Derby Winner and its too attractive barmaid. Left to herself, Miss Norsham seized upon Dean Alder, to whom she had been lately introduced, and played with the artillery of her eyes on that unattractive churchman. Mr Dean was old and wizen, but he was unmarried and rich, so Miss Norsham thought it might be worth her while to play Vivian to this clerical Merlin. His weak point, speedily discovered, was archaeology, and she was soon listening to a dry description of his researches into Beorminster municipal chronicles. But it was desperately hard work to fix her attention. Beorminster, explained the pedantic dean, not unmoved by his listener's artificial charms, is derived from two Anglo Saxon words, Beor, a hill, and Minster, the church of a monastery. Anciently our city was called Beorminster, the church of the hill, for, as you can see, my dear young lady, our cathedral is built on the top of a considerable rise, and thence gained its name. The townsfolk were formerly vassals and even serfs of the monastery, which was destroyed by Henry VIII. But the Reformation brought about by that king put an end to the abbot's power. The head of the Beorminster monastery was a mitred abbot.' 'And Bishop Pendle is a mitred bishop?' interposed the fair Daisy, to show the quickness of her understanding, and thereby displaying her ignorance. 'All bishops are mitred,' said Dr Alder, testily. 'A crozier and a mitre are the symbols of their high office. But the Romish abbots of Beorminster were not bishops, although they were mitred prelates.' 'Oh, how very, very amusing!' cried Daisy, suppressing a yawn. 'And the name of the river, dear Mr Dean? Does Burfleet mean the Church of the Hill too?' 'Certainly not, Miss Norsham. Fleet, formerly Flit, is a Scandinavian word, and signifies a flood, a stream, a channel. Burfleet, or as we now erroneously call it, Burfleet, means in the vulgar tongue the flood or stream of the hill. Even in Normandy the word flit has been corrupted, for the town now called Harfleur was formerly correctly designated as Haverflit. But I am afraid you find this information dull, Miss Norsham.' This last remark was occasioned by Daisy yawning. It is true that she held a fan, and had politely hidden her mouth when yawning. Unfortunately the fan was of transparent material, and Daisy quite forgot that Mr Dean could see the yawn, which he certainly did. In some confusion she extricated herself from an awkward situation by protesting that she was not tired but hungry, and suggested that Dr Alder should continue his instructive conversation at supper. Mollified by this dexterous evasion, which he saw no reason to disbelieve, the dean politely escorted his companion to the regions of champagne and chicken, both of which aided the lady to sustain further doses of dry as dust facts dug out of a monastic past by the persevering Dr Alder. It was in this artful fashion that the town mouse strove to ensnare the church mouse, and succeeded so well that when Mr Dean went home to his lonely house he concluded that it was just as well the monastic institution of celibacy had been abolished. On leaving Mrs Pansey in disgust, Gabriel proceeded with considerable heat into the next room, where his mother held her court as hostess. Mrs Pendle was a pale, slight, small framed woman, with golden hair, languid eyes, and a languid manner. Owing to her delicate health she could not stand for any length of time, and therefore occupied a large and comfortable arm chair. Her daughter Lucy, who resembled her closely in looks, but who had more colour in her face, stood near at hand talking to her lover. Both ladies were dressed in white silk, with few ornaments, and looked more like sisters than mother and daughter. Certainly Mrs Pendle appeared surprisingly young to be the parent of a grown up family; but her continuance of youth was not due to art, as Mrs Pansey averred, but to the quiet and undisturbed life which her frail health compelled her to lead. The bishop was tenderly attached to her, and even at this late stage of their married life behaved towards her more like a lover than a husband. He warded off all worries and troubles from her; he surrounded her with pleasant people, and made her life luxurious and peaceful by every means obtainable in the way of money and influence. It was no wonder that Mrs Pendle, treading the primrose path with a devoted and congenial companion, appeared still young. She looked as fair and fragile as a peri, and as free from mortal cares. 'Is that you, Gabriel?' she said in a low, soft voice, smiling gently on her younger and favourite son. 'You look disturbed, my dear boy.' 'Mrs Pansey,' said Gabriel, and considering that the name furnished all necessary information, sat down near his mother and took one of her delicate hands in his own to smooth and fondle. 'Oh, indeed, Mrs Pansey,' echoed the bishop's wife, smiling still more, and with a slight shrug cast an amused look at Lucy, who in her turn caught Sir Harry's merry eyes and laughed outright. 'Old catamaran!' said Brace, loudly. 'Oh, Harry, hush!' interposed Lucy, with an anxious glance. 'You shouldn't.' 'Why not? But for the present company I would say something much stronger.' 'I wish you would,' said Gabriel, easing his stiff collar with one finger. 'My cloth forbids me to abuse Mrs Pansey properly.' 'What has she been doing now, Gabriel?' 'Ordering the bishop to have The Derby Winner removed, mother.' 'The Derby Winner!' repeated Mrs Pendle, in puzzled tones. 'Is that a horse?' 'A public house, mother. It is in my district, and I have been lately visiting the wife of the landlord, who is very ill. Mrs Pansey wants the house closed, and the woman turned out into the streets, so far as I can make out.' 'The Derby Winner is my property,' said Sir Harry, bluffly, 'and it shan't be shut up for a dozen Mrs Panseys.' 'Think of a dozen Mrs Panseys,' murmured Lucy, pensively. 'Think of Bedlam and Pandemonium, my dear. Thank goodness Mrs Pansey is the sole specimen of her kind. Nature broke the mould when that clacking nuisance was turned out. She ' 'Harry, you really must not speak so loud. Mrs Pansey might hear. Come with me, dear. I must look after our guests, for I am sure mother is tired.' 'I am tired,' assented Mrs Pendle, with a faint sigh. 'Thank you, Lucy. I willingly make you my representative. Gabriel will stay beside me.' 'Here's Miss Tancred,' observed Harry Brace, in an undertone. 'Oh, she must not come near mother,' whispered Lucy, in alarm. 'Take her to the supper room, Harry.' 'But she'll tell me the story of how she lost her purse at the Army and Navy Stores, Lucy.' 'You can bear hearing it better than mother can. Besides, she'll not finish it. She never does.' Sir Harry groaned, but like an obedient lover intercepted a withered old dame who was the greatest bore in the town. She usually told a digressive story about a lost purse, but hitherto had never succeeded in getting to the point, if there was one. Accepting the suggestion of supper with alacrity, she drifted away on Sir Harry's arm, and no doubt mentioned the famous purse before he managed to fill her mouth and stop her prosing. Lucy, who had a quiet humour of her own in spite of her demure looks, laughed at the dejection and martyrdom of Sir Harry, and taking the eagerly proffered arm of a callow lieutenant, ostentatiously and hopelessly in love with her, went away to play her part of deputy hostess. She moved from group to group, and everywhere received smiles and congratulations, for she was a general favourite, and, with the exception of Mrs Pansey, every one approved of her engagement. Behind a floral screen a band of musicians, who called themselves the Yellow Hungarians, and individually possessed the most unpronounceable names, played the last waltz, a smooth, swinging melody which made the younger guests long for a dance. In fact, the callow lieutenant boldly suggested that a waltz should be attempted, with himself and Lucy to set the example. But his companion snubbed him unmercifully for his boldness, and afterwards restored his spirits by taking him to the supper room. Here they found Miss Tancred in the full flow of her purse story; so Lucy, having pity on her lover, bestowed her escort on the old lady as a listener, and enjoyed supper at an isolated table with Sir Harry. The sucking Wellington could have murdered Brace with pleasure, and very nearly did murder Miss Tancred, for he plied her so constantly with delicacies that she got indigestion, and was thereby unable to finish about the purse. Gabriel and his mother were not long left alone, for shortly there approached a brisk old lady, daintily dressed, who looked like a fairy godmother. She had a keen face, bright eyes like those of a squirrel, and in gesture and walk and glance was as restless as that animal. This piece of alacrity was Miss Whichello, who was the aunt of Mab Arden, the beloved of George Pendle. Mab was with her, and gracious and tall, looked as majestic as any queen, as she paced in her stately manner by the old lady's side. Her beauty was that of Juno, for she was imperial and a trifle haughty in her manner. With dark hair, dark eyes, and dark complexion, she looked like an Oriental princess, quite different in appearance to her apple-cheeked, silvery-haired aunt. There was something Jewish about her rich Eastern beauty, and she might have been painted in her yellow dress as Esther or Rebecca, or even as Jael, who slew Sisera on the going down of the sun. "Well, good folks," said the brisk little lady, in a brisk little voice, "and how are you both? Tired, Mrs Pendle? Of course. What else can you expect, with late hours and your delicacies? I don't believe in these social gatherings." "Your presence here contradicts that assertion," said Gabriel, giving up his chair. "Oh, I am a martyr to duty. I came because Mab must be amused." "I only hope she is not disappointed," said Mrs Pendle, kindly, for she knew how things were between her eldest son and the girl. "I am sorry George is not here, my dear." "I did not expect him to be," replied Mab, in her grave contralto voice, and with a blush. "He told me that he would not be able to get leave from his colonel." "Ah, his colonel knows what is good for young men," cried Miss Whichello. "Work and diet both in moderate quantities. My dear Mrs Pendle, if you only saw those people in the supper room, simply digging their graves with their teeth. I pity the majority of them to morrow morning." "Have you had supper, Miss Whichello?" asked Gabriel. "Oh, yes. A biscuit and a glass of weak whisky and water. Quite enough, too. Mab here has been drinking champagne recklessly." "Only half a glass, aunt. Don't take away my character." "My dear, if you take half a glass you may as well finish the bottle for the harm it does you. Champagne is poison. Much or little, it is rank poison." "Come away, Miss Arden, and let us poison ourselves," suggested the curate. "It wouldn't do you any harm, Mrs Pendle," cried the little old lady. "You are too pale, and champagne in your case would pick you up. Iron and slight stimulants are what you need. I am afraid you are not careful what you eat." "I am not a dietitian, Miss Whichello." "I am, my dear ma'am, and look at me, 62 and as brisk as a bee. I don't know the meaning of the word illness. In a good hour be it spoken," added Miss Whichello, thinking she was tempting the gods. "By the way, what is this about his lordship being ill?" "The bishop ill?" faltered Mrs Pendle, half rising. "He was perfectly well when I saw him last. Oh, dear me, what is this?" "He's ill now in the library, at all events." "Wait, mother," said Gabriel, hastily. "I will see my father. Don't rise. Don't worry yourself. Pray be calm." Gabriel walked quickly to the library, rather astonished to hear that his father was indisposed, for the bishop had never had a day's illness in his life. He saw by the demeanour of the guests that the indisposition of their host was known, for already an uneasy feeling prevailed, and several people were departing. The door of the library was closed and locked. Cargrim was standing sentinel beside it, evidently irate at being excluded. "You can't go in, Pendle," said the chaplain, quickly. "Dr Graham is with his lordship." "Is this sudden illness serious?" "I don't know. His lordship refuses to see anyone but the doctor. He won't even admit me," said Cargrim, in an injured tone. "What has caused it?" asked Gabriel, in dismay. "I don't know," replied Cargrim, a second time. "His lordship saw some stranger who departed 10 minutes ago, and then he sent for Dr Graham. I presume this stranger is responsible for the bishop's illness." Chapter 4 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 4 The Curiosity of Mr Cargrim. Like that famous banquet when Macbeth entertained unawares the ghost of gracious Duncan, The bishop's reception broke up in the most admired disorder. It was not Dr Pendle's wish that the entertainment should be cut short on his account, but the rumour, magnified greatly, of his sudden illness so dispirited his guests that they made haste to depart, and within an hour the palace was emptied of all save its usual inhabitants. Dr Graham, in attendance on the bishop, was the only stranger who remained, for Lucy sent away even Sir Harry, although he begged hard to stay in hope of making himself useful. And the most unpleasant part of the whole incident was, that no one seemed to know the reason of Bishop Pendle's unexpected indisposition. "He was quite well when I saw him last," repeated poor Mrs Pendle over and over again, "and I never knew him to be ill before. What does it all mean?" "Perhaps papa's visitor brought him bad news," suggested Lucy, who was hovering round her mother with smelling salts and a fan. Mrs Pendle shook her head in much distress. "Your father has no secrets from me," she said decisively, "and from all I know, it is impossible that any news can have upset him so much." "Dr Graham may be able to explain," said Gabriel. "I don't want Dr Graham's explanation," whimpered Mrs Pendle tearfully. "I dislike of all things to hear from a stranger what should be told to myself. As your father's wife he has no right to shut me out of his confidence, and the library," finished Mrs Pendle, with an aggrieved afterthought. Certainly the bishop's conduct was very strange, and would have upset even a less nervous woman than Mrs Pendle. Neither of her children could comfort her in any way, for, ignorant themselves of what had occurred, they could make no suggestions. Fortunately, at this moment, Dr Graham, with a reassuring smile on his face, made his appearance, and proceeded to set their minds at ease. "Tut, tut, my dear lady," he said briskly, advancing on Mrs Pendle. "What is all this?" "The bishop." "The bishop is suffering from a slight indisposition brought on by too much exertion in entertaining. He will be all right to morrow." "This visitor has had nothing to do with papa's illness, then?" "No, Miss Lucy. The visitor was only a decayed clergyman in search of help." "Cannot I see my husband?" was the anxious question of the bishop's wife. Graham shrugged his shoulders and looked doubtfully at the poor lady. "Better not, Mrs Pendle," he said judiciously. "I have given him a soothing draught, and he is about to lie down. There is no occasion for you to worry in the least. To morrow morning you will be laughing over this needless alarm. I suggest that you should go to bed and take a stiff dose of valerian to soothe those shaky nerves of yours. Miss Lucy will see to that." "I should like to see the bishop," persisted Mrs Pendle, whose instinct told her that the doctor was deceiving her. "Well, well," said he good humouredly, "a wilful woman will have her own way. I know you won't sleep a wink unless your mind is set at rest, so you shall see the bishop. Take my arm, please." "I can walk by myself, thank you," replied Mrs Pendle testily, and, nerved to unusual exertion by anxiety, she walked towards the library, followed by the bishop's family and his chaplain, which latter watched this scene with close attention. "She'll collapse after this," said Dr Graham in an undertone to Lucy. "You'll have a wakeful night, I fear." "I don't mind that, doctor, so long as there is no real cause for alarm." "I give you my word of honour, Miss Lucy, that this is a case of much ado about nothing." "Let us hope that such is the case," said Cargrim, the Jesuit, in his softest tones, whereupon Graham looked at him with a pronounced expression of dislike. "As a man, I don't tell lies; as a doctor, I never make false reports," said he coldly. "There is no need for your pious hopes, Mr Cargrim." The bishop was seated at his desk, scribbling idly on his blotting pad, and rose to his feet with a look of alarm when his wife and family entered. His usually ruddy colour had disappeared, and he was white faced and haggard in appearance. Looking like a man who had received a severe shock, and who had not yet recovered from it. On seeing his wife he smiled reassuringly, but with an obvious effort, and hastened to conduct her to the chair he had vacated. "Now, my dear," he said when she was seated, "this will never do." "I am so anxious, George." "There is no need to be anxious," retorted the bishop, in reproving tones. "I have been doing too much work of late, and unexpectedly I was seized with a faintness. Graham's medicine and a night's rest will restore me to my usual strength." "It's not your heart, I trust, George." "His heart," jested the doctor. "His lordship's heart is as sound as his digestion." "We thought you might have been upset by bad news, papa." "I have had no bad news, Lucy. I am only a trifle overcome by late hours and fatigue. Take your mother to bed. And you, my dear," added the bishop, kissing his wife, "don't worry yourself unnecessarily. Good night and good sleep." "Some valerian for your nerves, bishop." "I have taken something for my nerves, Amy. Rest is all I need just now." Thus reassured, Mrs. Pendle submitted to be led from the library by Lucy. She was followed by Gabriel, who was now quite easy in his mind about his father. Cargrim and Graham remained, but the bishop, taking no notice of their presence, looked at the door through which his wife and children had vanished, and uttered a sound something between a sigh and a groan. Dr Graham looked anxiously at him, and the look was intercepted by Cargrim, who at once made up his mind that there was something seriously wrong, which both Graham and the bishop desired to conceal. The doctor noted the curious expression in the chaplain's eyes, and with bluff good humour, which was assumed, as he disliked the man, proceeded to turn him out of the library. Cargrim, bent on discovering the truth, protested, in his usual cat-like way, against this sudden dismissal. "I should be happy to sit all night with his lordship," he declared. "Sit up with your grandmother," cried Graham, gruffly. "Go to bed, sir, and don't make mountains out of molehills." "Good night, my lord," said Cargrim, softly. "I trust you will find yourself fully restored in the morning." "Thank you, Mr Cargrim. Good night." When the chaplain sidled out of the room, Dr Graham rubbed his hands and turned briskly towards his patient, who was standing as still as any stone, staring in a hypnotised sort of way at the reading lamp on the desk. "Come, my lord," said he, touching the bishop on the shoulder, "you must take your composing draught and get to bed. You'll be all right in the morning." "I trust so," replied Pendle, with a groan. "Of course, bishop, if you won't tell me what is the matter with you, I can't cure you." "I am upset, doctor, that is all." "You have had a severe nervous shock," said Graham, sharply, "and it will take some time for you to recover from it. This visitor brought you bad news, I suppose." "No," said the bishop, wincing, "he did not." "Well, well, keep your own secrets. I can do no more, so I'll say good night," and he held out his hand. Dr Pendle took it and retained it within his own for a moment. "Your allusion to the ring of Polycrates, Graham." "What of it?" "I should throw my ring into the sea also. That is all." "Ha, ha! You'll have to travel a considerable distance to reach the sea, bishop. Good night, good night." And Graham, smiling in his dry way, took himself out of the room. As he glanced back at the door he saw that the bishop was again staring dully at the reading lamp. Graham shook his head at the sight and closed the door. "It is mind, not matter," he thought, as he put on hat and coat in the hall. "The cupboard's open and the skeleton is out. My premonition was true, true. Aesculapius forgive me that I should be so superstitious. The bishop has had a shock. What is it? What is it? That visitor brought bad news. Better to throw physic to the dogs in this case. Mind diseased, secret trouble. My punishment is greater than I can bear. Put this and that together, there is something serious the matter. Well, well, I'm no Paul Pry.' 'Is his lordship better?' said the soft voice of Cargrim at his elbow. Graham wheeled round. 'Much better. Good night,' he replied curtly, and was off in a moment. Michael Cargrim, the chaplain, was a dangerous man. He was thin and pale, with light blue eyes and sleek, fair hair, and as weak physically as he was strong mentally. In his neat clerical garb, with a slight stoop and meek smile, he looked a harmless, commonplace young curate of the tabby cat kind. No one could be more tactful and ingratiating than Mr Cargrim, and he was greatly admired by the old ladies and young girls of Beorminster. But the men, one and all, even his clerical brethren, disliked and distrusted him, although there was no apparent reason for their doing so. Perhaps his too deferential manners and pronounced effeminacy, which made him shun manly sports, had something to do with his masculine unpopularity; but from the bishop downward he was certainly no favourite, and in every male breast he constantly inspired a desire to kick him. The clergy of the diocese maintained towards him a kind of Dr. Fell attitude, and none of them had more to do with him than they could help. With all the will in the world, and with all the desire to interpret brotherly love in its most liberal sense, the Beorminster Levites found it impossible to like Mr Cargrim. Hence he was a kind of clerical Ishmael, and as dangerous within as he looked harmless without. How such a viper came to warm himself on the bishop's hearth no one could say. Mrs Pansey herself did not know in what particular way Mr Cargrim had wriggled himself, so she expressed it, into his present snug position. But, to speak frankly, there was no wriggling in the matter, and had the bishop felt himself called upon to explain his business to anyone, he could have given a very reasonable account of the election of Cargrim to the post of chaplain. The young man was the son of an old schoolfellow to whom Pendle had been much attached, and from whom, in the earlier part of his career, he had received many kindnesses. This schoolfellow he was a banker had become a bankrupt, a beggar, finally a suicide through no fault of his own, and when dying had commended his wife and son to the bishop's care. Cargrim was then 15 years of age, and being clever and calculating, even as a youth, had determined to utilise the bishop's affection for his father to its fullest extent. He was clever, as has been stated; he was also ambitious and unscrupulous. Therefore he resolved to enter the profession in which Dr Pendle's influence would be of most value. For this reason, and not because he felt a call to the work, he entered holy orders. The result of his wisdom was soon apparent, for after a short career as a curate in London, he was appointed chaplain to the Bishop of Beorminster. So far so good. The position, for a young man of 28, was by no means a bad one; the more so as it gave him a capital opportunity of gaining a better one by watching for the vacancy of a rich preferment, and getting it from his patron by asking directly and immediately for it. Cargrim had in his eye the rectorship of a wealthy, easy going parish not far from Beorminster, which was in the gift of the bishop. The present holder was aged and infirm, and given so much to indulgence in port wine that the chances were he might expire within a few months, and then, as the chaplain hoped, the next rector would be the Reverend Michael Cargrim. Once that firm position was obtained, he could bend his energies to developing into an archdeacon, a dean, even into a bishop, should his craft and fortune serve him as he intended they should. But in all these ambitious dreams there was nothing of religion, or of conscience, or of self-denial. If ever there was a square peg which tried to adapt itself to a round hole, Michael Cargrim, allegorically speaking, was that article. With all his love for the father, Dr Pendle could never bring himself to like the son, and determined in his own mind to confer a benefice on him when possible, if only to get rid of him; but not the rich one of Heathcroft, which was the delectable land of Cargrim's desire. The bishop intended to bestow that on Gabriel; and Cargrim, in his sneaky way, had gained some inkling of this intention. Afraid of losing his wished for prize, he was bent upon forcing Dr Pendle into presenting him with the living of Heathcroft, and to accomplish this amiable purpose with the more certainty, he had conceived the plan of somehow getting the bishop into his power. Hitherto, so open and stainless was Dr Pendle's life, he had not succeeded in his aims; but now matters looked more promising, for the bishop appeared to possess a secret which he guarded even from the knowledge of his wife. What this secret might be, Cargrim could not guess, in spite of his anxiety to do so, but he intended in one way or another to discover it and utilise it for the furtherance and attainment of his own selfish ends. By gaining such forbidden knowledge, he hoped to get Dr Pendle well under his thumb, and once there the prelate could be kept in that uncomfortable position until he gratified Mr Cargrim's ambition. For a humble chaplain to have the whip hand of a powerful ecclesiastic was a glorious and easy way for a meritorious young man to succeed in his profession. Having come to this conclusion, which did more credit to his head than to his heart, Cargrim sought out the servant who had summoned the bishop to see the stranger. A full acquaintance with the circumstances of the visit was necessary to the development of the Reverend Michael's ingenious little plot. "This is a sad thing about his lordship's indisposition," said he to the man in the most casual way, for it would not do to let the servant know that he was being questioned for a doubtful purpose. "Yes, sir," replied the man. "'Tis most extraordinary. I never knowed his lordship took ill before. I suppose that gentleman brought bad news, sir." "Possibly, John, possibly. Was this gentleman a short man with light hair? I fancy I saw him." "Lor', no, Mr Cargrim. He was tall and lean as a rake. Looked like a military gentleman, sir. Don't know as I'd call him gentry, either," replied John, half to himself. "He wasn't what he thought he was." "A decayed clergyman, John?" inquired Cargrim, remembering Graham's description. "There was lots of decay, but no clergy about him, sir. I fancy I knows a parson when I sees one. Clergymen don't have scars on their cheekses, as I knows of." "Oh, indeed," said Cargrim, mentally noting that the doctor had spoken falsely. "So he had a scar?" "A red scar, sir, on the right cheek, from his temple to the corner of his mouth. He was as dark as pitch in looks, with a military moustache and two black eyes like gimlets. His clothes was shabby and his looks was horrid. Bad tempered too, sir, I should say, for when he was with his lordship I heerd his voice quite angry like. It ain't no clergy as'd speak like that to our bishop, Mr Cargrim." "And his lordship was taken ill when this visitor departed, John?" "Right off, sir. When I got back to the library after showing him out, I found his lordship ghastly pale." "And his paleness was caused by the noisy conduct of this man?" "Couldn't have been caused by anything else, sir." "Dear me, dear me. This is much to be deplored," sighed Cargrim, in his softest manner. "And a clergyman, too." "Begging your pardon, sir, he weren't no clergyman," cried John, who was an old servant and took liberties. "He was more like a tramp or a gipsy. I wouldn't have left him near the plate, I know." "We must not judge too harshly, John. Perhaps this poor man was in trouble." "He didn't look like it, Mr Cargrim. He went in and came out quite cocky like. I wonder his lordship didn't send for the police." "His lordship is too kind-hearted, John. This stranger had a scar, you say?" "Yes, sir, a red scar on the right cheek." "Dear me! No doubt he has been in the wars. Good night, John. Let us hope that his lordship will be better after a night's rest." "Good night, sir." The chaplain walked away with a satisfied smile on his meek face. "I must find the man with the scar," he thought, "and then who knows?" Chapter 5 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 5 The Derby Winner. As its name denotes, Beorminster was built on a hill, or, to speak more precisely, on an eminence elevated slightly above the surrounding plain. In former times it had been surrounded by aguish marshes, which had rendered the town unhealthy, but now that modern enterprise had drained the fenlands, Beorminster was as salubrious a town as could be found in England. The rich black mud of the former bogs now yielded luxuriant harvests, and in autumn the city, with its mass of red-roofed houses climbing upward to the cathedral, was islanded in a golden ocean of wheat and rye and bearded barley. For the purposes of defence, the town had been built originally on the slope of the hill, under the very shadow of the Minster, and round its base the massive old walls yet remained, which had squeezed the city into a huddled mass of uncomfortable dwellings within its narrow girdle. But now Oppidan life extended beyond these walls, and houses, streets, villas, and gardens spread into the plain on all sides. Broad white roads ran to Southbury Junction, 10 miles away. To manufacturing Irongrip, the smoke of whose furnaces could be seen on the horizon, and to many a tiny hamlet and sleepy town buried amid the rich meadowlands and golden cornfields. And high above all lorded the stately cathedral, with its trio of mighty towers, whence morning and evening melodious bells pealed through the peaceful lands. Beyond the walls the modern town was made up of broad streets and handsome shops. On its outskirts appeared comfortable villas and stately manors, gardens and woody parks, in which dwelt the aristocracy of Beorminster. But the old town, with its tall houses and narrow lanes, was given over to the plebeians, save in the cathedral close, where dwelt the canons, the dean, the archdeacon, and a few old-fashioned folk who remained by preference in their ancestral dwellings. From this close, which surrounded the open space wherein the cathedral was built, narrow streets trickled down to the walls, and here was the Seven Dials, the Whitechapel, the very worst corner of Beorminster. The Beorminster police declared that this network of lanes and alleys and malodorous cul-de-sacs was as dangerous a neighbourhood as any London slum, and they were particularly emphatic in denouncing the public house known as the Derby Winner, and kept by a certain William Mosk, who was a sporting scoundrel and a horsey scamp. This ill-famed hostel was placed at the foot of the hill, in what had once been the main street, and being near the east gate, caught in its web most of the thirsty passers-by who entered the city proper, either for sight-seeing or business. It affected a kind of spurious respectability, which was all on the outside, for within it was as iniquitous a den as could well be conceived, and was usually filled with horse-copers and sporting characters, who made bets and talked racing, and rode or drove fiery steeds, and who lived on and swindled through the noblest of all animals. Mr Mosk, a lean light-weight who wore loud check suits, tight in the legs and short in the waist, was the presiding deity of this inferno, and as the Ormuz to this Ahrimanes, Gabriel Pendle was the curate of the district, charged with the almost hopeless task of reforming his sporting parishioners. And all this, with considerable irony, was placed almost in the shadow of the cathedral towers. Not a neighbourhood for Mr Cargrim to venture into, since many sights therein must have displeased his exact tastes. Yet 2 days after the reception at the palace the chaplain might have been seen daintily picking his way over the cobblestone pavements. As he walked he thought, and his thoughts were busy with the circumstances which had led him to venture his saintly person so near the spider's web of the Derby winner. The bishop, London, curiosity, Gabriel, this unpleasant neighbourhood, so ran the links of his chain of thought. The day following his unexpected illness brought no relief to the bishop, at all events to outward seeming, for he was paler and more haggard than ever in looks, and as dour as a bear in manner. With Mrs. Pendle he strove to be his usual cheerful self, but with small success, as occasionally he would steal an anxious look at her, and heave deep sighs, expressive of much inward trouble. All this was noted by Cargrim, who carefully strove, by sympathetic looks and dexterous remarks, to bring his superior to the much desired point of unburdening his mind. Gabriel had returned to his lodgings near the East Gate, and to his hopeless task of civilizing his degraded centaurs. Lucy, after the manner of maids in love, was building air castles with Sir Harry's assistance, and Mrs. Pendle kept her usual watch on her weak heart and fluctuating pulse. The bishop thus escaped their particular notice, and it was mainly Cargrim who saw how distraught and anxious he was. As for Dr Graham, he had departed after a second unsatisfactory visit, swearing that he could do nothing with a man who refused to make a confidant of his doctor. Bishop Pendle was therefore wholly at the mercy of his suspicious chaplain, to be spied upon, to be questioned, to be watched, and to be made a prey of in his first weak moment. But the worried man, filled with some unknown anxiety, was quite oblivious to Cargrim's manoeuvres. For some time the chaplain, in spite of his watchfulness, failed to come upon anything tangible likely to explain what was in the bishop's mind. He walked about restlessly, he brooded continuously, and, instead of devoting himself to his work in his usual regular way, occupied himself for long hours in scribbling figures on his blotting paper, and muttering at times in anxious tones. Cargrim examined the blotting paper and strained his ears to gather the sense of the mutterings, but in neither case could he gain any clue to the bishop's actual trouble. At length it was on the morning of the second day after the reception Dr Pendle abruptly announced that he was going up to London that very afternoon, and would go alone. The emphasis he laid on this last statement still further aroused Cargrim's curiosity. "Shall I not accompany your lordship?" he asked, as the bishop restlessly paced the library. "No, Mr Cargrim, why should you?" said the bishop, abruptly and testily. "Your lordship seems ill, and I thought—" "There is no need for you to think, sir. I am not well, and my visit to London is in connection with my health." "Or with your secret," thought the chaplain, deferentially bowing. "I have every confidence in Dr Graham," continued Pendle, "but it is my intention to consult a specialist. I need not go into details, Mr Cargrim, as they will not interest you." "Oh, your lordship, your health is my constant thought." "Your anxiety is commendable, but needless," responded the bishop dryly. "I am due at Southberry this Sunday, I believe." "There is a confirmation at St. Mark's, your lordship." "Very good. You can make the necessary arrangements, Mr Cargrim. To day is Thursday. I shall return to morrow night, and shall rest on Saturday until the evening, when I shall ride over to Southberry, attend at St. Mark's, and return on Sunday night." "Does not your lordship desire my attendance?" asked Cargrim, although he knew that he was the morning preacher at the cathedral on Sunday. "No," answered Dr Pendle curtly. "I shall go and return alone." The bishop looked at Cargrim, and Cargrim looked at the bishop, each striving to read the other's thoughts. Then the latter turned away with a frown, and the former, much exercised in his mind, advanced towards the door of the library. Dr Pendle called him back. "Not a word about my health to Mrs Pendle," he said sharply. "Certainly not, your lordship. You can rely upon my discretion in every way," replied the chaplain, with emphasis, and glided away as soft-footed as any panther, and as dangerous. "I wonder what that fellow suspects," thought the bishop when alone. "I can see that he is filled with curiosity, but he can never find out the truth, or even guess at it. I am safe enough from him. All the same, I'll have a fool for my next chaplain. Fools are easier to deal with." Cargrim would have given much to have overheard this speech, but as the door and several passages were between him and the talker, he was ignorant of the incriminating remarks the bishop had let slip. Still baffled, but still curious, he busied himself with attending to some business of the see which did not require the personal supervision of Dr Pendle, and when that prelate took his departure for London by the 3 o'clock train, Cargrim attended him to the station, full of meekness and irritating attentions. It was with a feeling of relief that the bishop saw his officious chaplain left behind on the platform. He had a secret, and with the uneasiness of a loaded conscience fancied that every one saw that he had something to conceal, particularly Cargrim. In the presence of that good young man, this spiritual lord, high placed and powerful, felt that he resembled an insect under a microscope, and that Cargrim had his eye to the instrument. Conscience made a coward of the bishop, but in the case of his chaplain his uneasy feelings were in some degree justified. On leaving the railway station, which was on the outskirts of the modern town, Cargrim took his way through the brisk population which thronged the streets, and wondered in what manner he could benefit by the absence of his superior. As he could not learn the truth from Dr Pendle himself, he thought that he might discover it from an investigation of the bishop's desk. For this purpose he returned to the palace forthwith, and on the plea of business shut himself up in the library. Dr Pendle was a careless man, and never locked up any drawers, even those which contained his private papers. Cargrim, who was too much of a sneak to feel honourable scruples, went through these carefully, but in spite of all his predisposition to malignity, was unable to find any grounds for suspecting Dr Pendle to be in any serious trouble. At the end of an hour he found himself as ignorant as ever, and made only one discovery of any note, which was that the bishop had taken his cheque book with him to London. To many people this would have seemed a natural circumstance, as most men with banking accounts take their cheque books with them when going on a journey. But Cargrim knew that the bishop usually preferred to fill his pockets with loose cash when absent for a short time, and this deviation from his ordinary habits appeared to be suspicious. Thought the chaplain, rubbing his chin. I wonder if that so-called clergyman wanted money. If he had wished for a small sum, the bishop could easily have given it to him out of the cash box. Going by this reasoning, he must have wanted a lot of money, which argues blackmail. Has he taken both cheque books, or only one? The reason for this last query was that Bishop Pendle had accounts in two different banks, one in Beorminster, as became the bishop of the see, the other in London, in accordance with the dignity of a spiritual Lord of Parliament. A further search showed Mr Cargrim that the Beorminster cheque book had been left behind. Said the chaplain again. That man must have gone back to London. Dr Pendle is going to meet him there, and draw money from his town bank to pay what he demands. I'll have a look at the butts of that cheque book when it comes back. The amount of the cheque may prove much. I may even find out the name of this stranger. But all this, as Cargrim very well knew, was pure theory. The bishop might have taken his cheque book to London for other reasons than paying blackmail to the stranger, for it was not even certain that there was any such extortion in the question. Dr Pendle was worried, it was true, and after the departure of his strange visitor he had been taken ill, but these facts proved nothing. and after twisting and turning them in every way, and connecting and disconnecting them with the absence of the London cheque book, Mr Cargrim was forced to acknowledge that he was beaten for the time being. Then he fancied he might extract some information from Gabriel relative to his father's departure for London, for Mr Cargrim was too astute to believe in the consulting a specialist excuse. Still, this might serve as a peg whereon to hang his inquiries, and develop further information, so the chaplain, after meditating over his 5 o'clock cup of tea, took his way to the east gate, in order to put Gabriel unawares into the witness box. Yet for all these doings and suspicions Cargrim had no very good reason, save his own desire to get Dr Pendle under his thumb. He was groping in the dark. He had not a shred of evidence to suppose that the uneasiness of the bishop was connected with anything criminal. Nevertheless, the chaplain put himself so far out of his usual habits as to venture into the unsavoury neighbourhood wherein stood the Derby winner. Truly this man's cobweb spinning was of a very dangerous character when he took so much trouble to weave the web. As in Excelsior, the shades of night were falling fast when Cargrim found himself at the door of the curate's lodging. Here he met with a check, for Gabriel's landlady informed him that Mr Pendle was not at home, and she did not know where he was or when he would be back. Cargrim made the sweetest excuses for troubling the good lady, left a message that he would call again, and returned along Monk Street, on his way back to the palace through the new town. By going in this direction he passed the Derby winner, not without intention, for it was this young man's belief that Gabriel might be haunting the public house to see Mrs Mosk, or, as was more probable to the malignant chaplain, her handsome daughter. As he came abreast of the Derby winner, it was not too dark but that he could see a tall man standing in the doorway. Cargrim at first fancied that this might be Gabriel, and paced slowly along so as to seize an opportunity of addressing him. But when he came almost within touching distance, he found himself face to face with a dark-looking gipsy, fiery-eyed and dangerous in appearance. He had a lean, cruel face, a hawk's beak for a nose, and black hair streaked with grey. But what mostly attracted Cargrim's attention was a red streak which traversed the right cheek of the man from ear to mouth. At once he recalled John's description, a military-looking gentleman with a scar on the right cheek. He thought, this then is the bishop's visitor. Chapter 6 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Man with the Scar. This engaging individual looked at Cargrim with a fierce air. He was not sober, and had just reached the quarrelsome stage of intoxication, which means objection to every one and everything. Consequently, he cocked his hat defiantly at the curate, and although he blocked up the doorway, made no motion to stand aside. Cargrim was not ill pleased at this obstinacy, as it gave him an opportunity of entering into conversation with the so-called decayed clergyman, who was as unlike a parson as a rabbit is like a terrier. "Do you know if Mr Pendle is within, my friend?" asked the chaplain with bland politeness. The stranger started at the mention of the name. His face grew paler, his scar waxed redder, and with all his Dutch courage there was a look of alarm visible in his cold eyes. "I don't know," said he insolently, yet with a certain refinement of speech. "I shouldn't think it likely that a pothouse like this would be patronized by a bishop." "Pardon me, sir, I speak of Mr Gabriel Pendle, the son of his lordship." "Then pardon me, sir," mimicked the man, "if I say that I know nothing of the son of his lordship, and what's more, I'm damned if I want to." "I see. You are more fortunate in knowing his lordship himself," said the chaplain, with great simplicity. The stranger plucked at his worn sleeve with a look of irony. "Do I look as though I were acquainted with bishops?" said he, scoffingly. "Is this the kind of coat likely to be admitted into Episcopalian palaces?" "Yet it was admitted, sir. If I am not mistaken, you called at the palace 2 nights ago." "Did you see me?" "Certainly I saw you," replied Cargrim, salving his conscience with the Jesuitic saying that the end justifies the means. "And I was informed that you were a decayed clergyman seeking assistance." "I have been most things in my time," observed the stranger gloomily, "but not a parson. You are one, I perceive." Cargrim bowed. "I am the chaplain of Bishop Pendle." "And the busybody of Beorminster, I should say," rejoined the man, with a sneer. "See here, my friend," and he rapped Cargrim on the breast with a shapely hand, "if you interfere in what does not concern you, there will be trouble. I saw Dr Pendle on private business, and as such it has nothing to do with you. Hold your tongue, you black crow, and keep away from me," cried the stranger, with sudden ferocity, "or I'll knock your head off. Now you know," and with a fierce glance the man moved out of the doorway and sauntered round the corner before Cargrim could make up his mind how to resent this insolence. Said he to himself, with a glance at the tall retiring figure, "that is a nice friend for a bishop to have. He's a jail bird if I mistake not, and he is afraid of my finding out his business with Pendle. Birds of a feather," sighed Mr Cargrim, entering the hotel. "I sadly fear that his lordship is but a whited sepulchre. A look into the bishop's past might show me many things of moment," and the fat living of Heathcroft seemed almost within Cargrim's grasp as he came to this conclusion. "Now then, sir," interrupted a sharp but pleasant female voice, "and what may you want?" Mr Cargrim wheeled round to answer this question, and found himself face to face with a bar, glittering with brass and crystal and bright-hued liquors in fat glass barrels; also with an extremely handsome young woman, dressed in an astonishing variety of colours. She was high coloured and frank-eyed, with a great quantity of very black hair twisted into many amazing shapes on the top of her head. In manner she was as brisk as a bee and as restless as a butterfly, and being adorned with a vast quantity of bracelets and lockets and brooches, all of gaudy patterns, jingled at every movement. This young lady was Miss Bell Mosk, whom the frequenters of the Derby Winner called a dashing beauty, and Mrs Pansey a painted jade. With her glittering ornaments, her bright blue dress, her high colour, and a general air of vivacity, she glowed and twinkled in the lamplight like some gorgeous plumaged parrot, and her free speech and constant chatter might have been ascribed to the same bird. "Miss Mosk, I believe," said the polite Cargrim, marvelling that this gaudy female should be the refined Gabriel's notion of feminine perfection. "I am Miss Mosk," replied Bell, taking a comprehensive view of the sleek, black-clothed parson. "What can I do for you?" "I am Mr Cargrim, the bishop's chaplain, Miss Mosk, and I wish to see Mr Pendle, Mr Gabriel Pendle." Bell flushed as red as the reddest cabbage rose, and with downcast eyes wiped the counter briskly with a duster. "Why should you come here to ask for Mr Pendle?" said she, in guarded tones. "I called at his lodgings, Miss Mosk, and I was informed that he was visiting a sick person here." "My mother," replied Bell, not knowing what an amazing lie the chaplain was telling. "Yes, Mr Pendle comes often to see my mother." "Is he here now?" asked Cargrim, noticing the hesitancy at the end of her sentence. "Because I wish to speak with him on business." "He is upstairs. I dare say he'll be down soon." "Oh, don't disturb him for my sake, I beg. But if you will permit me, I shall go up and see Mrs Mosk." "Here comes Mr Pendle now," said Bell abruptly, and withdrew into the interior of the bar as Gabriel appeared at the end of the passage. He started and seemed uneasy when he recognized the chaplain. "Cargrim!" he cried, hurrying forward. "Why are you here?" And he gave a nervous glance in the direction of the bar, a glance which the chaplain saw and understood, but discreetly left unnoticed. "I wish to see you," he replied with great simplicity. "They told me at your lodgings that you might be here, so—" "Why," interrupted Gabriel sharply, "I left no message to that effect." Cargrim saw that he had made a mistake. "I speak generally, my dear friend, generally," he said in some haste. "Your worthy landlady mentioned several houses in which you were in the habit of seeing sick people, amongst others this hotel." "Mrs Mosk is very ill. I have been seeing her," said Gabriel, shortly. "Ay, you have been seeing Mrs Mosk." Gabriel changed colour and cast another glance towards the bar, for the significance of Cargrim's speech was not lost on him. "Do you wish to speak with me?" he asked coldly. "I should esteem it a favour if you would allow me a few words," said Cargrim politely. "I'll wait for you outside." And in his turn the chaplain looked towards the bar. "Thank you, I can come with you now," was Gabriel's reply, made with a burning desire to knock Cargrim down. "Miss Mosk, I am glad to find that your mother is easier in her mind." "It's all due to you, Mr Pendle," said Bell, moving forward with a toss of her head directed especially at Mr Cargrim. "Your visits do mother a great deal of good." "I am sure they do," said the chaplain, not able to forego giving the girl a scratch of his claws. "Mr Pendle's visits here must be delightful to everybody." "I dare say," retorted Bell, with heightened colour, "other people's visits would not be so welcome." "Perhaps not, Miss Mosk. Mr Pendle has many amiable qualities to recommend him. He is a general and deserved favourite." "Come, Cargrim," interposed Gabriel, anxiously, for the fair Bell's temper was rapidly getting the better of her. "If you are ready we shall go. Good evening, Miss Mosk." "Good evening, Mr Pendle," said the barmaid, and directed a spiteful look at Cargrim, for she saw plainly that he had intentionally deprived her of a confidential conversation with Gabriel. The chaplain received the look, which he quite understood, with an amused smile and a bland inclination of the head. As he walked out arm in arm with the reluctant Pendle, Bell banged the pewters and glasses about with considerable energy, for the significant demeanour of Cargrim annoyed her so much that she felt a great inclination to throw something at his head. But then Miss Mosk was a high-spirited girl, and believed in actions rather than speech, even though she possessed a fair command of the latter. "Well, Cargrim," said Gabriel, when he found himself in the street with his uncongenial companion, "what is it?" "It's about the bishop." "My father? Is there anything the matter with him?" "I fear so. He told me he was going to London." "What of that?" said Gabriel, impatiently. "He told me the same thing yesterday. Has he gone?" "He left by the afternoon train." "Do you know the object of his visit to London?" "No. What is his object?" "He goes to consult a specialist about his health." "What!" cried Gabriel, anxiously. "Is he ill?" "I think so. Some nervous trouble brought on by worry." "By worry? Has my father anything on his mind likely to worry him to that extent?" Cargrim coughed significantly. "I think so," said he again. "He has not been himself since the visit of that stranger to the palace. I fancy the man must have brought bad news." "Did the bishop tell you so?" "No, but I am observant, you know." Privately Gabriel considered that Cargrim was a great deal too observant, and also of a meddlesome nature, else why had he come to spy out matters which did not concern him? Needless to say, Gabriel was thinking of Bell at this moment. However, he made no comment on the chaplain's speech, but merely remarked that doubtless the bishop had his own reasons for keeping silent, and advised Cargrim to wait until he was consulted in connection with the matter, before troubling himself unnecessarily about it. "My father knows his own business best," finished Gabriel, stiffly, "if you will forgive my speaking so plainly." "Certainly, certainly, Pendle. But I owe a great deal to your father, and I would do much to save him from annoyance. By the way," with an abrupt change of subject, "do you know that I saw the stranger who called at the palace 2 nights ago, during the reception?" "When? Where?" "At this hotel this evening. He looks a dangerous man." Gabriel shrugged his shoulders. "It seems to me, Cargrim, that you are making a mountain out of a molehill. A stranger sees my father, and afterwards you meet him at a public house. There's nothing strange in that." "You forget," hinted Cargrim, sweetly, "this man caused your father's illness." "We can't be sure of that. And in any case my father is quite clever enough to deal with his own affairs. I see no reason why you should have hunted me out to talk such nonsense. Good night to you, Cargrim." And with a curt nod the curate stalked away, considerably annoyed by the meddlesome spirit manifested by the chaplain. He had never liked the man, and now that he was in this interfering mood, liked him less than ever. It would be as well, thought Gabriel, that Mr Cargrim should be dismissed from his confidential office as soon as possible. Otherwise he might cause trouble, and Gabriel mentally thought of the high-coloured young lady in the bar. His conscience was not at ease regarding his admiration for her, and he dreaded lest the officious Cargrim should talk about her to the bishop. Altogether the chaplain, like a hornet, had annoyed both Dr Pendle and his son, and the bishop in London and Gabriel in Beorminster were anything but well disposed towards this clerical busybody, who minded everybody's business instead of his own. It is such people who stir up muddy water and cause mischief. Meanwhile the busybody looked after the curate with an evil smile, and, gratified at having aroused such irritation as the abrupt parting signified, turned back to the Derby winner. He had seen Bell, he had spoken to Gabriel, he had even secured an unsatisfactory conversation with the unknown man. Now he wished to question Mrs Mosk, and acquaint himself with her nature and attitude. Also he desired to question her concerning the military stranger, and with this resolve presented himself again before Miss Mosk, smiling and undaunted. "What is it?" asked the young lady, who had been nursing her grievances. "A mere trifle, Miss Mosk. I wish to see your mother." "Why?" was Bell's blunt demand. "My reasons are for Mrs Mosk's ears alone." "Oh, are they? Well, I'm afraid you can't see my mother. In the first place, she's too ill to receive anyone, and in the second, my father does not like clergymen." "Dear, dear! Not even Mr Pendle?" "Mr Pendle is an exception," retorted Bell, blushing, and again fell to wiping the counter in a fury, so as to keep her hands from Mr Cargrim's ears. "I wish to see Mrs Mosk particularly," reiterated Cargrim, who was bent upon carrying his point. "If not, your father will do." "My father is absent in Southberry. Why do you want to see my mother?" "I'll tell her that myself, with your permission," said Cargrim, suavely. "You shan't, then," replied Bell, and flung down her duster with sparkling eyes. "In that case I must go away," replied Cargrim, seeing he was beaten, "and I thank you, Miss Mosk, for your politeness. By the way," he added, as he half returned, "will you tell that gentleman with the scar on the cheek that I wish to see him also?" "Seems to me you wish to see everybody about here," said Bell, scornfully. "I'll tell Mr Jentham if you like. Now go away. I'm busy." "Jentham," repeated Cargrim, as he walked homeward. "Now I wonder if I'll find that name in the bishop's cheque book." Chapter 7 Chapter 7 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Is in the public domain. Chapter 7. An Interesting Conversation. When Mr Cargrim took an idea into his head, it was not easy to get it out again, and to this resolute obstinacy he owed no small part of his success. He was like the famous drop of water, and would wear away any human stone, however hard it might be. Again and again, when baffled, he returned with gentle persistence to the object he had in view, and however strong of will his adversary happened to be, that will was bound, in the long run, to yield to the incessant attacks of the chaplain. At the present moment he desired to have an interview with Mrs Mosk, and he was determined to obtain one, in spite of Bell's refusal. However, he had no time to waste on the persuasive method, as he wished to see the invalid before the bishop returned. To achieve this end he enlisted the services of Mrs Pansey. That good lady sometimes indulged in a species of persecution she termed district visiting, which usually consisted in her thrusting herself at untoward times into poor people's houses and asking them questions about their private affairs. When she had learned all she wished to know, and had given her advice in the tone of a command not to be disobeyed, she would retire, leaving the evidence of her trail behind her in the shape of a nauseous little tract with an abusive title. It was no use any poor creature refusing to see Mrs Pansey, for she forced herself into the most private chambers, and never would retire unless she thought fit to do so of her own will. It was for this reason that Cargrim suggested the good lady should call upon Mrs Mosk, for he knew well that neither the father nor the daughter, nor the whole assembled domestics of the hotel, would be able to stop her from making her way to the bedside of the invalid, and in the devastated rear of Mrs Pansey the chaplain intended to follow. His principal object in seeing Mrs Mosk was to discover what she knew about the man called Jentham. He was lodging at the Derby Winner, as Cargrim ascertained by later inquiry, and it was probable that the inmates of the hotel knew something as to the reasons of his stay in Beorminster. Mr Mosk, being as obstinate as a mule, was not likely to tell Cargrim anything he desired to learn. Bell, detesting the chaplain, as she took no pains to conceal, would probably refuse to hold a conversation with him; but Mrs Mosk, being weak-minded and ill, might be led by dexterous questioning to tell all she knew. And what she did know might, in Cargrim's opinion, throw more light on Jentham's connection with the bishop. Therefore, the next morning, Cargrim called on the archdeacon's widow to inveigle her into persecuting Mrs Mosk with a call. Mrs Pansey, with all her acuteness, could not see that she was being made use of, luckily for Cargrim. "I hear the poor woman is very ill," sighed the chaplain, after he had introduced the subject, "and I fear that her daughter does not give her all the attention an invalid should have." "The Jezebel!" growled Mrs Pansey. "What can you expect from that flaunting hussy?" "She is a human being, Mrs Pansey, and I expect at least human feelings." "Can you get blood out of a stone, Mr Cargrim? No, you can't. Is that red-cheeked Dutch doll a pelican to pluck her breast for the benefit of her mother? No, indeed. I dare say she passes her sinful hours drinking with young men. I'd whip her at a cart's tail if I had my way." "Gabriel Pendle is trying to bring the girl to a sense of her errors." "Rubbish! She's trying to bring him to the altar, more like. I'll go with you, Mr Cargrim, and see the minx. I have long thought that it is my duty to reprove her and warn her mother of such goings on. As for that weak-minded young Pendle," cried Mrs Pansey, shaking her head furiously, "I pity his infatuation. But what can you expect from such a mother as his mother? Can a fool produce sense? No." "I am afraid you will find the young woman difficult to deal with." "That makes me all the more determined to see her, Mr Cargrim. I'll tell her the truth for once in her life." "Marry young Pendle, indeed!" snorted the good lady. "I'll let her see." "Speak to her mother first," urged Cargrim, who wished his visit to be less warlike, as more conducive to success. "I'll speak to both of them. I daresay one is as bad as the other. I must have that public house removed. It's an eyesore to Beorminster. A curse to the place. It ought to be pulled down and the site ploughed up and sown with salt. Come with me, Mr Cargrim, and you shall see how I deal with iniquity. I hope I know what is due to myself." "Where is Miss Norsham?" asked the chaplain, when they fell into more general conversation on their way to the Derby Winner. "Husband hunting. Dean Alder is showing her the tombs in the cathedral." "Tombs, indeed! It's the altar she's interested in." "My dear lady, the dean is too old to marry." "He is not too old to be made a fool of, Mr Cargrim. As for Daisy Norsham, she'd marry Methuselah to take away the shame of being single. Not that the match with Alder will be out of the way, for she's no chicken herself." "I rather thought Mr Dean had an eye to Miss Whichello." "Stuff!" rejoined Mrs Pansey with a sniff. "She's far too much taken up with dieting people to think of marrying them. She actually weighs out the food on the table when meals are on. No wonder that poor girl Mab is thin." "But she isn't too thin for her height, Mrs Pansey. She seems to me to be well covered." "You didn't notice her at the palace, then?" snapped the widow, avoiding a direct reply. "She wore a low necked dress which made me blush. I don't know what girls are coming to. They'd go about like so many Eves if they could." "Oh, Mrs Pansey!" remonstrated the chaplain in a shocked tone. "Well, it's in the Bible, isn't it, man? You aren't going to say Holy Writ is indecent, are you?" "Well, really, Mrs Pansey, clergyman as I am, I must say that there are parts of the Bible unfit for the use of schools." "To the pure all things are pure, Mr Cargrim. You have an impure mind, I fear. Remember the 39 Articles, and speak becomingly of holy things. However, let that pass," added Mrs Pansey in livelier tones. "Here we are, and there's that hussy hanging out from an upper window like the Jezebel she is." This remark was directed against Bell, who, apparently in her mother's room, was at the window amusing herself by watching the passers by. When she saw Mrs Pansey and the chaplain stalking along in black garments and looking like two birds of prey, she hastily withdrew, and by the time they arrived at the hotel was at the doorway to receive them with fixed bayonets. "Young woman," said Mrs Pansey severely, "I have come to see your mother," and she cast a disapproving look at Bell's gay pink dress. "She is not well enough to see either you or Mr Cargrim," said Bell coolly. "All the more reason that Mr Cargrim, as a clergyman, should look after her soul, my dear girl." "Thank you. Mr Pendle is doing that." "Indeed, Mr Pendle, then, combines business with pleasure." Bell quite understood the insinuation conveyed in this last speech, and firing up would have come to high words with the visitors, but that her father made his appearance, and as she did not wish to draw forth remarks from Mrs Pansey about Gabriel in his hearing, she discreetly held her tongue. However, as Mrs Pansey swept by in triumph, followed by Cargrim, she looked daggers at them both, and bounced into the bar, where she drew beer for thirsty customers in a flaming temper. She dearly desired a duel of words with the formidable visitor. Mosk was a lean, tall man, with a pimpled face and a military moustache. He knew Mrs Pansey, and, like most other people, detested her with all his heart; but she was, as he thought, a great friend of Sir Harry Brace, who was his landlord, so for diplomatic reasons he greeted her with all deference, hat in hand. "I have come with Mr Cargrim to see your wife, Mr Mosk," said the visitor. "Thank you, ma'am, I'm sure it's very kind of you," replied Mosk, who had a husky voice suggestive of beer. "She'll be honoured to see you, I'm sure. This way, ma'am." "Is she very ill?" demanded the chaplain, as they followed Mosk to the back of the hotel and up a narrow staircase. "She ain't well, sir, but I can't say as she's dying. We do all we can to make her easy." "Ho!" from Mrs Pansey. "I hope your daughter acts toward her mother like as a daughter should." "I'd like to see the person as says she don't," cried Mr Mosk, with sudden anger. "I'd knock his head off. Bell's a good girl, none better." "Let us hope your trust in her is justified," sighed the mischief maker, and passed into the sick room, leaving Mosk with an uneasy feeling that something was wrong. If the man had a tender spot in his heart it was for his handsome daughter, and it was with a vague fear that, after presenting his wife to her visitors, he went downstairs to the bar. Mrs Pansey had a genius for making mischief by a timely word. "Bell," said he gruffly, "what's that old cat hinting at?" "What about?" asked Bell, tossing her head till all her ornaments jingled, and wiping the counter furiously. "About you. She don't think I should trust you." "What right has she to talk about me, I'd like to know?" cried Bell, getting as red as a peony. "I've never done anything that any one can say a word against me." "Who said you had?" snapped her father. "But that old cat hints." "Let her keep her hints to herself, then. Because I'm young and good looking she wants to take my character away. Nasty old puss that she is." "That's just it, my gal. You're too young and good looking to escape folks talking, and I hear that young Mr Pendle comes round when I'm away." "Who says he doesn't, father? It's to see mother. He's a parson, ain't he?" "Yes, and he's gentry too. I won't have him paying attention to you." "You'd better wait till he does," flashed out Bell. "I can take care of myself, I hope." "If I catch him talking other than religion to you, I'll choke him in his own collar," cried Mr Mosk, with a scowl. "So now you know." "I know as you're talking nonsense, father. Time enough for you to interfere when there's cause. Now you clear out and let me get on with my work." Reassured by the girl's manner, Mosk began to think that Mrs Pansey's hints were all moonshine, and after cooling himself with a glass of beer, went away to look into his betting book with some horsey pals. In the meantime Mrs Pansey was persecuting his wife, a meek, nervous little woman, who was propped up with pillows in a large bed, and seemed to be quite overwhelmed by the honour of Mrs Pansey's call. "So you are weak in the back, are you?" said the visitor, in loud tones. "If you are, what right have you to marry and bring feeble children into the world?" "Bell isn't feeble," said Mrs Mosk, weakly. "She's a fine set up gal." "Set up and stuck up," retorted Mrs Pansey. "I tell you what, my good woman, you ought to be downstairs looking after her." "Lord, mum, there ain't nothing wrong, I do devoutly hope." "Nothing as yet, but you shouldn't have young gentlemen about the place." "I can't help it, mum," said Mrs Mosk, beginning to cry. "I'm sure we must earn our living somehow. This is an 'otel, isn't it? And Mosk's a popular character, ain't he? I'm sure it's hard enough to make ends meet as it is. We owe rent for half a year and can't pay, and won't pay," wailed Mrs Mosk, "unless my husband comes home on skinflint." "Comes home on skinflint, woman? What do you mean?" "Skinflint's a 'orse, mum, as Mosk 'ave put his shirt on." Mrs Pansey wagged her plumes and groaned. "I'm sadly afraid your husband is a son of perdition, Mrs Mosk. Put his shirt on skinflint, indeed." "He's a good man to me, anyhow," cried Mrs Mosk, plucking up spirit. "Drink and betting," continued Mrs Pansey, pretending not to hear this feeble defiance. "What can we expect from a man who drinks and bets?" "And associates with bad characters," put in Cargrim, seizing his chance. "That he don't, sir," said Mrs Mosk, with energy. "May I beg of you to put a name to one of them?" "Jentham," said the chaplain, softly. "Who is Jentham, Mrs Mosk?" "I know no more nor a babe unborn, sir.
He'd been here 2 weeks, and I did see him twice afore my back got so bad as to force me to bed, but I don't see why you calls him bad, sir. He pays his way.' 'Oh!' groaned Mrs Pansey, 'is it the chief end of man to pay his way?' 'It is with us, mum,' retorted Mrs Mosk, meekly. 'There ain't no denying it, and Mr Jentham do pay proper, though he is a gipsy.' 'He's a gipsy, is he?' said Cargrim, alertly. 'So he says, sir, and I knows as he goes sometimes to that camp of gipsies on Southberry Heath.' 'Where does he get his money from?' 'Better not inquire into that, Mr Cargrim,' said Mrs Pansey, with a sniff. 'Oh, Mr Jentham's honest, I'm sure, mum. He's been at the gold diggin's and have made a trifle of money. Indeed, I don't know where he ain't been, sir. The 4 pints of the compass is all plain sailing to him, and his 'airbreadth escapes is too awful. I shivers and shudders when I hears 'em.' 'What is he doing here?' 'He's on business, but I don't know what kind. Oh, he knows how to hold his tongue, does Jentham.' 'He is a gipsy. He consorts with gipsies. He has money, and no one knows where he comes from,' summed up Cargrim. 'I think, Mrs Pansey, we may regard this man as a dangerous character.' 'I shouldn't be surprised to hear he was an anarchist,' said Mrs Pansey, who knew nothing about the man. 'Well, Mrs Mosk, I hope we've cheered you up. I'll go now. Read this tract,' bestowing a grimy little pamphlet, 'and don't see too much of Mr Pendle.' 'But he comforts me,' said poor Mrs Mosk. 'He reads beautiful.' Mrs Pansey grunted. Bold as she was, she did not like to speak quite plainly to the woman, as too free speech might inculpate Gabriel and bring the bishop to the rescue. Besides, Mrs Pansey had no evidence to bring forward to prove that Gabriel was in love with Bell Mosk. Therefore she said nothing, but like the mariner's parrot, thought the more. Shaking out her dark skirts, she rose to go, with another grunt full of unspoken suspicions. 'Good day, Mrs Mosk,' said she, pausing at the door. 'When you are low spirited, send for me to cheer you up.' Mrs Mosk attempted a curtsy in bed, which was a failure owing to her sitting position, but Mrs Pansey did not see the attempt, as she was already half way down the stairs, followed by Cargrim. The chaplain had learned a trifle more about the mysterious Jentham, and was quite satisfied with his visit, but he was more puzzled than ever. A tramp, a gipsy, an adventurer. What had such a creature in common with Bishop Pendle? To Mr Cargrim's eye the affair of the visit began to assume the proportions of a criminal case. But all the information he had gathered proved nothing, so it only remained to wait for the bishop's return, and see what discoveries he could make in that direction. If Jentham's name was in the cheque book, the chaplain would be satisfied that there was an understanding between the pair. And then his next move would be to learn what the understanding was. When he discovered that, he had no doubt but that he would have Dr Pendle under his thumb, which would be a good thing for Mr Cargrim and an unpleasant position for the bishop. Mrs Pansey stalked down to the bar, and seeing Bell therein, silently placed a little tract on the counter. No sooner had she left the house than Bell snatched up the tract, and rushing to the door, flung it after the good lady. 'You need it more than I do,' she cried, and bounced into the house again. It was with a quiver of rage that Mrs Pansey turned to the chaplain. She was almost past speech, but with some difficulty and much choking managed to convey her feelings in 2 words. 'The creature!' gasped Mrs Pansey, and shook her skirts as if to rid herself of some taint contracted at the Derby winner. Chapter 8 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8 on Saturday night.
The bishop returned on Saturday morning instead of on Friday night, as arranged, and was much more cheerful than when he left, a state of mind which irritated Cargrim in no small degree, and also perplexed him not a little. If Dr Pendle's connection with Jentham was dangerous, he should still be ill at ease and anxious, instead of which he was almost his old genial self when he joined his wife and Lucy at their afternoon tea. Sir Harry was not present, but Mr Cargrim supplied his place, an exchange which was not at all to Lucy's mind. The Pendles treated the chaplain always with a certain reserve, and the only person who really thought him the good young man he appeared to be was the bishop's wife. But kindly Mrs Pendle was the most innocent of mortals, and all geese were swans to her. She had not the necessary faculty of seeing through a brick wall with which nature had gifted Mrs Pansey in so extraordinary a degree. As a rule Mr Cargrim did not come to afternoon tea, but on this occasion he presented himself; ostensibly to welcome back his patron, in reality to watch him. Also he was determined, at the very first opportunity, to introduce the name of Jentham and observe what effect it had on the bishop. With these little plans in his mind, the chaplain crept about the tea table like a tame cat, and handed round cakes and bread with his most winning smile. His pale face was even more inexpressive than usual, and none could have guessed, from outward appearance, his malicious intents, least of all the trio he was with. They were too upright themselves to suspect evil in others. "I am glad to see you are better, bishop," said Mrs Pendle, languidly trifling with a cup of tea. "Your journey has done you good." Change of air, my dear. A wonderful restorative." "Your business was all right, I hope?" "Oh, yes. Indeed, I hardly went up on business, and what I did do was a mere trifle," replied the bishop, smoothing his apron. "Has Gabriel been here to day?" he added, obviously desirous of turning the conversation. "Twice," said Lucy, who presided over the tea table, "and the second time he told mamma that he had received a letter from George." "Ay, a letter from George. Is he quite well, Lucy?" "We shall see that for ourselves this evening, papa. George is coming to Beorminster, and will be here about 10 o'clock to night." "How vexing!" exclaimed Dr Pendle. "I intended going over to Southberry this evening, but I can't miss seeing George." "Ride over to morrow morning, bishop," suggested his wife. "Sunday morning, my dear." "Well, papa," said Lucy, smiling, "you're not a strict Sabbatarian, you know." "I am not so good as I ought to be, my dear," said Dr Pendle, playfully pinching her pretty ear. "Well, I must see George. I'll go to morrow morning at 8 o'clock. You'll send a telegram to Mr Vassar to that effect, if you please, Mr Cargrim. Say that I regret not being able to come to night." "Certainly, my lord. In any case I am going to Beorminster this evening." "You are usually more stay at home, Mr Cargrim." "Thank you, Lucy. I will take another cup of tea." "I do not care for going out at night as a rule, my lord," observed the chaplain in his most sanctimonious tone, "but duty calls me into Beorminster. I am desirous of comforting poor sick Mrs Mosk at the Derby Winner." "Oh, that is Gabriel's pet invalid," cried Lucy, peering into the teapot. "He says Mrs Mosk is a very good woman." "Let us hope so," observed the bishop, stirring his new cup of tea. "I do not wish to be uncharitable, my dear, but if Mrs Pansey is to be believed, that public house is not conducted so carefully as it should be." "But is Mrs Pansey to be believed, bishop?" asked his wife, smiling. "I don't think she would tell a deliberate falsehood, my love." "All the same, she might exaggerate a little into much," said Lucy, with a pretty grimace. "What is your opinion of this hotel, Mr Cargrim?" The chaplain saw his opportunity and seized it at once. "My dear Miss Pendle," he said, showing all his teeth, "as the Derby Winner is the property of Sir Harry Brace, I wish I could speak well of it.
but candour compels me to confess that it is a badly conducted house." "Tut, tut," said the bishop. "What is this? You don't say so." "Harry shall shut it up at once," cried Lucy, the pretty Puritan. "It is a resort of bad characters, I fear," sighed Cargrim, "and Mrs Mosk, being an invalid, is not able to keep them away." "What about the landlord, Mr Cargrim?" "Aha!" replied the chaplain, turning towards Mrs Pendle, who had asked this question. "He is a man of lax morals. His boon companion is a tramp called Jentham." "Jentham!" repeated Dr Pendle, in so complacent a tone that Cargrim, with some vexation, saw that he did not associate the name with his visitor. "And who is Jentham?" "I hardly know," said the chaplain, making another attempt. "He is a tramp, as I have reason to believe, and consorts with gipsies. I saw him myself the other day. A tall, lean man with a scar." The bishop rose, and walking over to the tea table placed his cup carefully thereon. "With a scar," he repeated in low tones. "A man with a scar. Jentham, indeed." "What do you know of this person, Mr Cargrim?" "Absolutely nothing," rejoined the chaplain, with a satisfied glance at the uneasy face of his questioner. "He is a gipsy. He stays at The Derby Winner, and pays regularly for his lodgings, and his name is Jentham. I know no more." "I don't suppose there is more to know," cried Lucy, lightly. "If there is, the police will find out, Miss Pendle." The bishop frowned. "As the man, so far as we know, has done nothing against the laws," said he, quickly, "I see no reason why the police should be mentioned in connection with him. Evidently, from what Mr Cargrim says, he is a rolling stone, and probably will not remain much longer in Beorminster. Let us hope that he will take himself and his bad influence away from our city. In the meantime, it is hardly worth our while to discuss a person of so little importance." In this skilful way the bishop put an end to the conversation, and Cargrim, fearful of rousing his suspicions, did not dare to resume it. In a little while, after a few kind words to his wife, Dr Pendle left the drawing room for his study. As he passed out, Cargrim noticed that the haggard look had come back to his face, and once or twice he glanced anxiously at his wife. In his turn, Cargrim examined Mrs Pendle, but saw nothing in her manner likely to indicate that she shared the uneasiness of her husband, or knew the cause of his secret anxiety. She looked calm and content, and there was a gentle smile in her weary eyes. Evidently the bishop's mind was set at rest by her placid looks, for it was with a sigh of relief that he left the room. Cargrim noted the look and heard the sigh, but was wholly in the dark regarding their meaning. "Though I dare say they have to do with Jentham and this secret," he thought, when bowing himself out of the drawing room. "Whatever the matter may be, Dr Pendle is evidently most anxious to keep his wife from knowing of it. All the better." He rubbed his hands together with a satisfied smirk. "Such anxiety shows that the secret is worth learning. Sooner or later I shall find it out, and then I can insist upon being the rector of Heathcroft. I have no time to lose, so I shall go to the Derby Winner to night and see if I can induce this mysterious Jentham to speak out. He looks a drunken dog, so a glass of wine may unloosen his tongue." From this speech it can be seen that Mr Cargrim was true to his Jesuitic instincts, and thought no action dishonourable so long as it aided him to gain his ends. He was a methodical scoundrel, too, and arranged the details of his scheme with the utmost circumspection. For instance, prior to seeing the man with the scar, he thought it advisable to find out if the bishop had drawn a large sum of money while in London for the purpose of bribing the creature to silence. Therefore, before leaving the palace, he made several attempts to examine the cheque book. But Dr Pendle remained constantly at his desk in the library, and although the plotter actually saw the cheque book at the elbow of his proposed victim, he was unable, without any good reason, to pick it up and satisfy his curiosity. He was therefore obliged to defer any attempt to obtain it until the next day, as the bishop would probably leave it behind him when he rode over to Southberry. This failure vexed the chaplain, as he wished to be forearmed in his interview with Jentham; but as there was no help for it, he was obliged to put the cart before the horse, in other words, to learn what he could from the man first, and settle the bribery question by a peep into the cheque book afterwards. The ingenious Mr Cargrim was by no means pleased with this slip-slop method of conducting business. There was method in his villainy. That evening, after dispatching the telegram to Southberry, the chaplain repaired to the Derby Winner, and found it largely patronised by a noisy and thirsty crowd. The weather was tropical, the workmen of Beorminster had received their wages, so they were converting the coin of the realm into beer and whisky as speedily as possible. The night was calm and comparatively cool with the spreading darkness, and the majority of the inhabitants were seated outside their doors, gossiping and taking the air. Children were playing in the street, their shrill voices at times interrupting the continuous chatter of the women; and the Derby Winner, flaring with gas, was stuffed as full as it could hold with artisans, workmen, Irish harvesters, and stablemen, all more or less exhilarated with alcohol. It was by no means a scene into which the fastidious Cargrim would have ventured of his own free will, but his desire to pump Jentham was greater than his sense of disgust, and he walked briskly into the hotel, to where Mr Mosk and Bell were dispensing drinks as fast as they were able. The crowd, having an inherent respect for the clergy, as became the inhabitants of a cathedral city, opened out to let him pass, and there was much less swearing and drinking when his black coat and clerical collar came into view. Mosk saw that the appearance of the chaplain was detrimental to business, and, resenting his presence, gave him but a surly greeting. As to Bell, she tossed her head, shot a withering glance of defiance at the bland newcomer, and withdrew to the far end of the bar. "My friend," said Cargrim, in his softest tones, "I have come to see your wife, and inquire how she is." "She's well enough," growled Mosk, pushing a foaming tankard towards an expectant navvy, "and what's more, sir, she's asleep, sir, so you can't see her." "I should be sorry to disturb her, Mr Mosk, so I will postpone my visit till a more fitted occasion. You seem to be busy to night." "So busy that I've got no time for talking, sir." "Far be it from me to distract your attention, my worthy friend," was the chaplain's bland reply, "but with your permission I will remain in this corner and enjoy the humours of the scene." Mosk inwardly cursed the visitor for making this modest request, as he detested parsons on account of their aptitude to make teetotalers of his customers. He was a brute in his way, and a radical to boot, so if he had dared he would have driven forth Cargrim with a few choice oaths. But as his visitor was the chaplain of the ecclesiastical sovereign of Beorminster, and was acquainted with Sir Harry Brace, the owner of the hotel, and further, as Mosk could not pay his rent, and was already in bad odour with his landlord, he judged it wise to be diplomatic, lest a word from Cargrim to the bishop and Sir Harry should make matters worse. He therefore grudgingly gave the required permission. "Though this man ain't a sight fit for the likes of you, sir," he grumbled, waving his hand, "this lot smells, and they swears, and they gets rowdy in their cups, so I won't answer as they won't offend you." "My duty has carried me into much more unsavoury localities, my friend. The worse the place, the more is my presence as a clergyman necessary." "You ain't going to preach, sir?" cried Mosk in alarm. "Oh, no, that would indeed be casting pearls before swine," replied Cargrim in his cool tones, "but I will observe and reflect." The landlord looked uneasy. "I know as the place is rough," he said apologetically, "but 'tain't my fault. You won't go talking to Sir Harry, I hope, sir, and take the bread out of my mouth." "Make your mind easy, Mosk. It is not my place to carry tales to your landlord, and I am aware that the lower orders cannot conduct themselves with decorum, especially on Saturday night. I repine that such a scene should be possible in a Christian land, but I don't blame you for its existence." "That's all right, sir," said Mosk, with a sigh of relief. "I'm rough, but honest, whatever lies may be told to the contrary. If I can't pay my rent, that ain't my fault, I hope, as it ain't to be expected as I can do miracles." "The age of miracles is past, my worthy friend," replied Cargrim, in conciliatory tones. "We must not expect the impossible nowadays. By the way," with a sudden change, "have you a man called Jentham here?" "Yes, I have," growled Mosk, looking suspiciously at his questioner. "What do you know of him, sir?" "Nothing, but I take an interest in him, as he seems to be one who has known better days." "He don't know them now, at all events, Mr Cargrim. He owes me money for his last week, he does. He paid all right at fust, but he don't pay now." "Indeed," said the chaplain, pricking up his ears. "He owes you money?" "That he does, more nor 2 quid, sir. But he says he'll pay me soon." "Ah, he says he'll pay you soon," repeated Cargrim. "He expects to receive money, then?" "I s'pose so, the Lord knows. Beg pardon, sir, though goodness knows where it's coming from. He don't work or get wages as I can see." "I think I know," thought Cargrim; then added aloud, "Is the man here?" "In the coffee room yonder, sir. Half drunk he is, and lying like a good one. The yarns he reels off is wonderful." "No doubt. A man like that must be interesting to listen to. With your permission, Mr Mosk, I'll go into the coffee room." "Straight ahead, sir. Will you take something to drink, if I may make so bold, Mr Cargrim?" "No, my friend, no. Thank you all the same." And with a nod Cargrim pushed his way into the coffee room to see the man with the scar. Chapter 9 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 9. An exciting adventure. Mr Cargrim found a considerable number of people in the coffee room, and these, with tankards and glasses before them, were listening to the conversation of Jentham. Tobacco smoke filled the apartment with a thick atmosphere of fog, through which the gas lights flared in a nebulous fashion, and rendered the air so hot that it was difficult to breathe in spite of the windows being open. At the head of the long table sat Jentham, drinking brandy and soda, and speaking in his cracked, refined voice with considerable spirit, his rat-like quick eyes glittering the while with alcoholic lustre. He seemed to be considerably under the influence of drink, and his voice ran up and down from bass to treble as he became excited in narrating his adventures. Whether these were true or false Cargrim could not determine, for although the man trenched again and again on the marvellous, he certainly seemed to be fully acquainted with what he was talking about, and related the most wonderful stories in a thoroughly dramatic fashion. Like Ulysses, he knew men and cities, and appeared to have travelled as much as that famous globe-trotter. In his narration he passed from China to Chile, sailed forth to the Pole, steamed south to the Horn, described the paradise of the South Seas, and discoursed about the wild wastes of snowy Siberia. The capitals of Europe appeared to be as familiar to him as the chair he was seated in, and the steppes of Russia, the deserts of Africa, the sheep runs of Australia were all mentioned in turn, as adventure after adventure fell from his lips. And mixed up with these geographical accounts were thrilling tales of treasure hunting, of escapes from savages, of perilous deeds in the secret places of great cities, and details of blood and war and lust and hate, all told in a fiercely dramatic fashion. The man was a tramp, a gipsy, a ragged, penniless rolling stone, but in his own way he was a genius. Cargrim wondered, with all his bravery and endurance and resource, that he had not made his fortune. The eloquent scamp seemed to wonder also. "For," said he, striking the table with his fist, "I have never been able to hold what I won. I've been a millionaire twice over, but the gold wouldn't stay. It drifted away. It was swept away. It vanished, like Macbeth's witches, into thin air. Look at me, you country cabbages. I've reigned a king amongst savages. A poor sort of king, say you, but a king's a king, say I. And king I have been. Yet here I am, sitting in a Beorminster gutter. But I don't stay in it. By !" he confirmed his purpose with an oath, "not I. I've got my plans laid, and they'll lift me up to the stars yet." "Have you the money, mister?" inquired a sceptical listener. "What's that to you?" cried Jentham, and finished his drink. "Yes, I have money." He set down his empty glass with a bang. "At least I know where to get it." "Bah! You fools. One can get blood out of a stone if one knows how to go about it. I know. I know. My Tom Tiddler's ground isn't far from your holy township," and he began to sing: "Southberry Heath's Tom Tiddler's ground, Gold and silver are there to be found. It's dropped by the priest, kicked up by the knave, For the one is a coward, the other is brave. More brandy, waiter, make it stiff, sonny, stiff, stiff, stiff." The man's wild speech and rude song were unintelligible to his stupid, drink-bemused audience, but the keen brain of the schemer lurking near the door picked up their sense at once. Dr Pendle was the priest who was to drop the money on Southberry Heath, and Jentham the knave who was to pick it up. As certainly as though the man had given chapter and verse, Cargrim understood his enigmatic stave. His mind flashed back to the memory that Dr Pendle intended to ride over to Southberry in the morning, across the heath. Without doubt he had agreed to meet there this man who boasted that he could get blood out of a stone, and the object of the meeting was to bribe him to silence. But however loosely Jentham alluded to his intention of picking up gold, he was cunning enough, with all his excitement, to hold his tongue as to how he could work such a miracle. Undoubtedly there was a secret between Dr Pendle and this scamp, but what it might be, Cargrim could by no means guess. Was Jentham a disreputable relation of the bishop's? Had Dr Pendle committed a crime in his youth for which he was now being blackmailed? What could be the nature of the secret which gave this unscrupulous blackguard a hold on a dignitary of the church? Cargrim's brain was quite bewildered by his conjectures. Hitherto Jentham had been in the blabbing stage of intoxication, but after another glass of drink he relapsed into a sullen, silent condition, and with his eyes on the table pulled fiercely at his pipe, so that his wicked face looked out like that of a devil from amid the rolling clouds of smoke. His audience waited open-mouthed for more stories, but as their entertainer seemed too moody to tell them any more, they began to talk amongst themselves, principally about horses and dogs. It was now growing late, and the most respectable of the crowd were moving homeward. Cargrim felt that to keep up the dignity of his cloth he should depart also, for several looks of surprise were cast in his direction. But Jentham and his wild speeches fascinated him, and he lurked in his corner, watching the sullen face of the man until the two were left the sole occupants of the room. Then Jentham looked up to call the waiter to bring him a final drink, and his eyes met those of Mr Cargrim. After a keen glance he suddenly broke into a peal of discordant laughter, which died away into a savage and menacing growl. "Hallo!" he grumbled. "Here is the busybody of Beorminster. And what may you want, Mr Paul Pry?" Little civility in the first place, my worthy friend," said Cargrim in silky tones, for he did not relish the insolent tone of the satirical scamp. "I am no friend to spies." "How dare you speak to me like that, fellow?" "You call me a fellow, and I'll knock your head off," cried Jentham, rising with a savage look in his eyes. "If you aren't a spy, why do you come sneaking round here?" "I came to see Mrs Mosk," explained the chaplain in a mighty dignified manner, "but she is asleep, so I could not see her. In passing the door of this room I heard you relating your adventures, and I naturally stopped to listen." "To hear if I had anything to say about my visit to your bishop, I suppose," growled Jentham unpleasantly. "I have a great mind to tell him how you watch me, you infernal devil dodger." "Respect my cloth, sir." "Begin by respecting it yourself, damn you. What would his lordship of Beorminster say if he knew you were here?" "His lordship does know." Jentham started. "Perhaps he sent you?" he said, looking doubtful. "No, he did not," contradicted Cargrim, who saw that nothing was to be learned while the man was thus bemused with drink. "I have told you the reason of my presence here, and as I am here, I warn you as a clergyman not to drink any more. You have already had more than enough." Jentham was staggered by the boldness of the chaplain, and stared at him open-mouthed. Then, recovering his speech, he poured forth such a volley of vile words at Cargrim that the chaplain stepped to the door and called the landlord. He felt that it was time for him to assert himself. "This man is drunk, Mosk," said he sharply, "and if you keep such a creature on your premises you will get into trouble." "Creature yourself!" cried Jentham, advancing towards Cargrim. "I'll wring your neck if you use such language to me. I've killed 50 better men than you in my time. Mosk," he turned with a snarl on the landlord, "get me a drink of brandy." "I think you've had enough, Mr. Jentham," said the landlord, with a glance at Cargrim, "and you owe me money." "Curse you, what of that?" raved Jentham, stamping. "Do you think I'll not pay you? I've not seen the colour of your money lately." "You'll see it when I choose. I'll have hundreds of pounds next week, hundreds." And he broke out fiercely, "Get me more brandy. Don't mind that devil dodger." "Go to bed," said Mosk, retiring. "Go to bed." Jentham ran after him with an angry cry, so Cargrim, feeling himself somewhat out of place in this pothouse row, nodded to Mosk and left the hotel with as much dignity as he could muster. As he went, the burden of Jentham's last speech, "Hundreds of pounds, hundreds of pounds," rang in his ears, and more than ever he desired to examine the bishop's cheque book in order to ascertain the exact sum. The secret, he thought, must indeed be a precious one when the cost of its preservation ran into 3 figures. When Cargrim emerged into the street it was still filled with people, as 10 o'clock was just chiming from the cathedral tower. The gossipers had retired within, and lights were gleaming in the upper windows of the houses, but knots of neighbours still stood about here and there, talking and laughing loudly. Cargrim strolled slowly down the streets towards the east gate, musing over his late experience, and enjoying the coolness of the night air after the sultry atmosphere of the coffee room. The sky was now brilliant with stars, and a silver moon rolled aloft in the blue arch, shedding down floods of light on the town, and investing its commonplace aspect with something of romance. The streets were radiant with the cold, clear lustre. The shadows, cast by the houses, lay black as Indian ink on the ground, and the laughter and noise of the passers-by seemed woefully out of place in this magical white world. Cargrim was alive to the beauty of the night, but was too much taken up with his thoughts to pay much attention to its mingled mystery of shadow and light. As he took his musing way through the wide streets of the modern town, he was suddenly brought to a standstill by hearing the voice of Jentham some distance away. Evidently the man had quarrelled with the landlord and had been turned out of the hotel, for he came rolling along in a lurching, drunken manner, roaring out a wild and savage ditty, picked up, no doubt, in some land at the back of beyond. Oh, I have trekked the 8 world climes and sailed the 7 seas, I've made my pile 100 times and chucked the lot in sprees, but when my ship comes home, my lads, why, curse me, don't I know the spot that's worth the bloomin' earth, the spot where I shall go? They call it Callao, it's Callao, for on no condition is extradition allowed in Callao. Jentham roared and ranted the fierce old chanty with as much gusto and noise as though he were camping in the wastelands to which the song applied, instead of disturbing the peace of a quiet English town. As his thin form came swinging along in the silver light, men and women drew back with looks of alarm to let him pass, and Cargrim, not wishing to have trouble with the drunken bully, slipped into the shadow of a house until he passed. As usual, there was no policeman visible, and Jentham went bellowing and storming through the quiet summer night like the dissolute ruffian he was. He was making for the country in the direction of the palace, and wondering if he intended to force his way into the house to threaten Dr. Pendle. The chaplain followed immediately behind. But he was careful to keep out of sight, as Jentham was in just the excited frame of mind to draw a knife. And Cargrim, knowing his lawless nature, had little doubt but that he had one concealed in his boot or trouser belt. The delicate coward shivered at the idea of a rough and tumble encounter with an armed buccaneer. On went Jentham, swinging his arms with mad gestures and followed by the black shadow of the chaplain, until the two were clear of the town. Then the gipsy turned down a shadowy lane, cut through a footpath, and when he emerged again into the broad roadway, found himself opposite the iron gates of the Episcopalian Park. Here he stopped singing and shook his fist at them. "Come out, you devil-dodger!" he bellowed savagely. "Come out and give me money, or I'll shame you before the whole town, you clerical hypocrite!" Then he took a pull at a pocket flask. Cargrim listened eagerly in the hope of hearing something definite, and Jentham gathered himself together for further denunciation of the bishop, when round the corner tripped 2 women, towards whom his drunken attention was at once attracted. With a hoarse chuckle he reeled towards them. "Come along, my beauty," he hiccuped, stretching out his arms. "'Ere's your haven. Wine and women, I love 'em both." The women both shrieked and rushed along the road, pursued by the ruffian. Just as he had laid rude hands on the last one, a young man came racing along the footpath and swung into the middle of the road. The next moment Jentham lay sprawled on his back, and the lady assaulted was clinging to the arm of her preserver. "Why, it's Mab!" said the young man in surprise. "George!" cried Miss Arden, and burst into tears. "Oh, George!" "Curse you both!" growled Jentham, rising slowly. "I'll be even with you for that blow, my lad." "I'll kick you into the next field if you don't clear out," retorted George Pendle. "Did he hurt you, Mab?" "No, no, but I was afraid. I was at Mrs. Tare's, and was coming home with Ellen, when that man jumped on to us. Oh! Oh!" "The villain!" cried Captain Pendle. "Who is he?" It was at this moment that, all danger being over, Cargrim judged it judicious to emerge from his retreat. He came forward hurriedly, as though he had just arrived on the scene. "What is the matter?" he exclaimed. "I heard a scream. What, Captain Pendle! Miss Arden! This is indeed a surprise." "Captain Pendle!" cried Jentham. "The son of the bishop! Curse him!" George whirled his stick and made a dash at the creature, but was restrained by Mab, who implored him not to provoke further quarrels. George took her arm within his own, gave a curt nod to the chaplain, whom he suspected had seen more of the affray than he chose to admit, and flung a word to Jentham. "Clear out, you dog!" he said, "or I'll hand you over to the police." Come, Mab, yonder is Ellen waiting for you. We'll join her, and I shall see you both home." Jentham stood looking after the three figures with a scowl. "You'll hand me over to the police, George Pendle, will you?" he muttered, loud enough for Cargrim to overhear. "Take care I don't do the same thing to your father." And like a noisome and dangerous animal he crept back in the shadow of the hedge and disappeared. "Aha!" chuckled Cargrim, as he walked towards the park gates. "It has to do with the police, then, my Lord Bishop. So much the better for me, so much the worse for you." Chapter 10 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus Hume. Chapter 10. Morning Service in the Minster. The cathedral is the glory of Beorminster, of the county, and indeed of all England, since no churches surpass it in size and splendour save the minsters of York and Canterbury. Founded and endowed by Henry II. in 1184 for the glory of God, it is dedicated to the blessed St. Wulf of Osserton, a holy hermit of Saxon times, who was killed by the heathen Danes. Bishop Gandolf designed the building in the picturesque style of Anglo-Norman architecture, and as the original plans have been closely adhered to by successive prelates, the vast fabric is the finest example extant of the Norman superiority in architectural science. It was begun by Gandolf in 1185, and finished at the beginning of the present century. Therefore, as it took 600 years in building, every portion of it is executed in the most perfect manner. It is renowned both for its beauty and sanctity, and forms one of the most splendid memorials of architectural art and earnest faith to be found even in England, that land of fine churches. The great central tower rises to the height of 200 feet in square massiveness, and from this point springs a slender and graceful spire to another 100 feet, so that next to Salisbury, the great archetype of this special class of ecclesiastical architecture, it is the tallest spire in England. Two square towers, richly ornamented, embellish the western front, and beneath the great window over the central entrance is a series of canopied arches. The church is cruciform in shape, and is built of Portland stone, the whole being richly ornamented with pinnacles, buttresses, crocketed spires, and elaborate tracery. Statues of saints, kings, queens, and bishops are placed in niches along the northern and southern fronts, and the western front itself is sculptured with scenes from Holy Scripture in the quaint, grotesque style of mediaeval art. No ivy is permitted to conceal the beauties of the building, and elevated in the clear air, far above the smoke of the town, it looks as fresh and white and clean cut as though it had been erected only within the last few years. Spared by Henry VIII. And the iconoclastic rage of the Puritans, time alone has dealt with it, and time has mellowed the whole to a pale amber hue which adds greatly to the beauty of the mighty fane. Beorminster Cathedral is a poem in stone. Within, the nave and transepts are lofty and imposing, with innumerable arches springing from massive marble pillars. The rood screen is ornate with figures of saints and patriarchs. The pavement is diversified with brasses and carved marble slabs, and several crusaders' tombs adorn the side chapels. The many windows are mostly of stained glass, since these were not destroyed by the Puritans, and when the sun shines on a summer's day, the twilight interior is dyed with rich hues and quaint patterns. As the Bishop of Beorminster is a high churchman, the altar is magnificently decorated, and during service, what with the light and colour and brilliancy, the vast building seems, unlike the dead aspect of many of its kind, to be filled with life and movement and living faith. A Romanist might well imagine that he was attending one of the magnificent and imposing services of his own faith, save that the uttered words are spoken in the mother tongue. As became a city whose whole existence depended upon the central shrine, the services at the cathedral were invariably well attended. The preaching attracted some, the fine music many, and the imposing ritual introduced by Bishop Pendle went a great way towards bringing worshippers to the altar. A cold, frigid, undecorated service, appealing more to the intellect than the senses, would not have drawn together so vast and attentive a congregation; but the warmth and colour and musical fervour of the new ritual lured the most careless within the walls of the sacred building. Bishop Pendle was right in his estimate of human nature; for when the senses are enthralled by colour and sound, and vast spaces, and symbolic decorations, the reverential feeling thus engendered prepares the mind for the reception of the sublime truths of Christianity. A pure faith and a gorgeous ritual are not so incompatible as many people think. God should be worshipped with pomp and splendour. We should bring to his service all that we can invent in the way of art and beauty. If God has prepared for those who believe the splendid habitation of the New Jerusalem with its gates of pearl and its streets of gold, why should we, his creatures, stint our gifts in his service, and debar the beautiful things which he inspires us to create with brain and hand from use in his holy temple? Out of the fulness of the heart the mouth speaketh, and out of the fulness of the hand the giver should give. Date et dabitur. The great Luther was right in applying this saying to the Church. One of the congregation at St. Wulf's on this particular morning was Captain George Pendle, and he came less for the service than in the hope, after the manner of those in love, of meeting with Mab Arden. During the reading of the lessons his eyes were roving here and there in search of that beloved face, but much to his dismay he could not see it. Finally, on a chair near a pillar, he caught sight of Miss Whichello in her poke bonnet and black silk cloak, but she was alone, and there were no bright eyes beside her to send a glance in the direction of George. Having ascertained beyond all doubt that Mab was not in the church, and believing that she was unwell after the shock of Jentham's attack on the previous night, George withdrew his attention from the congregation and settled himself to listen attentively to the anthem. It was worthy of the cathedral, and higher praise cannot be given. "I have blotted out as a thick cloud," sang the boy soloist in a clear, sweet treble. "I have blotted out thy transgressions, and as a cloud thy sins." Then came the triumphant cry of the choir, borne on the rich waves of sound rolling from the organ, "Return unto me, for I have redeemed thee." The lofty roof reverberated with the melodious thunder, and the silvery altos pierced through the great volume of sound like arrows of song. "Return, return, return," called the choristers, louder and higher and clearer, and ended with a magnificent burst of harmony, with the sublime proclamation, "The Lord hath redeemed Jacob, and glorified himself in Israel." When the white-robed singers resumed their seats, the organ still continued to peal forth triumphant notes, which died away in gentle murmurs. It was like the passing by of a tempest, the stilling of the ocean after a storm. Mr. Cargrim preached the sermon, and with a vivid recollection of his present enterprise, waxed eloquent on the ominous text, "Be sure thy sin will find thee out." His belief that the bishop was guilty of some crime, for the concealment of which he intended to bribe Jentham, had been strengthened by an examination on that very morning of the cheque book. Dr Pendle had departed on horseback for Southberry after an early breakfast, and after hurriedly despatching his own, Cargrim had hastened to the library. Here, as he expected, he found the cheque book carelessly left in an unlocked drawer of the desk, and on looking over it he found that one of the butts had been torn out. The previous butt bore a date immediately preceding that of Dr Pendle's departure for London, so Cargrim had little difficulty in concluding that the bishop had drawn the next cheque in London, and had torn out the butt to which it had been attached. This showed, as the chaplain very truly thought, that Dr Pendle was desirous of concealing not only the amount of the cheque, since he had kept no note of the sum on the butt, but of hiding the fact that the cheque had been drawn at all. This conduct, coupled with the fact of Jentham's allusion to Tom Tiddler's ground, and his snatch of extempore song, confirmed Cargrim in his suspicions that Pendle had visited London for the purpose of drawing out a large sum of money, and intended to pay the same over to Jentham that very night on Southberry Heath. With this in his mind it was no wonder that Cargrim preached a stirring sermon. He repeated his warning text over and over again. He illustrated it in the most brilliant fashion, and his appeals to those who had secret sins to confess them at once were quite heartrending in their pathos. As most of his congregation had their own little peccadilloes to worry over, Mr Cargrim's sermon made them quite uneasy, and created a decided sensation, much to his own gratification. If Bishop Pendle had only been seated on his throne to hear that sermon, Cargrim would have been thoroughly satisfied. But alas, the bishop, worthy man, was confirming innocent sinners at Southberry, and thus lost any chance he might have had of profiting by his chaplain's eloquence. However, the congregation could not be supposed to know the secret source of the chaplain's eloquence, and his withering denunciations were supposed to arise from a consciousness of his own pure and open heart. The female admirers of Cargrim particularly dwelt in after-church gossip on this presumed cause of the excellent sermon they had heard, and when the preacher appeared he was congratulated on all sides. Miss Tancred for once forgot her purse story, and absolutely squeaked in the highest of keys in her efforts to make the young man understand the amount of pleasure he had given her. Even Mrs Pansey was pleased to express her approval of so well chosen a text, and looked significantly at several of her friends as she remarked that she hoped they would take its warning to heart. George came upon his father's chaplain, grinning like a heathen idol in the midst of a tempestuous ocean of petticoats, and the bland way in which he sniffed up the incense of praise showed how grateful such homage was to his vain nature. At that moment he saw himself a future bishop, and that at no very great distance of time. Indeed, had the election of such a prelate been in the hand of his admirers, he would have been elevated that very moment to the nearest vacant episcopalian throne. Captain Pendle looked on contemptuously at this priest worship. "The sneaking cad," he thought, sneering at the excellent Cargrim. "I dare say he thinks he is the greatest man in Beorminster just now. He looks as though butter wouldn't melt in his mouth." There was no love lost between the chaplain and the captain, for on several occasions the latter had found Cargrim a slippery customer and lax in his notions of honour, while the curate, knowing that he had not been clever enough to hoodwink George, hated him with all the fervour and malice of his petty soul. However, he hoped soon to have the power to wound Captain Pendle through his father, so he could afford to smile blandly in response to the young soldier's contemptuous look. And he smiled more than ever when brisk Miss Whichello, with her small face ruddy as a winter apple, marched up and joined in the congratulations. "In future I shall call you Boanerges, Mr Cargrim," she cried, her bright little eyes dancing. "You quite frightened me. I looked into my mind to see what sins I had committed." "And found none, I'm sure," said the courtly chaplain. "You would have found one if you had looked long enough," growled Mrs Pansey, who hated the old maid as a rival practitioner amongst the poor. "And that is, you did not bring your niece to hear the sermon. I don't call such carelessness Christianity." "Don't look at my sins through a microscope, Mrs Pansey. I did not bring Mab because she is not well." "Oh, really, dear Miss Whichello," chimed in Daisy Norsham. "Why, I thought that your sweet niece looked the very picture of health. All those strong, tall women do. Not like poor little me." "You need dieting," retorted Miss Whichello, with a disparaging glance. "Your face is pale and pasty. If it isn't powder, it's bad digestion." "Miss Whichello!" cried the outraged spinster. "I'm an old woman, my dear, and you must allow me to speak my mind. I'm sure Mrs Pansey always does." "You need not be so very unpleasant. No, really." "The truth is always unpleasant," said Mrs Pansey, who could not forbear a thrust even at her own guest, "but Miss Whichello doesn't often hear it," with a dig at her rival. "Come away, Daisy. Mr Cargrim, next time you preach, take for your text, 'The tongue is a two-edged sword.'" "Do, Mr Cargrim," cried Miss Whichello, darting an angry glance at Mrs Pansey, "and illustrate it with the one to whom it particularly applies." "Ladies, ladies," remonstrated Cargrim, while both combatants ruffled their plumes like two fighting cocks, and the more timid of the spectators scuttled out of the way. How the situation would have ended it is impossible to say, as the two ladies were equally matched, but George saved it by advancing to greet Miss Whichello. When the little woman saw him, she darted forward and shook his hand with unfeigned warmth. "My dear Captain Pendle," she cried, "I am so glad to see you, and thank you for your noble conduct of last night." "Why, Miss Whichello, it was nothing," murmured the modest hero. "Indeed, I must say it was very valiant," said Cargrim, graciously. "Do you know, ladies, that Miss Arden was attacked last night by a tramp, and Captain Pendle knocked him down?" "Oh, really! How very sweet!" cried Daisy, casting an admiring look at George's handsome face, which appealed to her appreciation of manly beauty. "What was Miss Arden doing to place herself in the position of being attacked by a tramp?" asked Mrs Pansey in a hard voice. "This must be looked into." "Thank you, Mrs Pansey, I have looked into it myself," said Miss Whichello. "Captain Pendle, come home with me to luncheon and tell me about it. Mr Cargrim, you come also." Both gentlemen bowed and accepted, the former because he wished to see Mab, the latter because he knew that Captain Pendle did not want him to come. As Miss Whichello moved off with her two guests, Mrs Pansey exclaimed in a loud voice, "Poor young men! Luncheon indeed! They will be starved. I know for a fact that she weighs out the food in scales." Then, having had the last word, she went home in triumph. Chapter 11 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 11. Miss Whichello's Luncheon-party. The little lady trotted briskly across the square, and guided her guests to a quaint old house squeezed into one corner of it. Here she had been born some 60-odd years before. Here she had lived her life of spinsterhood, save for an occasional visit to London; and here she hoped to die, although at present she kept death at a safe distance by hygienic means and dietary treatment. The house was a queer survival of 3 centuries, with a pattern of black oak beams let into a whitewashed front. Its roof shot up into a high gable at an acute angle, and was tiled with red clay squares, mellowed by time to the hue of rusty iron. A long lattice with diamond panes and geraniums in flower pots behind them extended across the lower story. Two little jutting windows, also the criss-cross pattern, looked like two eyes in the second story, and high up in the third the casement of the attic peered out coyly from under the eaves. At the top of a flight of immaculately white steps there was a squat little door painted green and adorned with a brass knocker burnished to the colour of fine gold. The railings of iron round the area were also coloured green, and the appearance of the whole exterior was as spotless and neat as Miss Whichello herself. It was an ideal house for a dainty old spinster such as she was, and rested in the very shadow of the Bishop Gandolf's cathedral, like the nest of a bright-eyed wren. "Mab, my dear," cried the wren herself, as she led the gentlemen into the drawing-room, "I have brought Captain Pendle and Mr. Cargrim to luncheon." Mab arose out of a deep chair and laid aside the book she was reading. "I saw you crossing the square, Captain Pendle," she said, shaking his hand. "Mr. Cargrim, I am glad to see you." "Are you not glad to see me?" whispered George, in low tones. "Do you need me to tell you so?" was Mab's reply, with a smile, and that smile answered his question. "Oh, my dear, such a heavenly sermon!" cried Miss Whichello, fluttering about the room. "It went to my very heart." "It could not have gone to a better place," replied the chaplain, in the gentle voice which George particularly detested. "I am sorry to hear you have suffered from your alarm last night, Miss Arden." "My nerves received rather a shock, Mr. Cargrim, and I had such a bad headache that I decided to remain at home. I must receive your sermon second hand from my aunt." "Why not first hand from me?" said Cargrim, insinuatingly, whereupon Captain George pulled his moustache and looked savage. "Oh, I won't tax your good nature so far," rejoined Mab, laughing. "What is it, aunty?" for the wren was still fluttering and restless. "My dear, you must content yourself with Captain Pendle till luncheon, for I want Mr. Cargrim to come into the garden and see my fig tree. Real figs grow on it, Mr. Cargrim," said Miss Whichello, solemnly, "the very first figs that have ever ripened in Beorminster." "I am glad it is not a barren fig tree," said Cargrim, introducing a scriptural allusion in his most clerical manner. "Barren, indeed. It has 5 figs on it. Really, sitting under its shade, one would fancy one was in Palestine. Do come, Mr. Cargrim," and Miss Whichello fluttered through the door like an escaping bird. "With pleasure, the more so as I know we shall not be missed." "Damn!" muttered Captain Pendle, when the door closed on Cargrim's smile and insinuating looks. "Captain Pendle!" exclaimed Miss Arden, becomingly shocked. "Captain Pendle, indeed," said the young man, slipping his arm round Mab. "And why not George?" "I thought Mr. Cargrim might hear." "He ought to. Like the ass, his ears are long enough." "Still, he is anything but an ass, George." "If he isn't an ass, he's a beast," rejoined Pendle promptly, "and it comes to much the same thing." "Well, you need not swear at him." "If I didn't swear, I'd kick him, Mab. And think of the scandal to the Church. Cargrim's a sneaking, time-serving sycophant. I wonder my father can endure him. I can't." "I don't like him myself," confessed Mab, as they seated themselves in the window seat. "I should think not," cried Captain George, in so deliberate and disgusted a tone that Mab laughed. Whereat he kissed her, and was reproved, so that both betook themselves to argument as to the righteousness or unrighteousness of kissing on a Sunday. George Pendle was a tall, slim, and very good-looking young man in every sense of the word. He was as fair as Mab was dark, with bright blue eyes and a bronzed skin, against which his smartly pointed moustache appeared by contrast almost white. With his upright figure, his alert military air and merry smile, he looked an extremely handsome and desirable lover. And so Mab thought, although she reproved him with orthodox modesty for snatching a kiss unasked. But if men had to request favours of this sort, there would not be much kissing in the world. Moreover, stolen kisses, like stolen fruit, have a piquant flavour of their own. The quaint old drawing room, with its low ceiling and twilight atmosphere, was certainly an ideal place for love making. It was furnished with chairs and tables and couches which had done duty in the days of Miss Whichello's grandparents, and if the carpet was old, so much the better, for its once brilliant tints had faded into soft hues more restful to the eye. In one corner stood the grandfather of all pianos, with a front of drawn green silk fluted to a central button; beside it a prim Canterbury, filled with primly bound books of yellow-paged music, containing "The Battle of the Prague," "The Maiden's Prayer," "Cherry Ripe," and "The Canary Bird's Quadrilles." Such tinkling melodies had been the delight of Miss Whichello's youth, and, as she had a fine finger for the piano her own observation she sometimes tinkled them now on the jingling old piano when old friends came to see her. Also there were Chippendale cupboards with glass doors, filled with a most wonderful collection of old china, older even than their owner; Chinese jars heaped up with dried rose leaves, spreading around a perfume of dead summers; bright silken screens from far Japan; footstools and fender stools, worked in worsted, which tripped up the unwary; and a number of oil paintings, valuable rather for age than beauty. None of your modern flimsy drawing rooms was Miss Whichello's, but a dear, delightful, cosy room, full of faded splendours and relics of the dead and gone, so dearly beloved. From the yellow silk fire screen swinging on a rosewood pole, to the drowsy old canary chirping feebly in his brass cage at the window, all was old world and marvellously proper and genteel. Withal, a quiet, perfumed room, delightful to make love in, to the most beautiful woman in the world, as Captain George Pendle knew very well. "Though it really isn't proper for you to kiss me," observed Mab, folding her slender hands on her white gown. "You know we are not engaged." "I know nothing of the sort, my dearest prude. You are the only woman I ever intend to marry. Have you any objections? If so, I should like to hear them." "I am 2 years older than you, George." "A man is as old as he looks, a woman as she feels. I am quite convinced, Miss Arden, that you feel 19 years of age, so the disparity rests rather on my shoulders than on yours." "You don't look old," laughed Mab, letting her hand lie in that of her lover's. "But I feel old enough to marry you, my dear. What is your next objection?" "Your father does not know that you love me." "My mother does. Lucy does. And with 2 women to persuade him, my dear, kind old father will gladly consent to the match." "I have no money." "My dearest, neither have I. 2 negatives make an affirmative, and that affirmative is to be uttered by you when I ask if I may tell the bishop that you are willing to become a soldier's wife." "Oh, George," cried Mab anxiously, "it is a very serious matter. You know how particular your father is about birth and family. My parents are dead. I never knew them; for my father died before I was born, and my mother followed him to the grave when I was a year old. If my dear mother's sister had not taken charge of me and brought me up, I should very likely have gone on the parish; for, as auntie says, my parents were paupers." "My lovely pauper, what is all this to me? Here is your answer to all the nonsense you have been talking." And George, with the proverbial boldness of a soldier, laid a fond kiss on the charming face so near to his own. "Oh, George!" began the scandalised Mab, for the fifth time at least, and was about to reprove her audacious lover again, when Miss Whichello bustled into the room, followed by the black shadow of the parson. George and Mab sprang apart with alacrity, and each wondered, while admiring the cathedral opposite, if Miss Whichello or Cargrim had heard the sound of that stolen kiss. Apparently the dear unsuspecting old Jenny Wren had not, for she hopped up to the pair in her bird-like fashion and took George's arm. "Come, good people," she said briskly, "luncheon is ready, and so are your appetites, I've no doubt. Mr Cargrim, take in my niece." In 5 minutes the quartette were seated round a small table in Miss Whichello's small dining room. The apartment was filled with oak furniture, black with age and wondrously carved. The curtains and carpet and cushions were of faded crimson rep, and as the gaily striped sun blinds were down, the whole was enwrapped in a sober brown atmosphere, restful to the eye and cool to the skin. The oval table was covered with a snow white cloth, on which sparkled silver and crystal round a Nankin porcelain bowl of blue and white, filled with deep red roses. The dinner plates were of thin china, painted with sprawling dragons in yellow and green. The food, in spite of Mrs Pansey's report, was plentiful and dainty, and the wines came from the stock laid down by the father of the hostess in the days when dignitaries of the church knew what good wine was. It is true that a neat pair of brass scales was placed beside Miss Whichello, but she used them to weigh out such portions of food as she judged to be needful for herself, and did not mar her hospitality by interfering with the appetite of her guests. The repast was tempting, the company congenial, and the two young men enjoyed themselves greatly. Miss Whichello was an entertainer worth knowing, if only for her cook. "Mab, my dear," cried the lively old lady, "I am ashamed of your appetite. Don't you feel better for your morning's rest?" "Much better, thank you, aunty, but it is too hot to eat." "Try some salad, my love. It is cool and green, and excellent for the blood. If I had my way, people would eat more green stuff than they do." "Like so many Nebuchadnezzars," suggested Cargrim, always scriptural. "Well, some kinds of grass are edible, you know, Mr Cargrim, although we need not go on all fours to eat them as he did." "So many people would need to revert to their natural characters of animals if that custom came in," said George, smiling. "A certain great poet remarked that every one had a portion of the nature of some animal," observed Cargrim, "especially women." "Then Mrs Pansey is a magpie," cried Mab, with an arch look at her aunt. "She is a magpie and a fox and a laughing hyena, my dear." "Oh, aunty, what a trinity!" "I suppose, Cargrim, all you black-coated parsons are rooks," said George. "No doubt, captain." "And you soldiers are lions." "Aunty is a Jenny Wren." "And Mab is a white peacock," said Miss Whichello, with a nod. "Captain Pendle, protect me," laughed Miss Arden. "I decline to be called a peacock." "You are a golden bird of paradise, Miss Arden." "Ah, that is a pretty compliment, Captain Pendle. Thank you." While George laughed, and Cargrim, rather tired of these zoological comparisons, strove to change the subject by an allusion to the adventure of the previous night. "The man who attacked you was certainly a wolf," he said decisively. "Who was the man?" asked Miss Whichello, carefully weighing herself some cheese. "Some tramp who has been in the wars," replied George carelessly. "A discharged soldier, I dare say. At least he had a long red scar on his villainous looking face. I saw it in the moonlight, marking him as with the brand of Cain." "A scar!" repeated Miss Whichello, in so altered a tone that Cargrim stared at her, and hastened to explain further, so as to learn, if possible, the meaning of her strange look.
"A scar on the right cheek," he said slowly, "from the ear to the mouth." "What kind of a looking man is he?" said the old lady, pushing away her plate with a nervous gesture. "Something like a gipsy, lean, tall, and swarthy, with jet black eyes and an evil expression. He talks like an educated person." "You seem to know all about him, Cargrim," said Captain Pendle, in some surprise, while Miss Whichello, her rosy face pale and scared, sat silently staring at the tablecloth. "I have several times been to an hotel called the Derby Winner," explained the chaplain, "to see a sick woman, and there I came across this scamp several times. He stays there, I believe." "What is his name?" asked Miss Whichello, hoarsely. "Jentham, I have been informed." "Jentham? I don't know the name." "I don't suppose you know the man either, auntie." "No, my love," replied Miss Whichello, in a low voice. "I don't suppose I know the man either. Is he still at the Derby Winner, Mr. Cargrim?" "I believe so. He portions his time between that hotel and a gipsy camp on Southberry Common." "What is he doing here?" "Really, my dear lady, I do not know." "Auntie, one would think you knew the man," said Mab, amazed at her aunt's emotion. "No, Mab, I do not," said Miss Whichello, vehemently, more so than the remark warranted. "But if he attacks people on the high road, he should certainly be shut up. Well, good people," she added, with an attempt at her former lively manner, "if you are finished we will return to the drawing room." All attempts to restore the earlier harmony of the visit failed, for the conversation languished, and Miss Whichello was silent and distraught. The young men shortly took their leave, and the old lady seemed glad to be rid of them. Outside, George and Cargrim separated, as neither was anxious for the other's company. As the chaplain walked to the palace, he reflected on the strange conduct of Miss Whichello. "She knows something about Jentham," he thought. "I wonder if she has a secret too." Chapter XII of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 12. Bell Mosk pays a visit. Although the palace was so near Beorminster, and the sphere of Gabriel's labours lay in the vicinity of the cathedral, Bishop Pendle did not judge it wise that his youngest son should dwell beneath the paternal roof. To teach him independence, to strengthen his will and character, and because he considered that a clergyman should, to a certain extent, share the lot of those amongst whom he laboured, the bishop arranged that Gabriel should inhabit lodgings in the old town, not far from the Derby Winner. It was by reason of this contiguity that Gabriel became acquainted with the handsome barmaid of the hotel, and as he was a more weak-natured man than his father dreamed of, it soon came about that he fell in love with the girl. Matters between them had gone much further than even Cargrim, with all his suspicions, guessed, for in the skilful hands of Miss Mosk the curate was as clay, and for some time he had been engaged to his charmer. No one knew this, not even Mrs Mosk, for the fair Bell was quite capable of keeping a secret. But Gabriel was firmly bound to her by honour, and Bell possessed a ring, which she kept in the drawer of her looking-glass, and wore in secret as symbol of an engagement she did not dare to reveal. On Sunday evening she arrayed herself in her best garments, and, putting on this ring, told her mother that she was going to church. At first Mrs Mosk feebly objected, as her husband was away in Southberry and would not be back all night; but as Bell declared that she wanted some amusement after working hard at pulling beer all the week, Mrs Mosk gave way. She did not approve of Bell's mention of evening service as amusement, but she did approve of her going to church; so when the young lady had exhibited herself to the invalid in all her finery, she went away in the greatest good humour.
As the evening was hot, she had put on a dress of pale blue muslin, adorned with white ribbons, a straw hat with many flowers and feathers, and to finish off her costume, her gloves and shoes and sunshade were white. As these cool colours rather toned down the extreme red of her healthy complexion, she really looked very well, and when Gabriel saw her seated in a pew near the pulpit, behaving as demurely as a cat that is after cream, he could not but think how pretty and pious she was. It was probably the first time that piety had ever been associated with Bell's character, although she was not a bad girl on the whole. But that Gabriel should gift her with such a quality showed how green and innocent he was as regards the sex. The church in which he preached was an ancient building at the foot of the hill, crowned by the cathedral. It was built of rough grey stone, in the Norman style of architecture, and very little had been done to adorn it, either within or without, as the worshippers were few and poor, and low church in their tendencies. Those who liked pomp and colour and ritual could find all three in the Minster, so there was no necessity to hold elaborate services in this grey, cold little chapel. In her heart, Bell preferred the cathedral, with its music and choir, its many celebrants and fashionable congregation, but out of diplomacy she came to sit under Gabriel and follow him as her spiritual guide. Nevertheless, she thought less of him in this capacity than as a future husband, likely to raise her to a position worthy of her beauty and merits, of both of which she entertained a most excellent opinion. As usual, the pews were half empty, but Gabriel, being a devout parson, performed the service with much earnestness. He read the lessons, lent his voice to the assistance of the meagre choir, and preached a short but sensible discourse which pleased every one. Bell did not hear much of it, for her mind was busy with hopes that Gabriel would shortly induce his father to receive her as a daughter-in-law. It is true that she saw difficulties in the way, but to a clever woman like herself she did not think them unconquerable. Having gone so far as to engage herself to the young man, she was determined to go to the whole length and benefit as much as possible for her sacrifice, as she thought it, of accepting the somewhat trying position of a curate's wife. With her bold good looks and aggressive love of dress and amusement, Bell was hardly the type likely to do credit to a parsonage; but any doubts on that score never entered her vain mind. When the service was over, and the sparse congregation had dwindled away, she went round to the vestry and asked Jarper, the cross old verger, if she could see Mr. Pendle. Jarper, who took a paternal interest in the curate, and did not like Miss Mosk overmuch, since she stinted him of his full measure of beer when he patronized her father's hotel, replied in surly tones that Mr. Pendle was tired and could see no one. "But I must see him," persisted Bell, who was as obstinate as a mule. "My mother is very ill." "Then why don't you stay to home and look arter her?" "She sent me out to ask Mr. Pendle to see her, and I want none of your insolence, Jacob Jarper." "Don't 'ee be bold, Miss Mosk. I have been verger here these 60 year, I have, and I don't want to be told my duty by sich as you." "Such as me, indeed!" cried Bell, with a flash of the paternal temper. "If I wasn't a lady I'd give you a piece of my mind." "Hee, hee!" chuckled Jarper. "'Pears as you're all ladies by your own way of showing. Not that you ain't handsome, far be it from me to say as you ain't, but Muster Pendle, well, that's a different matter." At this moment Gabriel put an end to what threatened to develop into a quarrel by appearing at the vestry door. On learning that Mrs Mosk wished to see him, he readily consented to accompany Bell, but as he had some business to attend to at the church before he went, he asked Bell to wait for a few minutes. "I'll be some little time, Jarper," said he kindly to the sour old verger, "so if you give me the keys I'll lock up, and you can go home to your supper." "I am hungry, Mr. Pendle. confessed Jarper, "and it ain't at my time of life as old folks should starve. I've locked up the hull church 'ceptin' the vestry door, and here's the key oft. Be careful with the light and put it out, Mr Pendle, for if you burns down the church, what good is fine sermons, I'd like to know?" "It will be all right, Jarper. I'll give you the key to morrow. Good night." "Good night, Jarper," chimed in Bell, in her most stately manner. "Thankee, Muster Pendle. Good night. But I don't want no beer from you this evening, Miss Bell Mosk," growled the old man, and chuckling over this exhibition of wit, he hobbled away to his supper. "These common people are most insolent," said Bell, with an affectation of fine ladyism. "Let us go into the vestry, Gabriel. I wish to speak to you. Oh, you needn't look so scared. There's nobody about, now that old Doughton Carey one has gone," this last in allusion to Jarper's lameness. "Bell, please don't use such language," remonstrated Gabriel, as he conducted her into the vestry. "Some one might hear." "I don't care if some one does," retorted Miss Mosk, taking a chair near the flaring, spluttering gas jet. "But I tell you there is no one about. I wouldn't be here alone with you if there were. I'm as careful of my own reputation as I am of yours, I can tell you." "Is your mother ill again?" asked Gabriel, arranging some sheets of paper on the table and changing the conversation. "Oh, she's no better and no worse. But you better come and see her, so that folks won't be talking of my having spoken to you. A cat can't look at a jug in this town without they think she's after the cream." "You wish to speak with me, Bell?" "Yes, I do. Come and sit 'longside of me." Gabriel, being very much in love, obeyed with the greatest willingness, and when he sat down under the gas jet would have taken Bell in his arms, but that she evaded his clasp. "There's no time for anything of that sort, my dear," said she sharply. "We've got to talk business, you and I, we have." "Business? About our engagement?" "You've hit it, Gabriel. That's the business I wish to understand. How long is this sort of thing going on?" "What sort of thing?" "Now, don't pretend to misunderstand me," cried Bell with acerbity, "or you and I shall fall out of the cart. What sort of thing, indeed! Why, my engagement to you being kept secret, your pretending to visit mother when it's me you want, my being obliged to hide the ring you gave me from father's eyes. That's the sort of thing, Mr Gabriel Pendle." "I know it is a painful position, dearest, but—" "Painful position!" echoed the girl contemptuously. "Oh, I don't care two straws about the painful position. It's the danger I'm thinking about." "Danger? What do you mean? Danger from whom?" "From Mrs Pansey, from Mr Cargrim. She guesses a lot, and he knows more than is good for either you or I. I don't want to lose my character." "Bell, no one dare say a word against your character." "I should think not," retorted Miss Mosk, firing up. "I'd have the law on them if they did. I can look after myself, I hope, and there's no man I know likely to get the better of me. I don't say I'm an aristocrat, Gabriel, but I'm an honest girl, and as good a lady as any of them. I'll make you a first class wife in spite of my bringing up." Gabriel kissed her. "My darling Bell, you are the sweetest and cleverest woman in the world. You know how I adore you." Bell knew very well, for she was sharp enough to distinguish between genuine and spurious affection. Strange as it may appear, the refined and educated young clergyman was deeply in love with this handsome, bold woman of the people. Some lovers of flowers prefer full blown roses, ripe and red, to the most exquisite buds. Gabriel's tastes were the same, and he admired the florid beauty of Bell with all the ardour of his young and impetuous heart. He was blind to her liking for incongruous colours in dress; he was deaf to her bold expressions and defects in grammar. What lured him was her ripe, rich, exuberant beauty. What charmed him was the flash of her white teeth and the brilliancy of her eyes when she smiled. What dominated him was her strong will and practical way of looking on worldly affairs. Opposite natures are often attracted to one another by the very fact that they are so undeniably unlike, and the very characteristics in Bell which pleased Gabriel were those which he lacked himself. Undoubtedly he loved her, but it may be asked, did she love him? And that is the more difficult question to answer. Candidly speaking, Bell had an affection for Gabriel. She liked his good looks, his refined voice, his very weakness of character was not unpleasing to her. But she did not love him sufficiently to marry him for himself alone. What she wished to marry was the gentleman, the clergyman, the son of the Bishop of Beorminster, and unless Gabriel could give her all the pleasures and delights attendant on his worldly position, she was not prepared to become Mrs. Gabriel Pendle. It was to make this clear to him, to clinch the bargain, to show that she was willing to barter her milkmaid beauty and strong common sense for his position and possible money, that she had come to see him. Not being bemused with love, Bell Mosk was thoroughly practical, and so spoke very much to the point. Never was there so prosaic an interview. "Well, it just comes to this," she said determinedly. "I'm not going to be kept in the background serving out beer any longer. If I am worth marrying, I am worth acknowledging, and that's just what you've got to do, Gabriel." "But my father," faltered Gabriel, nervously, for he saw in a flash the difficulties of his position. "What about your father? He can't eat me, can he?" "He can cut me off with a shilling, my dear, and that's just what he will do if he knows I'm engaged to you. Surely, Bell, with your strong common sense, you can see that for yourself." "Of course I see it," retorted Bell sharply, for the speech was not flattering to her vanity. "All the same, something must be done." "We must wait." "I'm sick of waiting." Gabriel rose to his feet and began to pace to and fro. "You cannot desire our marriage more than I do," he said fondly. "I wish to make you my wife in as public a manner as possible. But you know I have only a small income as a curate, and would not wish us to begin life on a pittance." "I should think not. I've had enough of cutting and contriving. But how do you intend to get enough for us to marry on?" "My father has promised me the rectorship of Heathcroft. The present incumbent is old and cannot possibly live long." "I believe he'll live on, just to spite us," grumbled Bell. "How much is the living worth?" "600 a year. There's also the rectory, you know." "Well, I dare say we can manage on that, Gabriel. Perhaps after all it will be best to wait. But I don't like it." "Neither do I, my dear. If you like, I'll tell my father and marry you to morrow." "Then you would lose Heathcroft." "It's extremely probable I would," replied Gabriel dryly. "In that case we'll wait," said Bell, springing up briskly. "I don't suppose that old man is immortal, and I'm willing to stick to you for another 12 months." "Bell, I thought you loved me sufficiently to accept any position." "I do love you, Gabriel, but I'm not a fool, and I'm not cut out for a poor man's wife. I've had quite enough of being a poor man's daughter. When poverty comes in at the door, love flies out of the window. That's as true as true. No, we'll wait till the old rector dies, but if he lasts longer than 12 months I'll lose heart and have to look about me for another husband in my own rank of life." "Bell," said Gabriel, in a pained voice, "you are cruel." "Rubbish," replied the practical barmaid. "I'm sensible. Now come and see mother." Chapter XIII of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter XIII. A Stormy Night. Having given Gabriel plainly to understand the terms upon which she was prepared to continue their secret engagement, Bell kissed him once or twice to soften the rigour of her speech. Then she intimated that she would return alone to The Derby Winner, and that Gabriel could follow after a reasonable interval of time had elapsed. She also explained the meaning of these precautions. "If the old cats of the town saw you and I walking along on Sunday night," said she, at the door of the vestry, "they would screech out that we were keeping company, and in any case would couple our names together. If they did, father would make it so warm for me that I should have to tell the truth, and then well," added Miss Mosk, with a brilliant smile, "you know his temper and my temper." "You are sure it is quite safe for you to go home alone?" said Gabriel, who was infected with the upper class prejudice that every unmarried girl should be provided with a chaperone. "Safe!" echoed the dauntless Bell, in a tone of supreme contempt. "My dear Gabriel, I'll be safe in the middle of Timbuctoo." "There are many of these rough harvest labourers about here, you know." "I'll slap their faces if they speak to me. I'd like to see them try it, that's all. And now good bye for the present, dear. I must get home as soon as possible, for there is a storm coming, and I don't want to get my Sunday go to meetin' clothes spoilt." When she slipped off like a white ghost into the gathering darkness, Gabriel remained at the door and looked up at the fast clouding sky. It was now about 9 o'clock, and the night was hot and thundery, and so airless that it was difficult to breathe. Overhead, masses of dark cloud, heavy with storm, hung low down over the town, and the earth, panting and worn out with the heat, waited thirstily for the cool drench of the rain. Evidently a witch tempest was brewing in the halls of heaven on no small scale, and Gabriel wished that it would break at once to relieve the strain from which nature seemed to suffer. Whether it was the fatigue of his day's labour, or the late interview with Bell which depressed him, he did not know, but he felt singularly pessimistic, and his mind was filled with premonitions of ill. Like most people with highly strung natures, Gabriel was easily affected by atmospheric influence, so no doubt the palpable electricity in the dry, hot air depressed his nerves; but whether this was the cause of his restlessness he could not say. He felt anxious and melancholy, and was worried by a sense of coming ill, though what such ill might be, or from what quarter it would come, he knew not. While thus gloomily contemplative, the great bell of the cathedral boomed out 9 deep strokes, and the hollow sound, breaking in on his reflections, made him wake up, shake off his dismal thoughts, and sent him inside to attend to his work. Yet the memory of those forebodings occurred to him often in after days, and read by the light of after events, he was unable to decide whether the expectation of evil, so strongly forced upon him then, was due to natural or supernatural causes. At present he ascribed his anxieties to the disturbed state of the atmosphere. In the meantime, Bell, who was a healthy young woman, with no nerves to be affected by the atmosphere, walked swiftly homeward along the airless streets. There were few people on their feet, for the night was too close for exercise, and the majority of the inhabitants sat in chairs before their doors, weary and out of temper. Nature and her creatures were waiting for the windows of the firmament to be opened, for the air to be cleansed, for life to be renewed. Bell met none of the harvesters, and was not molested in any way. Had she been spoken to or hustled, there is no doubt she would have been as good as her word and have slapped her assailant's face. Fortunately, there was no need for her to proceed to such extremes. At the door of the Derby Winner she was rather surprised to find Miss Whichello waiting for her. The little old lady wore her poke bonnet and old-fashioned black silk cloak, and appeared anxious and nervous, and altogether unlike her usual cheery self. Bell liked Miss Whichello as much as she disliked Mrs Pansey, therefore she greeted her with unfeigned pleasure, although she could not help expressing her surprise that the visitor was in that quarter of the town so late at night. Miss Whichello produced a parcel from under her voluminous cloak, and offered it as an explanation of her presence. "This is a pot of calf's foot jelly for your mother, Miss Mosk," she said. "Mr Cargrim came to luncheon at my house to day, and he told me how ill your mother is. I was informed that she was asleep, so, not wishing to disturb her, I waited until you returned." "It is very kind of you to take so much trouble, Miss Whichello," said Bell, gratefully, receiving the jelly. "I hope you have not been waiting long." "Only 10 minutes. Your servant told me that you would return soon." "I have been to church and stopped after service to talk to some friends, Miss Whichello. Won't you come in for a few minutes? I'll see if my mother is awake." "Thank you, I'll come in for a time. But do not waken your mother on my account. Sleep is always the best medicine in case of sickness. I hope Mrs Mosk is careful of her diet." "Well, she eats very little." "That is wise. Very little food, but that little nourishing and frequently administered. Give her a cup of beef tea 2 or 3 times in the night, my dear, and you'll find it will sustain the body wonderfully." "I'll remember to do so," replied Bell, gravely, although she had no intention of remaining awake all night to heat beef tea and dose her mother with it, especially as the invalid was not ill enough for such extreme measures. But she was so touched by Miss Whichello's kindness that she would not have offended her by scouting her prescription for the world. By this time Miss Whichello was seated in a little private parlour off the bar, illuminated by an oil lamp. This Bell turned up, and then she noticed that her visitor looked anxious and ill at ease. Once or twice she attempted to speak, but closed her mouth again. Bell wondered if Mrs Pansey had been at work, coupling her name with that of Gabriel's, and whether Miss Whichello had come down to relieve her conscience by warning her against seeing too much of the curate. But, as she knew very well, Miss Whichello was too nervous and too much of a lady to give her opinion on questions unasked, and therefore, banishing the defiant look which had begun to harden her face, she waited to hear if it was any other reason than bestowing the jelly which had brought the little old spinster to so disreputable a quarter of the town at so untoward an hour. Finally, Miss Whichello's real reason for calling came out by degrees, and in true feminine fashion she approached the main point by side issues. "Is your father in, Miss Mosk?" she asked, clasping and unclasping her hands feverishly on her lap. "No, Miss Whichello. He rode over this afternoon to Southberry on business, and we do not expect him back till to morrow morning." "Poor father!" sighed Bell. "He went away in anything but good spirits, for he is terribly worried over money matters." "The payment of his rent is troubling him, perhaps?" "Yes, Miss Whichello. This is an expensive hotel, and the rent is high. We find it so difficult to make the place pay that we are behindhand with the rent. Sir Harry Brace, our landlord, has been very kind in waiting, but we can't expect him to stand out of his money much longer. I'm afraid in the end we'll have to give up the Derby winner. But it is no good my worrying you about our troubles," concluded Bell, in a more vivacious tone. "What do you wish to see father about, Miss Whichello? Anything that I can do?" "Well, my dear, it is this way," said the old lady nervously. "You know that I have a much larger income than I need, and that I am always ready to help the deserving." "Oh, I know, Miss Whichello. You give help where Mrs Pansey only gives advice. I know who is most thought of, that I do." "Mrs Pansey has her own methods of dispensing charity, Miss Mosk." "Tracts and interference," muttered Bell under her breath, meddlesome old tabby that she is. "Mr Cargrim was at my house to day, as I told you," pursued Miss Whichello, not having heard this remark, "and he mentioned a man called Jentham as a poor creature in need of help." "He's a poor creature, I daresay," said Miss Mosk, tossing her head, "for he owes father more money than he can pay, although he does say that he'll settle his bill next week. But he's a bad lot." "A bad lot, Miss Mosk?" "As bad as they make 'em, Miss Whichello. Don't you give him a penny, for he'll only waste it on drink." Does he drink to excess?" "I should think so. He finishes a bottle of brandy every day." "Oh, Miss Mosk, how very dreadful!" cried Miss Whichello, quite in the style of Daisy Norsham. "Why is he staying in Beorminster?" "I don't know. But it's for no good, you may be sure. If he isn't here, he's hobnobbing with those gipsy wretches who have a camp on Southberry Common. Mother Jael and he are always together." "Can you describe him?" asked Miss Whichello, with some hesitation. "He is tall and thin, with a dark, wicked looking face, and he has a nasty scar on the right cheek, slanting across it to the mouth. But the funny thing is, that with all his rags and drunkenness, there is something of the gentleman about him. I don't like him, yet I can't dislike him. He's attractive in his own way from his very wickedness. But I'm sure," finished Bell, with a vigorous nod, "that he's a black hearted Nero. He has done a great deal of damage in his time both to men and women. I'm as sure of that as I sit here, though I can give no reason for saying so." Miss Whichello listened to this graphic description in silence. She was very pale, and held her handkerchief to her mouth with one trembling hand. The other beat nervously on her lap, and it was only by a strong effort of will that she managed to conquer her emotion. "I daresay you are right," she observed in a tremulous voice. "Indeed, I might have expected as much, for last night he frightened my niece and her maid on the high road. I thought it would be best to give him money and send him away, so that so evil a man should not remain here to be a source of danger to the town." "Give him money!" cried Miss Mosk. "I'd give him the cat o' nine tails if I had my way. Don't you trouble about him, Miss Whichello. He's no good." "But if I could see him, I might soften his heart," pleaded the old lady, very much in earnest. "Soften a brickbat," rejoined Bell. "You'd have just as much success with one as with the other. Besides, you can't see him, Miss Whichello, at all events not to night, for he's on the common with his nasty gipsies, and won't be back till the morning. I wish he'd stay away altogether, I do." "In that case I shall not trouble about him," said the old lady, rising. "On some future occasion I may see him, but you need not say I was asking for him, Miss Mosk." "I won't say a word. He'd only come worrying around your house if he thought you wanted to give him money." "Oh, he mustn't do that. He mustn't come there," cried Miss Whichello, alarmed. "He won't, for I'll hold my tongue. You can rest easy on that score, Miss Whichello. But my advice is, don't pick him up out of the mire. He'll only fall back into it again." "You have a bad opinion of him, Miss Mosk." "The very worst," replied Bell, conducting her guest to the door. "He's a jail bird and a scallywag, and all that's bad. Well, good night, Miss Whichello, and thank you for the jelly." "There is no need for thanks, Miss Mosk. Good night," and the old lady tripped up the street, keeping in the middle of it, lest any robber should spring out on her from the shadow of the houses. The storm was coming nearer, and soon would break directly over the town, for flashes of lightning were weaving fiery patterns against the black clouds, and every now and then a hoarse growl of thunder went grinding across the sky. Anxious to escape the coming downfall, Miss Whichello climbed up the street towards the cathedral as quickly and steadily as her old legs could carry her. Just as she emerged into the close, a shadow blacker than the blackness of the night glided past her. A zigzag of lightning cut the sky at the moment and revealed the face of Mr Cargrim, who in his turn recognised the old lady in the bluish glare. "Miss Whichello!" he exclaimed. "What a surprise!" "You may well say that, Mr Cargrim," replied the old lady with a nervous movement, for the sound of his voice and the sudden view of his face startled her not a little. "It is not often I am out at this hour, but I have been taking some jelly to Mrs Mosk." "You are a good Samaritan, Miss Whichello. I hope she is better." "I think so, but I did not see her, as she is asleep. I spoke with her daughter, however." I trust you were not molested by that ruffian Jentham, who stays at the Derby Winner,' said Cargrim, with hypocritical anxiety. 'Oh, no; he is away on Southberry Heath with his gipsy friends, I believe. At least, Miss Mosk told me so. Good night, Mr Cargrim,' she added, evidently not anxious to prolong the conversation. 'I wish to get under shelter before the storm breaks. Let me see you to your door, at least.' Miss Whichello rejected this officious offer by dryly remarking that she had accomplished the worst part of her journey, and, bidding the chaplain good night, tripped across the square to her own Jenny Wren nest. Cargrim looked after her with a doubtful look as she vanished into the darkness; then, turning on his heel, walked swiftly down the street towards Eastgate. He had as much aversion to getting wet as a cat, and put his best foot foremost so as to reach the palace before the rain came on. Besides, it was 10 o'clock, a late hour for a respectable parson to be abroad. 'She's been trying to see Jentham,' thought Mr Cargrim, recalling Miss Whichello's nervous hesitation. 'I wonder what she knows about him. The man is a mystery, and is in Beorminster for no good purpose. Miss Whichello and the bishop both know that purpose, I'm certain. Well, well, 2 secrets are better than 1, and if I gain a knowledge of them both, I may inhabit Heathcroft Rectory sooner than I expect.' Cargrim's meditations were here cut short by the falling of heavy drops of rain, and he put all his mind into his muscles to travel the faster. Indeed, he almost ran through the new town, and was soon out on the country road which conducted to the palace; but in spite of all his speed the rain caught him, for with an incessant play of lightning and a constant roll of thunder came a regular tropical downpour. The rain descended in one solid mass, flooding the ground and beating flat the crops. Cargrim was drenched to the skin, and by the time he slipped through the small iron gate near the big ones into the Episcopalian Park, he looked like a lean water rat. Being in a bad temper from his shower bath, he was almost as venomous as that animal, and raced up the avenue in his sodden clothing, shivering and dripping. Suddenly he heard the quick trot of a horse, and guessing that the bishop was returning, he stood aside in the shadow of the trees to let his superior pass by. Like the chaplain, Dr Pendle was streaming with water, and his horse's hoofs plashed up the sodden ground as though he were crossing a marsh. By the vivid glare of the lightnings which shot streaks of blue fire through the descending deluge, Cargrim caught a glimpse of the bishop's face. It was deathly pale, and bore a look of mingled horror and terror. Another moment and he had passed into the blackness of the drenching rain, leaving Cargrim marvelling at the torture of the mind which could produce so terrible an expression. 'It is the face of Cain,' whispered Cargrim to himself. 'What can his secret be?' Chapter 14 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Rumour full of tongues. It is almost impossible to learn the genesis of a rumour. It may be started by a look, a word, a gesture, and it spreads with such marvellous rapidity that by the time public curiosity is fully aroused no one can trace the original source, so many and winding are the channels through which it has flowed. Yet there are exceptions to this general rule, especially in criminal cases, where, for the safety of the public, it is absolutely necessary to get to the bottom of the matter. Therefore, the rumour which pervaded Beorminster on Monday morning was soon traced by the police to a carter from Southberry. This man mentioned to a friend that when crossing the heath during the early morning he had come across the body of a man. The rumour, weak in its genesis, stated first that a man had been hurt, later on that he had been wounded, by noon it was announced that he was dead,
and finally the actual truth came out that the man had been murdered. The police authorities saw the carter and were conducted by him to the corpse, which after examination they brought to the dead house in Beorminster. Then all doubt came to an end, and it was officially declared during the afternoon that Jentham, the military vagabond lately resident at the Derby Winner, had been shot through the heart. But even rumour, prolific as it is in invention, could not suggest who had murdered the man. So unusual an event in the quiet cathedral city caused the greatest excitement, and the streets were filled with people talking over the matter. Amateur detectives, swilling beer in public houses, gave their opinions about the crime, and the more beer they drank, the wilder and more impossible became their theories. Some suggested that the gipsies camped on Southberry Heath, who were continually fighting amongst themselves, had killed the miserable creature. Others, asserting that the scamp was desperately poor, hinted at suicide induced by sheer despair. But the most generally accepted opinion was that Jentham had been killed in some drunken frolic by one or more Irish harvesters. The Beorminster reporters visited the police station and endeavoured to learn what Inspector Tinkler thought. He had seen the body, he had viewed the spot where it had been found, he had examined the carter, Giles Crake, so he was the man most likely to give satisfactory answers to the questions as to who had killed the man, and why he had been shot. But Inspector Tinkler was the most wary of officials, and pending the inquest and the verdict of 12 good men and true, he declined to commit himself to an opinion. The result of this reticence was that the reporters had to fall back on their inventive faculties, and next morning published 3 theories, side by side, concerning the murder, so that the Beorminster Chronicle, containing these suppositions, proved to be as interesting as a police novel, and quite as unreliable. But it amused its readers and sold largely, therefore proprietor and editor were quite satisfied that fiction was as good as fact to tickle the long ears of a credulous public. As the dead man had lodged at the Derby Winner, and many people had known him there, quite a sensation was caused by the report of his untimely end. From morning till night the public house was thronged with customers, thirsting both for news and beer. Nevertheless, although business was so brisk, Mosk was by no means in a good temper. He had returned early that morning from Southberry, and had been one of the first to hear about the matter. When he heard who had been killed, he regarded the committal of the crime quite in a personal light, for the dead man owed him money, and his death had discharged the debt in a way of which Mr Mosk did not approve. He frequently referred to his loss during the day, when congratulated by unthinking customers on the excellent trade the assassination had brought about. "For, as I allays says," remarked one wiseacre, "it's an ill wind as don't blow good to somebody." "Yes," growled Mosk in his beery voice, "it's about as broad as it's long, so far as I'm concerned. I've lost a couple of quid through Jentham's going and getting shot, and it will take a good many tankards of bitter at thruppence to make that up." "Who do you think shot him, Mr Mosk?" "Arsk me something easier, carn't you? I don't know nothing about the cove, I don't. He comes here 2-3 weeks ago and leaves owing me money. Where he comes from, or who he is, or what he's been doing to get shot, I know no more nor you do. All I does know," finished Mosk, emphatically, "is as I've lost 2 bloomin' quid, and that's a lot to a poor man like me." "Well, father, it's no good making a fuss over it," cried Bell, who overheard his grumbling. "If Jentham hadn't been shot, we wouldn't be doing so well. For my part, I'm sorry for the poor soul." "Poor blackguard, you mean." "No, I don't. I don't call any corpse a blackguard. If he was one, I dare say he's been punished enough now without our calling him names. He wasn't the kind of man I fancied, but there's no denying he was attractive in his own wicked way." "Ah!" said a dirty-looking man, who was more than suspected of being a welcher.
Couldn't he slap up yarns about Injuns and heathens as bows down to stocks and stones? Oh, no, not he.' 'He could lie like one a year old, if that's what you mean,' said Mosk. 'Bloomin' fine lying, anyhow,' retorted the critic. 'I'd get orf the turf if I could spit 'em out that style. Make me fortune, I would, on the pipers.' 'You've been chucked orf the turf often enough as it is,' replied the landlord, sourly; whereat, to give the conversation a less personal application, the dirty welcher remarked that he would drain another bitter. 'I suppose you'll be as drunk as a pig by night,' said Bell, taking the order. 'Jentham was bad, but he wasn't a swine like you.' 'Garn! He got drunk, didn't he? Oh, no, you bet he didn't.' 'He got drunk like a gentleman, at all events. None of your sauce, Black, or I'll have you chucked. You know me by this time, I hope.' In fact, as several of the customers remarked, Miss Bell was in a fine temper that morning, and her tongue raged round like a prairie fire. This bad humour was ascribed by the public to the extra work entailed on her by the sensation caused by the murder, but the true cause lay with Gabriel. He had promised faithfully on the previous night to come round and see Mrs Mosk, but to Bell's anger had failed to put in an appearance, the first time he had done such a thing. As Miss Mosk's object was always to have an ostensible reason for seeing Gabriel in order to protect her character, she was not at all pleased that he had not turned her excuse for calling on him into an actual fact. It is true that Gabriel presented himself late in the afternoon, and requested to see the invalid, but instead of taking him up to the sick room, Bell whirled the curate into a small back parlour and closed the door, in order, as she remarked, to have it out with him. 'Now then,' said she, planting her back against the door, 'what do you mean by treating me like a bit of dirt?' 'You mean that I did not come round last night, Bell?' 'Yes, I do. I told mother you would visit her. I said to Jacob Jarper as I'd come to ask you to see mother, and you would go and make me out a liar by not turning up. What do you mean?' 'I was ill, and couldn't keep my promise,' said Gabriel, shortly. 'Ill!' said Bell, looking him up and down. 'Well, you do look ill. You've been washed and wrung out till you're limp as a rag, white in the face, black under the eyes. What have you been doing with yourself, I'd like to know? You were all right when I left you last night.' 'The weather affected my nerves,' exclaimed Gabriel, with a weary sigh, passing his thin hand across his anxious face. 'I felt that it was impossible for me to sit in a close room and talk to a sick woman, so I went round to the stables where I keep my horse, and took him out in order to get a breath of fresh air.' 'What! You rode out at that late hour? In all that storm?' 'The storm came on later. I went out almost immediately after you left, and got back at 10:30. It wasn't so very late.' 'Well, of all mad things!' said Bell, grimly. 'It's easily seen, Mr Gabriel Pendle, how badly you want a wife at your elbow. Where did you go?' 'I rode out to Southberry Heath,' replied Gabriel, with some hesitation. 'Lord a mercy! Where Jentham's corpse was found?' The curate shuddered. 'I didn't see any corpse,' he said painfully and slowly. 'Instead of keeping to the high road, I struck out cross country. It was only this morning that I heard of the unfortunate man's untimely end.' 'You didn't meet anyone likely to have laid him out?' 'No, I met no one. I felt too ill to notice passers by, but the ride did me good, and I feel much better this morning.' 'You don't look better,' said Bell, with another searching glance. 'One would think you had killed the man yourself.' 'Bell!' protested Gabriel, almost in an hysterical tone, for his nerves were not yet under control, and the crude speeches of the girl made him wince. 'Well, well, I'm only joking. I know you wouldn't hurt a fly, but you do look ill, that's a fact. Let me get you some brandy.' 'No, thank you. Brandy would only make me worse. Let me go up and see your mother.' 'I shan't. You're not fit to see anyone. Go home and lie down till your nerves get right. You can see me after 5 if you like, for I'm going to the dead house to have a look at Jentham's body." "What! To see the corpse of that unhappy man?" cried Gabriel, shrinking away. "Why not?" answered Bell, coolly, for she had that peculiar love of looking on dead bodies characteristic of the lower classes. "I want to see how they killed him." "How who killed him?" "The person as did it, silly. Though I don't know who could have shot him unless it was that old cat of a Mrs Pansey. Well, I can't stay here talking all day, and father will be wondering what I'm up to. You go home and lie down, Gabriel." "Not just now. I must walk up to the palace." "The bishop will be in a fine way about this murder. It's years since any one got killed here. I hope they'll catch the wretch as shot Jentham, though I can't say I liked him myself." "I hope they will catch him," replied Gabriel, mechanically. "Good day, Miss Mosk. I shall call and see your mother to morrow." "Good day, Mr Pendle. And thank you, oh, so much." This particular form of farewell was intended for the ears of Mr Mosk and the general public, but it failed in its object so far as the especial person it was intended to impress was concerned. When the black clothed form of Gabriel vanished, Mr Mosk handed over the business of the bar to an active pot boy, and conducted his daughter back to the little parlour. Bell saw from his lowering brow that her father was suspicious of her lengthened interview with the curate, and was bent upon causing trouble. However, she was not the kind of girl to be daunted by black looks, and, moreover, was conscious that her father would be rather pleased than otherwise to hear that she was honourably engaged to the son of Bishop Pendle. So she sat down calmly enough at his gruff command, and awaited the coming storm. If driven into a corner, she intended to tell the truth. Therefore she faced her father with the greatest coolness. "What d'ye mean by it?" cried Mosk, bursting into angry words as soon as the door was closed. "What d'ye mean, you hussy?" "Now look here, father," said Bell, quickly, "you keep a civil tongue in your head, or I won't use mine. I'm not a hussy, and you have no right to call me one." "No right? Ain't I your lawfully begotten father?" "Yes, you are, worse luck. I'd have had a duke for my father if I'd been asked what I wanted." "Wouldn't a bishop content you?" sneered Mosk, with a scowl on his pimply face. "You're talking of Mr Pendle, are you?" said Bell, wilfully misunderstanding the insinuation. "Yes, I am, you jade, and I won't have it. I tell you I won't." "Won't have what, father? Give it a name." "Why, this carrying on with that parson chap. Not as I've a word to say against Mr Pendle, because he's worth a dozen of the Cargrim lot, but he's gentry, and you're not." "What's that got to do with it?" demanded Bell, with supreme contempt. "This much," raved Mosk, clenching his fist, "that I won't have you running after him. Do you hear?" "I hear. There is no need for you to rage the house down, father. I'm not running after Mr Pendle. He's running after me." "That's just as bad. You'll lose your character." Bell fired up and bounced to her feet. "Who dares to say a word against my character?" she asked, panting and red. "Old Jarper, for one. He said you went to see Mr Pendle last night." "So I did." "Oh, you did you? And here you been talking alone with him this morning for the last hour? What d'ye mean by disgracing me?" "Disgracing you?" scoffed Bell. "Your character needs a lot of disgracing, doesn't it? Now be sensible, father," she added, advancing towards him, "and I'll tell you the truth. I didn't intend to, but as you are so unreasonable, I may as well set your mind at rest." "What are you driving at?" growled Mosk, struck by her placid manner. "Well, to put the thing into a nutshell, Mr Pendle is going to marry me." "Marry you? Get along." "I don't see why you should doubt my word," cried Bell, with an angry flush. "I'm engaged to him as honourably as any young lady could be. He has written me lots of letters promising to make me his wife. He has given me a ring, and we're only waiting till he's appointed to be rector of Heathcroft to marry." "Well, I'm damned," observed Mr Mosk, slowly. "Is this true?" "I'll show you the ring and letters if you like," said Bell, tartly, "but I don't see why you should be so surprised. I'm good enough for him, I hope." "You're good looking, I dessay, Bell, but he's gentry." "I'm going to be gentry too, and I'll hold my own with the best of them. As Bishop Pendle's daughter in law, I'll scratch the eyes out of any of 'em as doesn't give me my place." Mosk drew a long breath. "Bishop Pendle's daughter in law," he repeated, looking at his daughter with admiration. "My stars, you are a clever girl, Bell." "I'm clever enough to get what I want, father, so long as you don't put your foot into it. Hold your tongue until I tell you when to speak. If the bishop knew of this now, he'd cut Gabriel off with a shilling." "Oh, he would he?" said Mosk, in so strange a tone that Bell looked at him with some wonder. "Of course he would," said she quietly, "but when Gabriel is rector of Heathcroft it won't matter. We'll then have money enough to do without his consent." "Give me a kiss, my girl," cried Mosk, clasping her to his breast. "You're a credit to me, that you are. Oh, curse it! Bell, think of old Mother Pansey." Father and daughter looked at one another and burst out laughing. Chapter 15 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Is in the public domain. Chapter 15 The Gipsy Ring. Almost at the very time Mosk was congratulating his daughter on the conquest of the curate, Captain Pendle was paying a visit to the Jenny Wren nest. He had only succeeded in obtaining a Saturday to Monday leave from his colonel, who did not approve of young officers being too long or too often absent from their duties, and was rejoining his regiment that very evening. As soon as he could get away from the palace, he had left his portmanteau at the station, and had come up to the cathedral close to see Mab. Much to his gratification, he found her alone in the quaint old drawing-room, and blessed the Providence which had sent him thither at so propitious an hour. "Auntie is lying down," exclaimed Mab, who looked rather worried and pale. "She has been so upset over this horrid murder." "Egad, it has upset everyone," said George, throwing himself into a chair. "My father is so annoyed at such a thing happening in his diocese that he has retreated to his library and shut himself up. I could hardly get him to say good bye. Though, upon my word," added George, waxing warm, "I don't see that the death of a wretched tramp is of such moment. Yet it seems to have annoyed everyone." "Including yourself," said Mab, remarking how worried her lover looked, and how far from being his pleasant, natural self. "Yes, my dearest, including myself. When the bishop is annoyed, my mother fidgets over him until she makes herself ill. Knowing this, he is usually careful not to let her see him when he is out of sorts, but to day he was not so discreet, and the consequence is that my mother has an attack of nerves, and is lying on her sofa, bathed in tears, with Lucy in attendance. Of course, all this has upset me in my turn." "Well, George, I suppose it is natural that the bishop should be put out, for such a terrible crime has not been committed here for years. Indeed, the Chronicle of last week was remarking how free from crime this place was." "And naturally the gods gave him the lie by arranging a first-class murder straight away," said George, with a shrug. "But why everybody should be in such a state I can't see. The palace is like an undertaker's establishment when business is dull. The only person who seems at all cheerful is that fellow Cargrim." "He ought to be annoyed for the bishop's sake." "Faith, then, he isn't, Mab. He's going about rubbing his hands and grinning like a Cheshire cat. I think the sight of him irritated me more than the mourners. I'm glad to go back to my work." "Are you glad to leave me?" "No, you dear goose," said he, taking her hand affectionately. "That is the bitter drop in my cup. However, I have brought you something to draw us closer together. There." "Oh, George!" cried Mab, looking in ecstasy at the ring he had slipped on her finger. What a lovely, lovely ring, and what a queer one! 3 turquoise stones set in a braid of silver. I never saw so unique a pattern." "I dare say not. It's not the kind of ring you'll come across every day, and precious hard work I had to get it." "Did you buy it in Beorminster?" asked Miss Arden, putting her head on one side to admire the peculiar setting of the blue stones. "No, I bought it from Mother Jael." "From Mother Jael? That old gipsy fortune teller?" "Precisely. From that very identical old Witch of Endor. I saw it on her lean paw when I was last in Beorminster, and she came hovering round to tell my fortune. The queer look of it took my fancy, and I determined to secure it for our engagement ring. However, the old lady wasn't to be bribed into parting with it, but last night I rode out to the camp on Southberry Common and succeeded in getting it off her. She is a regular Jew at a bargain, and haggled for an hour before she would let me have it. Ultimately I gave her the price she asked, and there it is on your pretty hand." "How sweet of you, George, to take so much trouble. I shall value the ring greatly for your sake." "And for your own, too, I hope. It is a lucky ring, and came from the East, Mother Jael said, in the old, old days. It looks rather Egyptian, so perhaps Cleopatra wore it when she went to meet Anthony." "Oh, such nonsense! But it is a dear, lovely ring, and I'll wear it always." "I think I deserve a kiss from you for my trouble," said George, drawing her lovely, glowing face towards him. "There, darling. The next ring I place on your finger will be a plain golden one, not from the East, but from an honest Beorminster jeweller." "But, George," Mab laid her head on his breast, "I am not sure if I ought to accept it, really. Your father does not know of our engagement." "I intend to tell him when I next visit Beorminster, my love. Indeed, but that he takes this wretched murder so much to heart, I would have told him to day. Still, you need not scruple to wear it, dearest, for your aunt and my mother are both agreed that you will make me the sweetest of wives." "Auntie is always urging me to ask you to tell your father." "Then you can inform her that I'll do so next. Why, here is your aunt, my dear." "Auntie!" cried Mab, as Miss Whichello, like a little white ghost, moved into the room. "I thought your head was so bad." "It is better now, my dear," replied the old lady, who really looked very ill. "How do you do, Captain Pendle?" "Hadn't you better call me George, Miss Whichello?" "No, I hadn't, my dear man. At least, not until your engagement with Mab is an accomplished fact." "But it is an accomplished fact now, auntie," said Mab, showing the ring. "Here is the visible sign of our engagement." "A strange ring, but very charming," pronounced Miss Whichello, examining the jewel. "But does the bishop know?" "I intend to tell him when I come back next week," said George, promptly. "At present he is too upset with this murder to pay much attention to my love affairs." "Upset with this murder!" cried the little lady, dropping into a chair. "I don't wonder at it. I am quite ill with the news." "I'm sure I don't see why, auntie. This Jentham tramp wasn't a relative, you know." Miss Whichello shuddered, and, if possible, turned paler. "He was a human being, Mab," she said in a low voice, "and it is terrible to think that the poor wretch, however evil he may have been, should have come to so miserable an end. Is it known who shot him, Captain Pendle?" "No. There are all sorts of rumours, of course, but none of them very reliable. It's a pity, too," added George, reflectively, "for if I had only been a little earlier in leaving Mother Jael, I might have heard the shot and captured the murderer." "What do you mean, Captain Pendle?" cried Miss Whichello, with a start. "Why, didn't I tell you? No, of course I didn't. It was Mab I told." "What did you tell her?" questioned the old lady, with some impatience. "That I was on Southberry Heath last night." "What were you doing there?" "Seeing after the gipsy ring for Mab," explained George, pulling his moustache. "I bought it of Mother Jael, and had to ride out to the camp to make the bargain. As I'm going back into harness to day, there isn't much time to lose, so I went off last night after dinner between 8 and 9 o'clock, and the old jade kept me so long fixing up the business that I didn't reach home until 11. By Jove, I got a jolly ducking. Looked like an insane river god dripping with wet." "Did you see anything of the murder, Captain Pendle?" "No, I didn't even hear the shot, though that wasn't to be wondered at, considering the row made by rain and thunder." "Where was the body found?" "Somewhere in a ditch near the high road, I believe. At all events, it wasn't in the way, or my G would have tumbled across it." Miss Whichello reflected. "The bishop was over at Southberry yesterday, was he not?" she asked. "Yes, at a confirmation service. He rode back across the common, and reached the palace just before I did, about half an hour or so." "Did he hear or see anything?" "Not to my knowledge, but the truth is, I haven't had an opportunity of asking questions. He is so annoyed at the disgrace to the diocese by the committal of this crime that he's quite beside himself. I was just telling Mab about it when you came in." "6 o'clock!" cried Captain George, starting up as the chimes rang out. "I must be off. If I'm late at barracks my colonel will parade me to morrow, and go down my throat, spurs, boots, and all." "Wait a moment, Captain Pendle, and I'll come with you." "But your headache, auntie," remonstrated Mab. "My dear, a walk in the fresh air will do me good. I shall go with Captain Pendle to the station. Make your adieus, young people, while I put on my bonnet and cloak." When Miss Whichello left the room, Mab, who had been admiring her ring during the foregoing conversation, was so impressed with its quaint beauty that she again thanked George for having given it to her. This piece of politeness led to an exhibition of tenderness on the part of the departing lover, and during the dragon's absence this foolish young couple talked the charming nonsense which people in their condition particularly affect. Realism is a very good thing in its own way, but to set down an actual love conversation would be carrying it to excess. Only the exaggerated exaltation of mind attendant on love making can enable lovers to endure the transcendentalism with which they bore one another. And then the look which makes an arrow of the most trifling phrase, the caress which gives the merest glance a most eloquent meaning, how can prosaic pen and ink and paper report these fittingly? The sympathetic reader must guess what George and Mab said to one another. He must fancy how they said it, and he or she must see in his or her mind's eye how young and beautiful and glowing they looked when Miss Whichello, as the prose of their poetry, walked into the room. The dear old lady smiled approvingly when she saw their bright faces, for she too had lived in Arcady, although the envious gods had turned her out of it long since. "Now, Captain Pendle, when you have done talking nonsense with that child, I'm ready." "Do call me George, Miss Whichello," entreated the captain. "No, sir, not until your father gives this engagement his episcopalian blessing. No nonsense. Come along." But Miss Whichello's bark was worse than her bite, for she discreetly left the room, so that the love birds could take a tender leave of each other, and Captain Pendle found her standing on the steps outside with a broad smile on her face. "You are sure you have not forgotten your gloves, Captain Pendle?" she asked smilingly. "No," replied George innocently, "I have them with me." "Oh!" exclaimed Miss Whichello, marching down the steps like a toy soldier. "In my youth young men in your condition always forgot their gloves." "By Jove, I have left something behind me, though." "Your heart, probably." "Never mind, it is in safe keeping. None of your tricks, sir. Come, come." And Miss Whichello marched the captain off with a twinkle in her bright eyes. The little old lady was one of those loved by the gods, for she would undoubtedly die young in heart. Still, as she walked with Captain Pendle to the station in the gathering darkness, she looked worried and white. George could not see her face in the dusk, and moreover was too much taken up with his late charming interview to notice his companion's preoccupation. In spite of her sympathy, Miss Whichello grew weary of a monologue on the part of George, in which the name of Mab occurred 50 times and more. She was glad when the train steamed off with this too happy lover, and promised to deliver all kinds of unnecessary messages to the girl George had left behind him. "But let them be happy while they can," murmured Miss Whichello, as she tripped back through the town. "Poor souls, if they only knew what I know." As Miss Whichello had the meaning of this enigmatic speech in her mind, she did not think it was necessary to put it into words, but, silent and pensive, walked along the crowded pavement. Shortly she turned down a side street which led to the police station, and there paused in a quiet corner to pin a veil round her head, a veil so thick that her features could hardly be distinguished through it. The poor lady adopted this as a kind of disguise, forgetting that her old-fashioned poke bonnet and quaint silk cloak were as well known to the inhabitants of Beorminster as the cathedral itself. That early century garb was as familiar to the rascality of the slums as to the richer citizens. Even the police knew it well, for they had often seen its charitable wearer by the bedsides of dying paupers. It thus happened that when Miss Whichello presented herself at the police station to Inspector Tinkler, he knew her at once, in spite of her foolish little veil. Moreover, in greeting her, he pronounced her name. "Oh, hush, hush, Mr. Inspector," whispered Miss Whichello, with a mysterious glance around. "I do not wish it to be known that I called here." "You can depend upon my discretion, Miss Whichello, ma'am," said the inspector, who was a bluff and tyrannical ex-sergeant. "And what can I do for you?" Miss Whichello looked round again. "I wish, Mr. Inspector," said she, in a very small voice, "to be taken by you to the dead house." "To the dead house, Miss Whichello, ma'am?" said the iron Tinkler, hardly able to conceal his astonishment, although it was against his disciplinarian ideas to show emotion. "There is a dead man in there, Mr. Inspector, whom I knew under very different circumstances more than 20 years ago." "Answers to the name of Jentham, perhaps?" suggested Mr. Inspector. "Yes, he called himself Jentham, I believe. I wish to see his body," and the little old lady looked anxiously into Tinkler's purple face. "Miss Whichello, ma'am," said the ex-sergeant with an official air, "this request requires reflection. Do you know the party in question?" "I knew him, as I told you, more than 20 years ago. He was then a very talented violinist, and I heard him play frequently in London." "What was his name, Miss Whichello, ma'am?" "His name then, Mr. Inspector, was Amaru." "A stage name, I take it to be, ma'am?" "Yes, a stage name." "What was his real name?" "I can't say," replied Miss Whichello, in a hesitating voice. "I knew him only as Amaru." "Humph! Here he called himself Jentham. Do you know anything about this murder, Miss Whichello, ma'am?" and the inspector fixed a bloodshot grey eye on the thick veil. No, I know nothing about the murder," cried Miss Whichello, in earnest tones. "I heard that this man Jentham looked like a gipsy, and was marked with a scar on the right cheek. From that description I thought he might be Amaru, and I wish to see his body to be certain that I am right." "Well, Miss Whichello, ma'am," said the stern Tinkler, after some deliberation, "your request is out of the usual course of things, but knowing you as a good and charitable lady, and thinking you may throw some light on this mysterious crime, why, I'll show you the corpse with pleasure." "One moment," said the old lady, laying a detaining hand on the inspector's blue cloth sleeve. "I must tell you that I can throw no light on the subject. If I could, I would. I simply desire to see the body of this man, and to satisfy myself that he is Amaru." "Very good, Miss Whichello, ma'am. You shall see it." "And you'll not mention that I came here, Mr. Inspector?" "I give you my word, ma'am, the word of a soldier." This way, Miss Whichello, this way." Following the rigid figure of the inspector, the little old lady was conducted by him to a small building of galvanised tin in the rear of the police station. Several idlers were hanging about, amongst them being Miss Bell Mosk, who was trying to persuade a handsome young policeman to gratify her morbid curiosity. Her eyes opened to their widest width when she recognised Miss Whichello's silk cloak and poke bonnet, and saw them vanish into the dead house. "Well, I never!" said Miss Mosk. "I never thought she'd be fond of corpses at her time of life, seeing as she'll soon be one herself." The old lady and the inspector remained within for 5 or 6 minutes. When they came out, the tears were falling fast beneath Miss Whichello's veil. "Is that the man?" asked Tinkler in a low voice. "Yes," replied Miss Whichello. "That is the man I knew as Amaru." Chapter 16 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 16. The Zeal of Inspector Tinkler. The strange affair of Jentham's murder continued to occupy the attention of the Beorminster public throughout the week, and on the day when the inquest was held, popular excitement rose to fever heat. Inspector Tinkler, feeling that the county expected him to do great things worthy of his reputation as a zealous officer, worked his hardest to gather evidence likely to elucidate the mystery of the death, but in spite of the most strenuous exertions his efforts resulted in total failure. The collected details proved to be of the most meagre description, and when the coroner sat on the body nothing transpired to reveal the name, or even indicate the identity of the assassin who had provided him with a body to sit on. It really seemed as though the Southberry murder would end in being relegated to the list of undiscovered crimes. "For I can't work miracles," explained the indignant Tinkler when reproached with this result, "and somehow the case has got out of hand. The motive for the shooting can't be got at, the pistol used ain't to be picked up, search how you may, and as for the murdering villain who fired it, if he ain't down below where he ought to be, I'll take my oath as a soldier he ain't above ground. Take it how you will, this case is a corker and no mistake." It had certainly occurred to Tinkler's bothered mind that Miss Whichello should be called as a witness, if only to prove that at one time the dead man had occupied a better position in the world, but after a short interview with her he had abandoned this idea. Miss Whichello declared that she could throw no light on the affair, and that she had lost sight of the quondam violinist for over 30 years. Her recognition of him as Amaru had been entirely due to the description of his gipsy looks and the noticeable cicatrice on his face; and she pointed out to Tinkler that she had not seen the so-called Jentham till after his death. Moreover, it was unlikely that events which had occurred 30 years before could have resulted in the man's violent death at the present time, and Miss Whichello insisted that she knew nothing of the creature's later circumstances or acquaintances. Being thus ignorant, it was not to be expected that her evidence would be of any value, so at her earnest request Tinkler held his tongue, and forbore to summon her as a witness. Miss Whichello was greatly relieved in her own mind when the inspector came to this conclusion, but she did not let Tinkler see her relief. From Mosk the officer had learned that the vagabond who called himself Jentham had appeared at the Derby Winner some 3 weeks previous to the time of his death. He had given no information as to where he had last rested, but so far as Mosk knew, had dropped down from the sky. Certainly his conversation when he was intoxicated showed that he had travelled a great deal, and that his past was concerned with robbery and bloodshed and lawlessness. But the man had talked generally as any traveller might, had refrained from mentioning names, and altogether had spoken so loosely that nothing likely to lead to a tangible result could be gathered from his rambling discourses. He had paid his board and lodging for the first week, but thereafter had lived on credit, and at the time of his death had owed Mosk over £2, principally for strong drink. Usually he slept at the Derby Winner and loafed about the streets all day, but at times he went over to the gipsy camp near Southberry and fraternized with the Romany. This was the gist of Mosk's information, but he added, as an afterthought, that Jentham had promised to pay him when certain moneys which he expected came into his possession. Who was going to pay him this money? Asked Tinkler, pricking up his ears. "Carn't you ask me something easier?" growled Mosk. "How should I know? He said he was going to get the dibs, but who from or where from I don't know, for he held his tongue so far." "There was no money in the pockets of the clothes worn by the body," said Tinkler musingly. "I dessay not, Mr. Inspector. I don't believe the cove was expecting any money, I don't. 'Twas all moonshine, his talk, to make me trust him for the bed and grub, and a blamed fool I've been doing so," grumbled Mosk. "The pockets were turned inside out, though." "Oh, they was they, Mr. Inspector? Well, that does look queer. But if there was any light-fingered business to be done, I dessay them gipsies have something to do with it." "Did the man go to the gipsy camp on Sunday night?" "Bell says he did," replied Mr. Mosk, "but I went over to Southberry in the arternoon about a little 'oss as I'm sweet on, so I don't know what he did, save by hearsay." Bell, on being questioned by the inspector, declared that Jentham had loitered about the hotel the greater part of Sunday, but had taken his departure about 5 o'clock. He did not say that he was going to the camp, but as he often paid a visit to it, she presumed that he had gone there during that evening. "Especially as you found his corpse on the common, Mr. Tinkler," said Bell. "No doubt the poor wretch was coming back from them gipsies." "It's not a bad idea," said Tinkler, scratching his well-shaven chin. "Strikes me as I'll go and look up Mother Jael." The result of an interview with that iniquitous old beldame proved that Jentham had certainly been the guest of the gipsies on Sunday evening, but had returned to Beorminster shortly after 9 o'clock. He had stated that he was going back to the Derby Winner, and as it was his custom to come and go when he pleased, the Romany had not taken much notice of his departure. A vagrant like Jentham was quite independent of time. "He was one of your lot, I suppose?" said Mr. Inspector, taking a few notes in his pocket-book, a secretive little article which shut with a patent clasp. "Yes, dearie, yes, Lord bless 'ee," mumbled Mother Jael, blinking her cunning eyes. "He was one of the gentle Romany, sure enough." "Was he with you long, Granny?" "3 week, lovey, just 3 week. He come to Beorminster and got weary like one of you Gentiles, so he made hisself comfortable with us." "Blackguards to blackguards and birds of a feather," murmured Tinkler, then asked if Jentham had told Mother Jael anything about himself. "He!" screeched the old hag. "He never told me a word. He come and he goed, but he kept his red rag to himself, he did. Duvel! He was a cunning one, that Jentham." "Was his name Jentham, mother, or was it something else?" "He called hisself so, dearie, but I niver knowed one of that gentle Romany as had a Gentile name. We sticks to our own mostly. Job, I should think so." "Are you sure he was a gipsy?" "Course I am, my noble Gorgio. He could patter the calo jib with the best of 'em. He knowed lots what the Gentile don't know, and he had the eagle beak and the peaked eye. Oh, tiny Jesus was a Romany child, or may I die for it." "Do you know who killed him?" asked Tinkler abruptly. "No, lovey. 'Twarn't one of us, though you puts allays the wust on our backs. Job, dog do never eat dog, as I knows, dearie." "He left your camp at 9 o'clock?" "Thereabouts, my lamb, just arter 9. "Was he sober or drunk?" "Betwixt and between, lovey. He could walk straight, and talk straight, and look arter his blessed life." "Seems as though he couldn't," said Mr. Inspector dryly. "Duvel! That's a true sayin'," said Mother Jael with a nod. "But I don't know what come to him, dearie." At the inquest Mother Jael was called as a witness, and told the jury much the same story as she had related to Tinkler, with further details as to the movements of the gipsies on that night. She declared that none of the tribe had left the camp, that Jentham had gone away alone, comparatively sober, and that she did not hear of his murder until late the next day. In spite of examination and cross-examination, Mother Jael could give no evidence as to Jentham's real name, or about his past, or why he was lingering at Beorminster. "He comed and he goed," said Mother Jael, with the air of an oracle, and that was the extent of her information, delivered in a croaking, shuffling, unconvincing manner. The carter, Giles Crake, who had found the body, was a stupid yokel, whose knowledge was entirely limited to his immediate surroundings. Perched on his cart, he had seen the body lying in a ditch half full of water on the other side of an earthen mound, which extended along the side of the main road. The spot where he discovered it was near Beorminster, and about 5 miles from the gipsy camp. The man had been shot through the heart, his pockets had been emptied and turned inside out, and evidently after the murder the robber had dragged the body over the mound into the ditch. Giles had not touched the corpse, being fearful of getting into trouble, but had come on at once to Beorminster to inform the police of his discovery. It was Dr Graham who had examined the body when first discovered, and according to his evidence the man had been shot through the heart shortly before 10 o'clock on Sunday night. The pistol had been fired so close that the clothing of the deceased over the heart was scorched and blackened with the powder of the cartridge. "And from this fact," added Graham, with one of his shrewd glances, "I gather that the murderer must have been known to Jentham." "How is that, doctor?" asked one of the jury. "Because he must have held him in talk while contemplating the crime, sir. The murderer and his victim must almost have been breast to breast, and while the attention of the latter was distracted in some way, the assassin must have shot him at close quarters." "This is all theory, Dr Graham," said the coroner, who was a rival practitioner. "It seems to me that the whole case rests on theory," retorted Graham, and shrugged his shoulders. Before the evidence concerning the matter closed, Inspector Tinkler explained how difficult it had been to collect even the few details which the jury had heard. He stated also that although the strictest search had been made in the vicinity of the crime, the weapon with which it had been committed could not be found. As the shooting had been done during a downfall of rain, the assassin and his victim's footmarks were visible in the soft clay of the roadway. Also there were the marks of horses' hoofs, so it was probable that the murderer had been mounted. If this were so, neither gipsies nor harvesters could have killed the wretched man, as neither the one lot nor the other possessed horses, and "The gipsies have horses to draw their caravans," interrupted a sharp-looking juryman. "To draw their caravans, I admit," said the undaunted Tinkler, "but not to ride on. Besides, I would remind you, Mr. Jobson, as Mother Jael declares, that none of her crowd left the camp on that night." "Oh, she'd declare anything," muttered Jobson, who had no great opinion of Tinkler's brains. "Have the footmarks in the road been measured?" "No, they haven't, Mr. Jobson." "Then they should have, Mr. Inspector. You can tell a lot from a footmark, as I've heard. It's what the French call the Bertillon system of identification, that's what it is." "I don't need to go to France to learn my business," said Tinkler, tartly. "And if I did get the measurements of them footmarks, how am I to know which is which, Jentham's or his murderer's? And how can I go round the whole of Beorminster to see whose feet fit 'em? I ask you that, Mr. Jobson, sir." At this point, judging that the discussion had gone far enough, the coroner intervened, and said that Mr. Inspector had done his best to unravel a very difficult case. That he had not succeeded was the fault of the case, and not of Mr. Inspector, and for his part he thought that the thanks of the Beorminster citizens were due to the efforts of so zealous and intelligent an officer as Tinkler. This sapient speech reduced the recalcitrant Jobson to silence, but he still held to his opinion that the over-confident Tinkler had bungled the matter, and in this view he was silently but heartily supported by shrewd Dr Graham, who privately considered that Mr Inspector Tinkler was little better than an ass. However, he did not give vent to his offensive opinion. The summing up of the coroner called for little remark. He was a worthy country doctor, with as much brains as would cover a sixpence, and the case was beyond him in every way. His remarks to the jury, equally stupid, with the exception of Jobson, were to the effect that it was evidently impossible to find out who had killed Jentham, that the man was a quarrelsome vagabond who probably had many enemies, that no doubt while crossing the common in a drunken humour he had met with some one as bad as himself, and had come to high words with him, and that the unknown man, being armed, had no doubt shot the deceased in a fit of rage. "He robbed the body, I dare say, gentlemen," concluded the coroner, "and then threw it into the ditch to conceal the evidence of his crime. As we don't know the man, and are never likely to know him, I can only suggest that you should find a verdict in accordance with the evidence supplied to you by the zeal of Inspector Tinkler. Man has done all he can to find out this Cain, but his efforts have been vain, so we must leave the punishment of the murderer to God. And as Holy Scripture says, that murder will out, I have no doubt that some day the criminal will be brought to justice." After this wise speech, it was not surprising that the jury brought in a verdict, that the deceased Jentham met with a violent death at the hands of some person or persons unknown, that being the kind of verdict which juries without brains, as in the present instance, generally give. Having thus settled the matter to their own bovine satisfaction, the jury went away after having been thanked for their zeal by the coroner. That gentleman was great on zeal. "Hum, said Dr Graham to himself. "There's too much zeal altogether. I wonder what Monsieur de Talleyrand would have thought of these cabbages and their zeal. Well, Mr Inspector," he added aloud, "so you finished off the matter nicely." "We have done our best, Dr Graham, sir." "And you don't know who killed the man?" "No, sir, I don't, and what's more, I don't believe anybody ever will know." "Humph, that's your opinion, is it? Do you read much, Mr Inspector?" "A novel at times, sir. I'm fond of a good novel." "Then let me recommend to your attention the works of a French author by the name Gaboriau. There's a man in them called Lecoq, who would have found out the truth, Mr Inspector." "Fiction, Dr Graham, sir, fiction." "True enough, Mr Inspector, but most fiction is founded on fact." "Well, sir," said Tinkler, with a superior wise smile, "I should like to see our case in the hands of your Mr Lecoq." "So would I, Mr Inspector, or in the hands of Sherlock Holmes. Bless me, Tinkler, they'd do almost as much as you have done. It is a pity that you are not a character in fiction, Tinkler." "Why, sir? Why, may I ask?" "Because your author might have touched you up in weak parts, and have gifted you with some brains. Good day, Mr Inspector." While Graham walked away, chuckling at his banter of this red tape official, the official himself stood gasping like a fish out of water, and trying to realise the insult levelled at his dignity. Jobson, a small man, sidled round to the front of him, and made a comment on the situation. "It all comes of your not measuring them footmarks," said Jobson. "In detective novels the clever fellows always do that, but you'd never be put into a book, not you." "You'll be put into jail," cried the outraged inspector. "It's more than Jentham's murderer will, if you've got the catching of him," said Jobson, and walked off. Chapter 17 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. A Clerical Detective.
All this time Mr. Michael Cargrim had not been idle. On hearing of the murder, his thoughts had immediately centred themselves on the bishop. To say that the chaplain was shocked is to express his feelings much too mildly. He was horrified, thunderstruck, terrified. In fact, there was no word in the English tongue strong enough to explain his superlative state of mind. It was characteristic of the man's malignant nature that he was fully prepared to believe in Dr Pendle's guilt, without hearing any evidence for or against this opinion. He was aware that Jentham had been cognizant of some weighty secret concerning the bishop's past, for the concealing of which he was to have been bribed, and when the report of the murder reached the chaplain's ears, he quite believed that in place of paying the sum agreed upon, Dr Pendle had settled accounts with the blackmailer by shooting him. Cargrim took this extreme view of the matter for two reasons. Firstly, because he had gathered from the bishop's movements and Jentham's talk of Tom Tiddler's ground that a meeting on Southberry Heath had been arranged between the pair. Secondly, because no money was found on the dead body, which would have been the case had the bribe been paid. To the circumstantial evidence that the turned-out pockets pointed to robbery, Mr. Cargrim, at the moment, strangely enough, paid no attention. In considering the case, Cargrim's wish was very much the father to the thought, for he desired to believe in the bishop's guilt, as the knowledge of it would give him a great deal of power over his ecclesiastical superior. If he could only collect sufficient evidence to convict Dr Pendle of murdering Jentham, and could show him the links in the chain of circumstances by which he arrived at such a conclusion, he had little doubt but that the bishop, to induce him to hide the crime, would become his abject slave. To gain such an immense power, and use it for the furtherance of his own interests, Cargrim was quite prepared to compound a possible felony. So the last case of the bishop would be worse than the first. Instead of being in Jentham's power, he would be in Cargrim's, and in place of taking the form of money, the blackmail would assume that of influence. So Mr. Cargrim argued the case out, and so he determined to shape his plans. Yet he had a certain hesitancy in taking the first step. He had, as he firmly believed, a knowledge that Dr Pendle was a murderer. Yet, although the possession of such a secret gave him unlimited power, he was afraid to use it, for its mere exercise in the present lack of material evidence to prove its truth was a ticklish job. Cargrim felt like a man gripping a comet by its tail, and doubtful whether to hold on or let go. However, this uncertain state of things could be remedied by a strict examination into the circumstances of the case. Therefore Cargrim set his mind to searching them out. He had been present at the inquest, but none of the witnesses brought forward by the bungling Tinkler had made any statement likely to implicate the bishop. Evidently no suspicion connecting Dr Pendle with Jentham existed in the minds of police or public. Cargrim could have set such a rumour afloat by a mere hint that the dead man and the bishop's strange visitor on the night of the reception had been one and the same, but he did not think it judicious to do this. He wanted the bishop's secret to be his alone, and the more spotless was Dr Pendle's public character, the more anxious he would be to retain it by becoming Cargrim's slave, in order that the chaplain might be silent regarding his guilt. But to obtain such an advantage it was necessary for Cargrim to acquaint himself with the way in which Dr Pendle had committed the crime; and this, as he was obliged to work by stealth, was no easy task. After some cogitation, the wily chaplain concluded that it would be best to hear the general opinion of the Beorminster gossips in order to pick up any stray scraps of information likely to be of use to him. Afterwards he intended to call on Mr. Inspector Tinkler and hear officially the more immediate details of the case. By what he heard from the police and the social prattlers, Cargrim hoped to be guided in constructing his case against Dr Pendle. Then there was the bishop's London journey, the bishop's cheque book with its missing butt,
the bishop's journey to and from Southberry on the day and night when the murder had been committed. All these facts would go far to implicate him in the matter. Also, Cargrim desired to find the missing pistol, and the papers which had evidently been taken from the corpse. This last idea was purely theoretical, as was Cargrim's fancy that Jentham's power over Dr Pendle had to do with certain papers. He argued from the fact that the pockets of the dead man's clothes had been turned inside out. Cargrim did not believe that the bishop had paid the blackmail; therefore the pockets could not have been searched for the money, and more so, as no possible robber could have known that Jentham would be possessed of a sum worth committing murder for on that night. On the other hand, if Jentham had possessed papers which inculpated the bishop in any crime, it was probable that, after shooting him, the assassin had searched for, and had obtained, the papers to which he attached so much value. It was the bishop who had turned the pockets inside out, and, as Cargrim decided, for the above reason. Certainly from a common sense point of view, Cargrim's theory, knowing what he did know, was feasible enough. Having thus arrived at a point where it was necessary to transmute thought into action, Mr Cargrim assumed his best clerical uniform, his tallest and whitest jam-pot collar, and drew on a pair of delicate lavender gloves. Spotless and neat and eminently sanctimonious, the chaplain took his demure way towards Mrs Pansey's residence, as he judged very rightly that she would be the most likely person to afford him possible information. The archdeacon's widow lived on the outskirts of Beorminster, in a gloomy old barrack of a mansion, surrounded by a large garden, which in its turn was girdled by a high red brick wall with broken glass bottles on the top, as though Mrs Pansey dwelt in a jail, and was on no account to be allowed out. Had such a thing been possible, the whole of Beorminster's humanity, rich and poor, would willingly have subscribed large sums to build the wall higher, and to add spikes to the glass bottles. Anything to keep Mrs Pansey in her jail, and prevent her issuing forth as a social scourge. Into the jail Mr Cargrim was admitted with a certain solemnity by a sour-faced footman, whose milk of human kindness had turned acid in the thunderstorms of Mrs Pansey's spite. This engaging Cerberus conducted the chaplain into a large and sepulchral drawing room, in which the good lady and Miss Norsham were partaking of afternoon tea. Mrs Pansey wore her customary skirts of solemn black, and looked more gloomy than ever. But Daisy, the elderly sylph, brightened the room with a dress of white muslin adorned with many little bows of white ribbon, so that, sartorially speaking, she was very young and very virginal and quite angelical in looks. Both ladies were pleased to see their visitor, and received him warmly in their several ways. That is, Mrs Pansey groaned, and Daisy giggled. "Oh, how very nice of you to call, dear Mr Cargrim," said the sylph. "Mrs Pansey and I are positively dying to hear all about this very dreadful inquest. Tea?" "Thank you. No sugar." "Ah!" sighed Mr Cargrim, taking his cup. "It is a terrible thing to think that an inquest should be held in Beorminster on the slaughtered body of a human being. Bread and butter, thank you." "It's a judgment," declared Mrs Pansey, and devoured a buttery little square of toast with another groan louder than the first. "Oh, do tell me who killed the poor thing, Mr Cargrim?" gushed Daisy childishly. "No one knows, Miss Norsham. The jury brought in a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown. You must excuse me if I speak too technically, but those are the precise words of the verdict." "And very silly words they are," pronounced the hostess ex cathedra. "But what can you expect from a parcel of trading fools?" "But, Mrs Pansey, no one knows who killed this man." "They should find out, Mr Cargrim." "They have tried to do so, and have failed." "That shows that what I say is true," police and jury are fools,' said Mrs Pansey, with the triumphant air of one clinching an argument. 'Oh, dear, it is so very strange,' said the fair Daisy. 'I wonder really what could have been the motive for the murder.' 'As the pockets were turned inside out,' said Mr Cargrim, 'it is believed that robbery was the motive.' 'Rubbish!' said Mrs Pansey, shaking her skirts. 'There's a deal more in this crime than meets the eye.' 'I believe general opinion is agreed upon that point,' said the chaplain, dryly. 'What is Miss Whichello's opinion?' demanded the archdeacon's widow. Cargrim could not suppress a start. It was strange that Mrs Pansey should allude to Mrs Whichello, when he also had his suspicions regarding her knowledge of the dead man. 'I don't see what she has to do with it,' he said quietly, with the intention of arriving at Mrs Pansey's meaning. 'Ah, no more can anyone else, Mr Cargrim. But I know I know.' 'Know what, dear Mrs Pansey? Oh, really, you are not going to say that poor Miss Whichello fired that horrid pistol?' 'I don't say anything, Daisy, as I don't want to figure in a libel action, but I should like to know why Miss Whichello went to the dead house to see the body.' 'Did she go there? Are you sure?' exclaimed the chaplain, much surprised. 'I can believe my own eyes, can't I?' snapped Mrs Pansey. 'I saw her myself, for I was down near the police station the other evening on one of my visits to the poor. There, while returning home by the dead house, I saw that hussy of a Bell Mosk making eyes at a policeman, and I recognised Miss Whichello for all her veil.' 'Did she wear a veil?' 'I should think so, and a very thick one. But if she wants to do underhand things, she should change her bonnet and cloak. I knew them. Don't tell me.' Certainly Miss Whichello's actions seemed suspicious, and anxious to learn their meaning from the lady herself, Cargrim mentally determined to visit the Jenny Wren house after leaving Mrs Pansey, instead of calling on Miss Tancred as he had intended. However, he was in no hurry, and asking Daisy for a second cup of tea to prolong his stay, went on drawing out his hostess. 'How very strange!' said he, in allusion to Mrs Whichello. 'I wonder why she went to view so terrible a sight as that man's body.' 'Ah!' replied Mrs Pansey, with a shake of her turban, 'we all want to know that. But I'll find her out, that I will.' 'But, dear Mrs Pansey, you don't think sweet Miss Whichello has anything to do with this dreadful murder?' 'I accuse no one, Daisy. I simply think.' 'What do you think?' questioned Cargrim, rather sharply. 'I think what I think,' was Mrs Pansey's enigmatic response, and she shut her mouth hard. Honestly speaking, the artful old lady was as puzzled by Miss Whichello's visit to the dead house as her hearers, and she could bring no very tangible accusation against her, but Mrs Pansey knew well the art of spreading scandal, and was quite satisfied that her significant silence about nothing would end in creating something against Miss Whichello. When she saw Cargrim look at Daisy, and Daisy look back to Cargrim, and remembered that their tongues were only a degree less venomous than her own, she was quite satisfied that a seed had been sown likely to produce a very fertile crop of baseless talk. The prospect cheered her greatly, for Mrs Pansey hated Miss Whichello as much as a certain personage she quoted on occasions is said to hate holy water. 'You are quite an ear of Dionysius,' said the chaplain, with a complimentary smirk. 'Everything seems to come to you.' 'I make it my business to know what is going on, Mr Cargrim,' replied the lady, much gratified, 'in order to stem the torrent of infidelity, debauchery, lying, and flattery which rolls through this city.' 'Oh, dear me, how strange it is that the dear bishop saw nothing of this frightful murder!' exclaimed Daisy, who had been reflecting. 'He rode back from Southberry late on Sunday night, I hear.' 'His lordship saw nothing, I am sure,' said Cargrim, hastily, for it was not his design to incriminate Dr Pendle. 'If he had, he would have mentioned it to me. And you know, Miss Norsham, there was quite a tempest on that night, so even if his lordship had passed near the scene of the murder, he could not have heard the shot of the assassin or the cry of the victim. The rain and thunder would in all human probability have drowned both.' 'Besides which, his lordship is neither sharp-eared nor observant,' said Mrs Pansey, spitefully. 'A man less fitted to be a bishop doesn't live.' 'Oh, dear Mrs Pansey, you are too hard on him.' 'Rubbish! Don't tell me. What about his sons, Mr Cargrim? Did they hear anything?' 'I don't quite follow you, Mrs Pansey.' 'Bless the man, I'm talking English, I hope. Both George and Gabriel Pendle were on Southberry Heath on Sunday night.' 'Are you sure?' cried the chaplain, doubtful if he heard aright. 'Of course I am sure,' snorted the lady. 'Would I speak so positively if I wasn't? No, indeed. I got the news from my page boy.' 'Really! From that sweet little Cyril?' 'Yes, from that worthless scamp Cyril.' 'Cyril!' repeated Mrs Pansey with a snort. 'The idea of a pauper like Mrs Jennings giving her brat such a fine name. Well, it was Cyril's night out on Sunday, and he did not come home till late, and then made his appearance very wet and dirty. He told me that he had been on Southberry Heath, and had been almost knocked into a ditch by Mr Pendle galloping past. I asked him which Mr Pendle had been out riding on Sunday, and he declared that he had seen them both, George about 8 o'clock when he was on the heath, and Gabriel shortly after 9 as he was coming home. I gave the wretched boy a good scolding, no supper, and a psalm to commit to memory.' 'George and Gabriel Pendle riding on Southberry Heath on that night?' said the chaplain, thoughtfully. 'It is very strange.' 'Strange!' almost shouted Mrs Pansey. 'It's worse than strange. It's Sabbath breaking, and their father riding also. No wonder the mystery of iniquity doth work, when those high in the land break the fourth commandment. Are you going, Mr Cargrim?' 'Yes. I am sorry to leave such charming company, but I have an engagement. Good bye, Miss Norsham. Your tea was worthy of the fair hands which made it. Good bye, Mrs Pansey. Let us hope that the authorities will discover and punish this unknown Cain.' 'Cain or Jezebel,' said Mrs Pansey, darkly. 'It's one or the other of them.' Whether the good lady meant to indicate Miss Whichello by the second name, Mr Cargrim did not stay to inquire, as he was in a hurry to see her himself, and find out why she had visited the dead house. He therefore bowed and smiled himself out of Mrs Pansey's jail, and walked as rapidly as he was able to the little house in the shadow of the cathedral towers. Here he found Miss Whichello all alone, as Mab had gone out to tea with some friends. The little lady welcomed him warmly, quite ignorant of what a viper she was inviting to warm itself on her hearth, and visitor and hostess were soon chattering amicably on the most friendly of terms. Gradually Cargrim brought round the conversation to Mrs Pansey, and mentioned that he had been paying her a visit. 'I hope you enjoyed yourself, I'm sure, Mr Cargrim,' said Miss Whichello, good humouredly, 'but it gives me no pleasure to visit Mrs Pansey.' 'Well, do you know, Miss Whichello, I find her rather amusing. She is a very observant lady, and converses wittily about what she observes. She talks scandal, if that is what you mean.' 'I am afraid that word is rather harsh, Miss Whichello.' 'It may be, sir, but it is rather appropriate to Mrs Pansey. Well, and who was she talking about to day?' 'About several people, my dear lady, yourself amongst the number.' 'Indeed!' Miss Whichello drew her little body up stiffly. 'And had she anything unpleasant to say about me?' 'Oh, not at all. She only remarked that she saw you visiting the dead house last week.' Miss Whichello let fall her cup with a crash and turned pale. 'How does she know that?' was her sharp question. 'She saw you,' repeated the chaplain, 'and in spite of your veil she recognised you by your cloak and bonnet.' 'I am greatly obliged to Mrs Pansey for the interest she takes in my business,' said Miss Whichello, in her most stately manner. "I did visit the Beorminster dead house. There!" Chapter 18 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 18 The Chaplain on the Warpath. Miss Whichello's frank admission that she had visited the dead house rather disconcerted Mr Cargrim. From the circumstance of the veil he had presumed that she wished her errand there to be unknown, in which case her conduct would have appeared highly suspicious, since she was supposed to know nothing about Jentham or Jentham's murder. But her ready acknowledgment of the fact apparently showed that she had nothing to conceal. Cargrim, for all his acuteness, did not guess that of two evils Miss Whichello had chosen the least. In truth, she did not wish her visit to the dead house to be known, but as Mrs Pansey was cognizant of it, she judged it wiser to neutralize any possible harm that that lady could do by admitting the original statement to be a true one. This honesty would take the wind out of Mrs Pansey's sails, and prevent her from distorting an admitted fact into a fiction of hinted wickedness. Furthermore, Miss Whichello was prepared to give Cargrim a sufficient reason for her visit, so that he might not invent one. Only by so open a course could she keep the secret of her 30-year-old acquaintance with the dead man. As a rule, the little old lady hated subterfuge, but in this case her only chance of safety lay in beating Pansey, Cargrim, and company with their own weapons. And who can say that she was acting wrongly? "Yes, Mr Cargrim," she repeated, looking him directly in the face, "Mrs Pansey is right. I was at the dead house, and I went to see the corpse of the man Jentham. I suppose you and Mrs Pansey wonder why I did so." "Oh, my dear lady," remonstrated the embarrassed chaplain, "by no means. Such knowledge is none of our business; that is, none of my business." "You have made it your business, however," observed Miss Whichello dryly, "else you would scarcely have informed me of Mrs Pansey's unwarrantable remarks on my private affairs. Well, Mr Cargrim, I suppose you know that this tramp attacked my niece on the high road?" "Yes, Miss Whichello, I know that." "Very good. As I considered that the man was a dangerous character, I thought that he should be compelled to leave Beorminster. So I went to the Derby Winner on the night that you met me, in order to see Mrs Mosk," interrupted Cargrim, softly, hoping to entrap her. "In order to see Mrs Mosk, and in order to see Jentham. I intended to tell him that if he did not leave Beorminster at once, that I should inform the police of his attack on Miss Arden. Also, as I was willing to give him a chance of reforming his conduct, I intended to supply him with a small sum for his immediate departure. On that night, however, I did not see him, as he had gone over to the gipsy camp. When I heard that he was dead, I could scarcely believe it, so to set my mind at rest, and to satisfy myself that Mab would be in no further danger from his insolence when she walked abroad, I visited the dead house and saw his body. That, Mr Cargrim, was the sole reason for my visit, and as it concerned myself alone, I wore a veil so as not to provoke remark. It seems that I was wrong, since Mrs Pansey has been discussing me. However, I hope you will set her mind at rest by telling her what I have told you." "Really, my dear Miss Whichello, you are very severe. I assure you all this explanation is needless." "Not while Mrs Pansey has so venomous a tongue, Mr Cargrim. She is quite capable of twisting my innocent desire to assure myself that Mab was safe from this man into some extraordinary statement without a word of truth in it. I shouldn't be surprised if Mrs Pansey had hinted to you that I had killed this creature." As this was precisely what the archdeacon's widow had done, Cargrim felt horribly uncomfortable under the scorn of Miss Whichello's justifiable indignation. He grew red and smiled feebly, and murmured weak apologies. all of which Miss Whichello saw and heard with supreme contempt. Mr Cargrim, by his late tittle-tattling conversation, had fallen in her good opinion, and she was not going to let him off without a sharp rebuke for his unfounded chatter. Cutting short his murmurs, she proceeded to nip in the bud any further reports he or Mrs Pansey might spread in connection with the murder, by explaining much more than was needful. "And if Mrs Pansey should hear that Captain Pendle was on Southberry Heath on Sunday night," she continued, "I trust that she will not accuse him of shooting the man, although, as I know, and you know also, Mr Cargrim, she is quite capable of doing so." "Was Captain Pendle on Southberry Heath?" asked Cargrim, who was already acquainted with this fact, although he did not think it necessary to tell Miss Whichello so. "You don't say so." "Yes, he was. He rode over to the gipsy camp to purchase an engagement ring for Miss Arden from Mother Jael. That ring is now on her finger." "So Miss Arden is engaged to Captain Pendle," cried Cargrim, in a gushing manner. "I congratulate you, and her, and him." "Thank you, Mr Cargrim," said Miss Whichello, stiffly. "I suppose Captain Pendle saw nothing of Jentham at the gipsy camp?" "No. He never saw the man at all that evening." "Did he hear the shot fired?" "Of course he did not," cried Miss Whichello, wrathfully. "How could he hear with the noise of the storm? You might as well ask if the bishop did. He was on Southberry Heath on that night." "Oh, yes, but he heard nothing, dear lady. He told me so." "You seem to be very interested in this murder, Mr Cargrim," said the little lady, with a keen look. "Naturally. Everyone in Beorminster is interested in it. I hope the criminal will be captured." "I hope so too. Do you know who he is?" "I? My dear lady, how should I know?" "I thought Mrs Pansey might have told you," said Miss Whichello, coolly. "She knows all that goes on, and a good deal that doesn't. But you can tell her that both I and Captain Pendle are innocent, although I did visit the dead house, and although he was on Southberry Heath when the crime was committed." "You are very severe, dear lady," said Cargrim, rising to take his leave, for he was anxious to extricate himself from his very uncomfortable and undignified position. "Solomon was even more severe, Mr Cargrim. He said, 'Burning lips and a wicked heart are like a potsherd covered with silver dross.' I fancy there were Mrs Panseys in those days, Mr Cargrim." In the face of this choice proverb, Mr Cargrim beat a hasty retreat. Altogether Miss Whichello was too much for him, and for once in his life he was at a loss how to gloss over his defeat. Not until he was in Tinkler's office did he recover his feeling of superiority. With a man, especially with a social inferior, he felt that he could deal, but who can contend with a woman's tongue? It is her sword and shield, her mouth is her bow, her words are the arrows, and the man who hopes to withstand such an armoury of deadly weapons is a superfine idiot. Cargrim, not being one, had run away, but in his rage at being compelled to take flight he almost exceeded Mrs Pansey in hating the cause of it. Miss Whichello had certainly gained a victory, but she had also made an enemy. "So the inquest is over, Mr Inspector," said the ruffled Cargrim, smoothing his plumes. "Over and done with, sir, and the corpse is now 6 feet under earth." "A sad end, Mr Inspector, and a sad life. To be a wanderer on the face of the earth, to be violently removed when sinning, to be buried at the expense of an alien parish. What a fate for a baptized Christian!" "Don't you take on so, Mr Cargrim, sir," said Tinkler, grimly. "There was precious little religion about Jentham, and he was buried in a much better fashion than he deserved, and not by the parish either." Cargrim looked up suddenly. "Who paid for his funeral, then?" "A charitable person, sir, whose name I am not at liberty to tell anyone, at her own request." "At her own request," said the chaplain, noting Tinkler's slips and putting two and two together with a wondrous rapidity. Ah, Miss Whichello is indeed a good lady. Do you know, are you aware that Miss Whichello buried him, sir?" stammered the inspector, considerably astonished. "I have just come from her house," replied Cargrim, answering the question in the affirmative by implication. "Well, she asked me not to tell anyone, sir, but as she told you, I s'pose as I can say as she buried that corpse with a good deal of expense." "It is not to be wondered at, seeing that she took an interest in the wretched creature," said Cargrim, delicately feeling his way. "I trust that the sight of his body in the dead house didn't shock her nerves." "Did she tell you that she visited the dead house?" asked Tinkler, his eyes growing larger at the extent of the chaplain's information. "Of course she did," replied Cargrim, and this was truer than most of his remarks. Tinkler brought down a heavy fist with a bang on his desk. "Then I'm blessed, Mr Cargrim, sir, if I can understand what she meant by asking me to hold my tongue." "Ah, Mr Inspector, the good lady is one of those rare spirits who do good by stealth and blush to find it fame." "Seems a kind o' silly to go on like that, sir." "We are not all rare spirits, Tinkler." "I don't know what the world would be if we were, Mr Cargrim, sir. But Miss Whichello seemed so anxious that I should hold my tongue about the visit and the burial, that I can't make out why she talked about them to you or to anybody." "I cannot myself fathom her reason for such unnecessary secrecy, Mr Inspector, unless it is that she wishes the murderer to be discovered." "Well, she can't spot him," said Tinkler emphatically, "for all she knows about Jentham is 30 years old." Cargrim could scarcely suppress a start at this unexpected information. So Miss Whichello did know something about the dead man after all, and doubtless her connection with Jentham had to do with the secret of the bishop. Cargrim felt that he was on the eve of an important discovery, for Tinkler, thinking that Miss Whichello had made a confidant of the chaplain, babbled on innocently, without guessing that his attentive listener was making a base use of him. The shrug of the shoulders with which Cargrim commented on his last remark made Tinkler talk further. "Besides," said he expansively, "what does Miss Whichello know? Only that the man was a violinist 30 years ago, and that he called himself Amaru. Those details don't throw any light on the murder, Mr Cargrim, sir." The chaplain mentally noted the former name and former profession of Jentham, and shook his head. "Such information is utterly useless," he said gravely, "and the people with whom Amaru, alias Jentham, associated then, are doubtless all dead by this time." "Well, Miss Whichello didn't mention any of his friends, sir, but I dare say it wouldn't be much use if she did. Beyond the man's former name and business as a fiddler, she told me nothing. I suppose, sir, she didn't tell you anything likely to help us?" "No, I don't think the past can help the present, Mr. Tinkler. But what is your candid opinion about this case?" "I think it is a mystery, Mr Cargrim, sir, and is likely to remain one." "You don't anticipate that the murderer will be found?" "No," replied Mr Inspector gruffly, "I don't." "Cannot Mosk, with whom Jentham was lodging, enlighten you?" Tinkler shook his head. "Mosk said that Jentham owed him money and promised to pay him this week, but that, I believe, was all moonshine." "But Jentham might have expected to receive money, Mr Inspector." "Not he, Mr Cargrim, sir. He knew no one here who would lend or give him a farthing. He had no money on him when his corpse was found." "Yet the body had been robbed." "Oh, yes, the body was robbed sure enough, for we found the pockets turned inside out. But the murderer only took the rubbish a vagabond was likely to have on him." "Were any papers taken, do you think, Mr Inspector?" "Papers?" echoed Tinkler, scratching his head. "What papers?" "Well," said Cargrim, shirking a true explanation, "papers likely to reveal his real name and the reason of his haunting Beorminster." "I don't think there could have been any papers, Mr Cargrim, sir. If there had been, we'd have found 'em. The murderer wouldn't have taken rubbish like that." "But why was the man killed?" persisted the chaplain. "He was killed in a row," said Tinkler decisively. "That's my theory. Mother Jael says that he was half seas over when he left the camp, so I dare say he met some labourer who quarrelled with him and used his pistol." "But is it likely that the labourer would have a pistol?" "Why not? Those harvesters don't trust one another, and it's just as likely as not that one of them would keep a pistol to protect his property from the other." "Was search made for the pistol?" "Yes, it was, and no pistol was found. I tell you what, Mr Cargrim," said Tinkler, rising in rigid military fashion, "it's my opinion that there is too much tall talk about this case. Jentham was shot in a drunken row, and the murderer has cleared out of the district. That is the whole explanation of the matter." "I dare say you are right, Mr Inspector," sighed Cargrim, putting on his hat. "We are all apt to elevate the commonplace into the romantic." "Or make a mountain out of a molehill, which is plain English," said Tinkler. "Good day, Mr Cargrim." "Good day, Tinkler, and many thanks for your lucid statement of the case. I have no doubt that his lordship the bishop will take your very sensible view of the matter." As it was now late, Mr Cargrim returned to the palace, not ill pleased with his afternoon's work. He had learned that Miss Whichello had visited the dead house, that she had known the dead man as a violinist under the name of Amaru, and had buried him for old acquaintance sake at her own expense. Also he had been informed that Captain Pendle and his brother Gabriel had been on Southberry Heath on the very night and about the very time when the man had been shot. So with all these materials Mr Cargrim hoped sooner or later to build up a very pretty case against the bishop. If Miss Whichello was mixing up with the matter, so much the better. At this moment Mr Cargrim's meditation was broken in upon by the voice of Dr Graham. "You are the very man I want, Cargrim. The bishop has written, asking me to call to night and see him. Just tell him that I am engaged this evening, but that I will attend on him to morrow morning at 10 o'clock." "Oho!" soliloquized Cargrim, when the doctor, evidently in a great hurry, went off. "So his lordship wants to see Dr Graham. I wonder what that is for." Chapter 19 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Bishop's Request. Whatever Dr Pendle may have thought of the Southberry murder, he kept his opinion very much to himself. It is true that he expressed himself horrified at the occurrence of so barbarous a crime in his diocese, that he spoke pityingly of the wretched victim, that he was interested in hearing the result of the inquest, but in each case he was guarded in his remarks. At first, on hearing of the crime, his face had betrayed, at all events to Cargrim's jealous scrutiny, an expression of relief, but shortly afterwards, on second thoughts, as one might say, there came into his eyes a look of apprehension. That look, which seemed to expect the drawing near of evil days, never left them again, and daily his face grew thinner and whiter, his manner more restless and ill at ease. He seemed as uncomfortable as was Damocles under the hair-suspended sword. Other people besides the chaplain noticed the change, but, unlike Cargrim, they did not ascribe it to a consciousness of guilt, but to ill health. Mrs Pendle, who was extremely fond of her husband, and was well informed with regard to the newest treatment and the latest fashionable medicine, insisted that the bishop suffered from nerves brought on by overwork, and plaintively suggested that he should take the cure for them at some German bad. But the bishop, sturdy old Briton that he was, insisted that so long as he could keep on his feet there was no necessity for his women folk to make a fuss over him, and declared that it was merely the change in the weather which caused him, as he phrased it, to feel a trifle out of sorts. "It is hot one day and cold the next, my dear," he said in answer to his wife's remonstrances. "As if the clerk of the weather didn't know his own mind. How can you expect the liver of a fat, lazy old man like me not to respond to these sudden changes of temperature?" "Fat, bishop!" cried Mrs Pendle, in vexed tones. "You are not fat. You have a fine figure for a man of your age; and as to lazy, there is no one in the Church who works harder than you do. No one can deny that." "You flatter me, my love." "You underrate yourself, my dear. But if it is liver, why not try Whittle's Spa? I believe the treatment there is very drastic and beneficial. Why not go there, bishop? I'm sure a holiday would do you no harm." "I haven't time for a holiday, Amy. My liver must get well as best it can, while I go about my daily duties. That is if it is my liver." "I don't believe it is," remarked Mrs Pendle. "It is nerves, my dear, nothing else. You hardly eat anything. You start at your own shadow, and at times you are too irritable for words. Go to Droitwich for those unruly nerves of yours, and try brine baths." "I rather think you should go to Nauheim for that weak heart of yours, my love," replied Dr Pendle, arranging his wife's pillows. "In fact, I want you and Lucy to go there next month." "Indeed, bishop, I shall do no such thing. You are not fit to look after yourself." "Then Graham shall look after me." "Dr Graham!" echoed Mrs Pendle, with contempt. "He is old fashioned and quite ignorant of the new medicines. No, bishop, you must go to Droitwich." "And you, my dear, to Nauheim." At this point matters came to an issue between them, for Mrs Pendle, who like most people possessed a fund of what may be called nervous obstinacy, positively refused to leave England. On his side, the bishop insisted more eagerly than was his custom that Mrs Pendle should undergo the shot treatment at Nauheim. For some time the argument was maintained with equal determination on both sides, until Mrs Pendle concluded it by bursting into tears and protesting that her husband did not understand her in the least; whereupon, as the only way to soothe her, the bishop admitted that he was in the wrong and apologised. All the same, he was determined that his wife should go abroad, and thinking she might yield to professional persuasions, he sent for Dr Graham. By Cargrim a message was brought that the doctor would be with the bishop next morning, so Pendle, not to provoke further argument, said nothing more on the subject to his wife. But here Lucy came on the scene, and seemed equally as averse as her mother to continental travel. She immediately entered her protest against the proposed journey. "Mamma is better now than ever she was," said Lucy, "and if she goes to Nauheim the treatment will only weaken her." "It will strengthen her in the long run, Lucy. I hear wonderful accounts of the Nauheim cures." "Oh, papa, every bod says that it cures more patients than any other, just as every bod advertises that its waters have so much per cent more salt or sodium or iodine, or whatever they call it, than the rest. Besides, if you really think mamma should try this cure, she can have it at Bath or in London. They say it is just as good in either place as at Nauheim." "I think not, Lucy, and I wish you and your mother would go abroad for a month or two. My mind is made up on the subject." "Why, papa," cried Lucy, playfully, "one would think you wanted to get rid of us." The bishop winced and turned a shade paler. "You are talking at random, my dear," he said gravely. "If it were not for your mother's good, I should not deprive myself of your society." "Poor mother," sighed Lucy, "and poor Harry," she added as an afterthought. "There need be no 'poor Harry' about the matter," said Dr Pendle, rather sharply. "If that is what is troubling you, I dare say Harry will be glad to escort you and your mother over to Germany." Lucy became a rosy red with pleasure. "Do you really think Harry would like to come?" she asked in a fluttering voice. "He is no true lover if he doesn't," replied her father, with a wan smile. "Now run away, my love. I am busy. To morrow we shall settle the question of your going." When to morrow came, Cargrim, all on fire with curiosity, tried his hardest to stay in the library when Dr Graham came; but as the bishop wished his interview to be private, he intimated the fact pretty plainly to his obsequious chaplain. In fact, he spoke so sharply that Cargrim felt distinctly aggrieved, and, but for the trained control he kept of his temper, might have said something to show Dr Pendle the suspicions he entertained. However, the time was not yet ripe for him to place all his cards on the table, for he had not yet conceived a plausible case against the bishop. He was on the point of pronouncing the name Amaru to see if it would startle Dr Pendle, but remembering his former failures when he had introduced the name of Jentham to the bishop's notice, he was wise enough to hold his tongue. It would not do to arouse Dr Pendle's suspicions until he could accuse him plainly of murdering the man, and could produce evidence to substantiate his accusation. The evidence Cargrim wished to obtain was that of the check butt and the pistol, but as yet he did not see his way how to become possessed of either. Pending doing so, he hid himself in the grass like the snake he was, ready to strike his unsuspecting benefactor when he could do so with safety and effect. In accordance with his resolution on this point, Mr Cargrim was meek and truckling while he was with the bishop, and when Dr Graham was announced, he sidled out of the library with a bland smile. Dr Graham gave him a curt nod in response to his gracious greeting, and closed the door himself before he advanced to meet the bishop. Nay, more, so violent was his dislike to good Mr Cargrim that he made a few remarks about that apostle before coming to the object of his visit. "If you were a student of Lavater, bishop," said he, rubbing his hands, "you would not tolerate that Jesuitical Rodin near you for one moment." "Jesuitical Rodin, doctor? I do not understand." "Ah, that comes of not reading French novels, my lord." "I do not approve of the moral tone of French fiction," said the bishop stiffly. "Few of our English Pharisees do," replied Graham dryly. "Not that I rank you among the hypocrites, bishop, so do not take my remark in too literal a sense." "I am not so thin-skinned or self-conscious as to do so, Graham. But your meaning of a Jesuitical Rodin?" "It is explained in The Wandering Jew of Eugene Sue, bishop. You should read that novel, if only to arrive by analogy at the true character of your chaplain. Rodin is one of the personages in the book, and Rodin," said the doctor decisively, "is Cargrim." "You are severe, doctor. Michael is an estimable young man." "Michael and the Dragon," said Graham, playing upon the name. "Humph! He is more like the latter than the former. Mr. Michael Cargrim is the young serpent, as Satan is the old one." "I always understood that you considered Satan a myth, doctor." "So I do. So he is. A bogey of the Middle and Classical ages constructed out of Pluto and Pan. But he serves excellently well for an illustration of your pet parson." "Cargrim is not a pet of mine," rejoined the bishop coldly, "and I do not say that he is a perfect character. Still, he is not bad enough to be compared to Satan. You speak too hurriedly, doctor, and if you will pardon my saying so, too irreligiously." "I beg your pardon. I forgot that I was addressing a bishop. But as to that young man, he is a bad and dangerous character." "Doctor, doctor!" protested the bishop, raising a deprecating hand. "Yes, he is," insisted Graham. "His goodness and meekness are all on the surface. I am convinced that he is a kind of human mole who works underground and makes mischief in secret ways. If you have a cupboard with a skeleton, bishop, take care Mr. Cargrim doesn't steal the key." Graham spoke with some meaning, for since the illness of Dr Pendle after Jentham's visit, he had suspected that the bishop was worried in his mind, and that he possessed a secret which was wearing him out. Had he known that the strange visitor was one and the same with the murdered man, he might have spoken still more to the point. But the doctor was ignorant of this, and consequently conceived the bishop's secret to be much more harmless than it really was. However, his words touched his host nearly, for Dr Pendle started and grew nervous, and looked so haggard and worried that Graham continued his speech without giving him time to make a remark. "However, I did not come here to discuss Cargrim," he said cheerfully, "but because you sent for me. It is about time," said Graham grimly, surveying the bishop's wasted face and embarrassed manner. "You are looking about as ill as a man can look. What is the matter with you?" "Nothing is the matter with me. I am in my usual health." "You look it," said the doctor ironically. "Good Lord, man!" with sudden wrath, "why in the name of the 39 Articles can't you tell me the truth?" "The truth?" echoed the bishop, faintly. "Yes, my lord, I said the truth, and I mean the truth. If you are not wrong in body, you are in mind. A man doesn't lose flesh and colour and appetite and self-control for nothing. You want me to cure you. Well, I can't, unless you show me the root of your trouble." "I am worried over a private affair," confessed Pendle, driven into a corner. "Something wrong?" asked Graham, raising his eyebrows. "Yes, something is very wrong." "Can't it be put right?" "I fear not," said the bishop in hopeless tones. "It is one of those things beyond the power of mortal man to put right." "Your trouble must be serious," said Graham, with a grave face. "It is very serious. You can't help me. I can't help myself. I must endure my sorrow as best I may. After all, God strengthens the back for the burden." "O Lord!" groaned Graham to himself. "That make the best of it view seems to be the gist of Christianity. What the deuce is the good of laying a too weighty burden on any back, when you've got to strengthen it to bear it? Well, bishop," he added aloud, "I have no right to ask for a glimpse of your skeleton, but can I help you in any way?" "Yes," cried the bishop eagerly. "I sent for you to request your aid. You can help me, Graham, and very materially." "I'm willing to do so. What shall I do?" "Send my wife and daughter over to Nauheim on the pretext that Mrs Pendle requires the baths, and keep them there for 2 months." Dr Graham looked puzzled, for he could by no means conceive the meaning of so odd a request. In common with other people he was accustomed to consider Bishop and Mrs Pendle a model couple, who would be as miserable as 2 separated love birds if parted. Yet here was the husband asking his aid to send away the wife on what he admitted was a transparent pretext. For the moment he was nonplussed. "Pardon me, bishop," he said delicately, "but have you had words with your wife?" "Oh, no, no! God forbid, Graham. She is as good and tender as she always is, as dear to me as she ever was. But I wish her to go away for a time, and I desire Lucy to accompany her. Yesterday I suggested that they should take a trip to Nauheim, but both of them seemed unwilling to go. Yet they must go," cried the bishop vehemently, "and you must help me in my trouble by insisting upon their immediate departure." Graham was more perplexed than ever. "Has your secret trouble anything to do with Mrs Pendle?" he demanded, hardly knowing what to say. "It has everything to do with her." "Does she know that it has?" "No, she knows nothing, not even that I am keeping a secret from her, doctor," said Pendle, rising. "If I could tell you my trouble, I would, but I cannot, I dare not. If you help me, you must do so with implicit confidence in me, knowing that I am acting for the best." "Well, bishop, you place me rather in a cleft stick," said the doctor, looking at the agitated face of the man with his shrewd little eyes. "I don't like acting in the dark. One should always look before he leaps, you know." "But, good heavens, man, I am not asking you to do anything wrong. My request is a perfectly reasonable one. I want my wife and daughter to leave England for a time, and you can induce them to take the journey." "Well," said Graham calmly, "I shall do so." "Thank you, Graham. It is good of you to accede to my request." "I wouldn't do it for every one," said Graham sharply, "and although I do not like being shut out from your confidence, I know you well enough to trust you thoroughly. A couple of months at Nauheim may do your wife good, and, as you tell me, will relieve your mind." "It certainly will relieve my mind," said the bishop, very emphatically. "Very good, my lord. I'll do my very best to persuade Mrs Pendle and your daughter to undertake the journey." "Of course," said Pendle anxiously, "you won't tell them all I have told you. I do not wish to explain myself too minutely to them." "I am not quite so indiscreet as you think, my lord," replied Graham, with some dryness. "Your wife shall leave Beorminster for Nauheim, thinking that your desire for her departure is entirely on account of her health." "Thank you again, doctor," and the bishop held out his hand. "Come," said Graham to himself as he took it, "this secret can't be anything very dreadful if he gives me his hand. My lord," he added aloud, "I shall see Mrs Pendle at once. But before closing this conversation I would give you a warning." "A warning?" stammered the bishop, starting back. "A very necessary warning," said the doctor, solemnly. "If you have a secret, beware of Cargrim." Chapter 20 of The Bishop's Secret by Fergus HUME. Chapter 20 Mother Jael. Dr Graham was not the man to fail in carrying through successfully any scheme he undertook, and what he had promised the bishop he duly fulfilled. After a rather lengthy interview with Mrs Pendle and her daughter, he succeeded in arousing their interest in Nauheim and its baths; so much so that before he left the palace they were as eager to go as formerly they had been to stay. This seeming miracle was accomplished mainly by a skilful appeal to Mrs Pendle's love for experimenting with new medical discoveries in connection with her health. She had never tried the shot treatment for heart dilation, and indeed had heard very little about it, but when fully informed on the subject her interest in it was soon awakened. She soon came to look on the carbolic spring of Nauheim as the true fountain of youth, and was sanguine that by bathing for a few weeks in its life-giving waters she would return to Beorminster hale and hearty and full of vitality. If ever hope told a flattering tale, she did to Mrs Pendle through the lips of cunning Dr Graham. "I thought you knew nothing about new medicine or treatments," she observed graciously, "or if you did, that you were too conservative to prescribe them. I see I was wrong." "You were decidedly wrong, Mrs Pendle. It is only a fool who ceases to acquire knowledge and benefit by it. I am not a cabbage, although I do live in a vegetable garden." Lucy's consent was gained through the glowing description of the benefit her mother would receive from the Nauheim waters, and the opportune arrival of Sir Harry Brace contributed to the wished-for result. The ardent lover immediately declared his willingness to escort Lucy to the world's end. Wherever Lucy was, the Garden of Eden blossomed, and while Mrs Pendle was being pickled and massaged and put to bed for recuperative slumbers, he hoped to have his future wife all to himself. In her sweet company even the dull little German watering place would prove a paradise. Cupid is the sole miracle worker in these days of scepticism. "It is all right, bishop," said the victorious doctor. "The ladies will be off, with Brace in attendance, as soon as they can pack up a waggon load of feminine frippery." "I am sincerely glad to hear it," said Dr Pendle, and heaved a sigh of relief, which made Graham wag his head and put in a word of advice. "You must take a trip yourself, my lord," he said decisively. "Nothing like change for mental worry. Go to Bath, or Putney, or Jericho, bishop. Travel is your anodyne." "I cannot leave Beorminster just now, Graham. When I can I shall take your advice." The doctor shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the door. There he paused and looked back at the unhappy face of the bishop. A thought struck him, and he returned. "Pendle," he said gently, "I am your oldest friend, and one who honours and respects you above all men. Why not tell me your trouble and let me help you? I shall keep your secret, whatever it may be." "I have no fears on that score, Graham. If I could trust any one, I should trust you. But I cannot tell you what is in my mind. No useful result would come of such candour, for only the One above can help me out of my difficulties." "Is it money worries, Bishop?" "No, my worldly affairs are most prosperous." "It is not this murder that is troubling you, I suppose?" The bishop became as pale as the paper on the desk before him, and convulsively clutched the arms of his chair. "The murder?" he stammered. "The murder, Graham. Why should that trouble me?" "Cargrim told me that you were greatly upset that such a thing should have occurred in your diocese." "I am annoyed about it," replied Pendle in a low voice, "but it is not the untimely death of that unhappy man which worries me." "Then I give up," said the doctor, with another shrug. "Graham!" "Yes, what is it?" "Do you think that there is any chance of the murderer of this man being discovered?" "If the case had been handled by a London detective while the clues were fresh, I dare say there might have been a chance," replied the doctor. "But that mutton headed Tinkler has made such a muddle of the affair that I am certain the murderer will never be captured." "Has anything new been discovered since the inquest?" "Nothing. So far as I know, Tinkler is satisfied, and the matter is at an end. Whosoever killed Jentham has only his own conscience to fear." "And God," said the bishop, softly. "I always understood that what you churchmen call conscience was the still, small voice of the Deity," replied Graham, dryly. "There is no use in being tautological, bishop. Well, good day, my lord." "Good day, doctor, and many, many thanks for your kindly help." "Not at all. I only wish that you would let me help you to some purpose by treating me as your friend and unburdening your mind. There is one great truth that you should become a convert to, bishop." "Ah, what is that?" said Pendle, listlessly. "That medical men are the father confessors of Protestantism. Good day." Outside the library, Cargrim was idling about, in the hope of picking up some crumbs of information when Graham took his departure. But the little doctor, who was not in the best of tempers for another conversation, shot past the chaplain like a bolt from the bow, and by the time Cargrim recovered from such brusque treatment was half way down the avenue, fuming and fretting at his inability to understand the attitude of Bishop Pendle. Dr Graham loved a secret as a magpie does a piece of stolen money, and he was simply frantic to find out what vexed his friend; the more so as he believed that he could help him to bear his trouble by sympathy, and perhaps by advice do away with it altogether. He could not even make a guess at the bishop's hidden trouble, and ran over all known crimes in his mind from murder to arson, without coming to any conclusion. Yet something extraordinary must be the matter to move so easy-going, healthy a man as Dr Pendle. "I know more of his life than most people," thought Graham, as he trotted briskly along, "and there is nothing in it that I can see to upset him so. He hasn't forged or coined or murdered or sold himself to Pluto, Pan, Satan, so far as I know, and he is too clear-headed and sane to have a monomania about a non-existent trouble. Dear, dear," the doctor shook his head sadly, "I shall never understand human nature. There is always an abyss below an abyss, and the firmest seeming ground is usually quagmire when you come to step on it. George Pendle is a riddle which would puzzle the Sphinx. Hum! Another fabulous beast. Well, well, I can only wait and watch until I discover the truth, and then well, what then? Why, nothing." And Graham, having talked himself into a cul-de-sac of thought, shook his head furiously and strove to dismiss the matter from his too inquisitive mind. But not all his philosophy and will could accomplish the impossible. "We are a finite lot of fools," said he, "and when we think we know most, we know least. How that nameless, unseen power must smile at our attempts to scale the stars! by which remark it will be seen that Dr Graham was not the atheist Beorminster believed him to be, and here may end his speculations for the present. Shortly Mrs Pendle and Lucy began to pack a vast number of boxes with garments needful and ornamental, and sufficient in quantity to last them for at least 12 months. It is true that they intended to remain away only 8 weeks, but the preparations for departure were worthy of the starting out of a crusade. They must take this, they could certainly not leave that. Warm dresses were needed for possible cold weather. Cool frocks were requisite for probable hot days. They must have smart dresses, as they would no doubt go out a great deal, and 3 or 4 tea gowns each, as they might stay indoors altogether. In short, their stock of millinery would have clothed at least half a dozen women, although both ladies protested plaintively that they had absolutely nothing to wear, and that it would be necessary to go shopping in London for a few days, if only to make themselves look presentable. Harry Brace, the thoughtless bachelor, was struck dumb when he saw the immense quantity of luggage which went off in and on a bus to the railway station in the charge of a nurse and a lady's maid. "Oh, Lord!" said he, aghast. "Are we starting out on an African expedition, Lucy?" "Well, I'm sure, Harry, mamma and I are only taking what is absolutely necessary. Other women would take twice as much." "Wait until you and Lucy leave for your honeymoon, Brace," said the bishop, with a smile at his prospective son-in-law's long face. "She will be one of the other women then." "In that case," said Harry, a trifle grimly, "Lucy will have to decide if I am to go as a bridegroom or a luggage agent." Of course all Beorminster knew that Mrs Pendle was going to Nauheim for the treatment, and of course all Beorminster, that is, the feminine portion of it, came to take tender farewells of the travellers. Every day up to the moment of departure Mrs Pendle's drawing room was crowded with ladies, all relating their experiences of English and continental travelling. Lucy took leave of at least a dozen dear friends, and from the way in which Mrs Pendle was lamented over, and blessed, and warned, and advised by the wives of the inferior clergy, one would have thought that her destination was the moon, and that she would never get back again. Altogether, the palace was no home for a quiet prelate in those days. At the last moment Mrs Pendle found that she would be wretched if her bishop did not accompany her some way on the journey. So Dr Pendle went with the travellers to London, and spent a pleasant day or so, being hurried about from shop to shop. If he had not been the most angelic bishop in England, he would have revolted; but as he was anxious that his wife should have no cause of complaint, he exhausted himself with the utmost amiability. But the longest lane has a turning, and the day came when Mrs Pendle and Lucy, attended by the dazed Harry, left for Nauheim via Queensborough, Flushing, and Cologne. Mrs Pendle declared, as the train moved away, that she was thoroughly exhausted, which statement the bishop quite believed. His wonder was that she and Lucy were not dead and buried. On returning to the empty palace, Bishop Pendle settled himself down for a long rest. Remembering Graham's hint, he saw as little of Cargrim as was compatible with the relationship of business. The chaplain noted that he was being avoided, and guessing that some one had placed Dr Pendle on his guard against him, became more secretive and watchful than ever. But in spite of all his spying he met with little success; for although the bishop still continued weary-eyed and worried-looking, he went about his work with more zest than usual. Indeed, he attended so closely to the duties of his position that Cargrim fancied he was trying to forget his wickedness by distracting his mind. But, as usual, the chaplain had no tangible reason for this belief. And about this time, when most industrious, the bishop began to be haunted, not by a ghost, which would have been bearable, as ghosts appear usually only in the night time, but by a queer little old woman in a red cloak, who supported herself with a crutch, and looked like a wicked fairy. This, as the bishop ascertained by a casual question, was Mother Jael, the gipsy friend of Jentham, and the knowledge of her identity did not make him the easier in his mind. He could not conceive what she meant by her constant attendance on him, and but that he believed in the wisdom of letting sleeping dogs lie, he would have resented her pertinacity. The sight of her became almost insupportable. Whether Mother Jael intended to terrify the bishop or not, it is hard to say, but the way in which she followed him tormented him beyond measure. When he left the palace she was there on the road; when he preached in the cathedral she lurked among the congregation; when he strolled about Beorminster she watched him round corners, but she never approached him, she never spoke to him, and frequently vanished as mysteriously and unexpectedly as she appeared. Wherever he went, wherever he looked, that crimson cloak was sure to meet his eye. Mother Jael was old and bent and witch-like, with elf locks of white hair and a yellow wrinkled face, but her eyes burned like two fiery stars under her frosted brows, and with these she stared hard at Bishop Pendle until he felt almost mesmerised by the intensity of her gaze. She became a perfect nightmare to the man, much the same as the little old woman of the coffer was to Abu Dah, the merchant in the fantastic Eastern tale. But, unlike that pertinacious beldam, she apparently had no message to deliver. She only stared and stared with her glittering, evil eyes until the bishop, his nerves not being under control with this constant persecution, almost fancied that the powers of darkness had leagued themselves against him, and had sent this hell hag to haunt and torment him. Several times he strove to speak to her, for he thought that even the proverb of sleeping dogs might be acted upon too literally; but Mother Jael always managed to shuffle out of the way. She appeared to have the power of disintegrating her body, for where she disappeared to on these occasions the bishop never could find out. One minute he would see her in her red cloak, leaning on her crutch and staring at him steadily, but let him take one step in her direction and she would vanish like a ghost. No wonder the bishop's nerves began to give way. The constant sight of that silent figure with its menacing gaze would have driven many a man out of his mind, but Dr Pendle resisted the panic which seized him at times and strove to face the apparition, for Mother Jael's flittings deserved such a name, with control and calmness. But the effort was beyond his strength at times. As the weeks went by, Cargrim also began to notice the persecution of Mother Jael, and connecting her with Jentham, and Jentham with the bishop, he began to wonder if she knew the truth about the murder. It was not improbable, he thought, that she might be possessed of more important knowledge than she had imparted to the police, and a single word from her might bring home the crime to the bishop. If he was innocent, why did she haunt him? But again, if he was guilty, why did she avoid him? To gain an answer to this riddle, Cargrim attempted when possible to seize the elusive phantom of Mother Jael, but 3 or 4 times she managed to vanish in her witch-like way. At length, one day when she was watching the bishop talking to the dean at the northern door of the cathedral, Cargrim came softly behind her and seized her arm. Mother Jael turned with a squeak like a trapped rabbit. "Why do you watch the bishop?" asked Cargrim sharply. "Bless you, lovey, I don't watch him," whined Mother Jael, cringing. "Nonsense. I've seen you look at him several times." "There ain't no harm in that, my lamb. They do say as a cat can look at a queen, and why not a poor gipsy at a noble bishop? I say, dearie," she added in a hoarse whisper, "what's his first name?" "The bishop's first name? George. Why do you want to know?" "George," pondered Mother Jael, taking no notice of the question. "I allus thought the sojer was George." "He is George, too, called after his father. Answer me, why do you want to know the bishop's name? And why do you watch him?" "Ah, my noble Gorgio, that's tellings." 'No doubt. So just tell it to me.' 'Lord, lovey, the likes of you don't want to know what the likes of me thinks.' Cargrim lost his temper at these evasions. 'You are a bad character, Mother Jael. I shall warn the police about you.' 'Oh, tiny Jesus, hear me. I ain't done nothing wrong. I'm a poor old gipsy. Strike me dead if I ain't.' 'If you tell me something,' said Cargrim, changing his tactics, 'you shall have this,' and he produced a coin. Mother Jael eyed the bright half sovereign he held between finger and thumb, and her old eyes glistened. 'Yes, dearie, yes. What is it?' 'Tell me the truth about the murder,' whispered Cargrim, with a glance in the direction of the bishop. Mother Jael gave a shrill screech, grabbed the half sovereign, and shuffled away so rapidly that she was round the corner before Cargrim could recover from his surprise. At once he followed, but in spite of all his search he could not find the old hag. Yet she had her eye on him. 'George, and George,' said Mother Jael, who was watching him from an odd angle of the wall into which she had squeezed herself, 'I wonder which of 'em did it.' CHAPTER XXI